huge distance, the horizon can look like it's a sharp line. But when you zoom in on it, when you zoom right in on it, it's not that. It's really not that at all. So when they're saying it's a crisp horizon, they mean that's the cutoff point, and anything that goes beyond it is going to go behind the curvature of the Earth. So with this picture that I put in the side chat here, this big giant cruise ship is about to sail out in this into this horizon, crisp horizon. This is a giant ship as well. Anyway, here is the ship starting to go out. And oh, the horizon still looks kind of crisp. And then he keeps filming the ship, and it keeps going out further and further. And he starts zooming in on it. So it's starting to get hard to see the ship. And as he zooms in on it, we can see that the horizon's not so crisp looking anymore. And if you have a look at the bottom of the ship there, you can actually see, you can kind of see the ship actually a little bit above the horizon, which is strange. Now, as he keeps filming it, you can still see the whole ship. And then the ship just kind of fades off into the horizon. And if you look here, is this still what they're calling a crisp horizon? This is the same horizon that we could see from the first image, except now we're zoomed right in on it, and there's nothing crisp about it anymore. Now it's just a blurry, hazy horizon, which is what they say we would expect on a flat Earth. And if you look closely, you can actually see the silhouette in the mist of the big boat.
So have you guys heard of Friedrich Robert Helmert? Helmert, who was he? Why should I care? Well, he was a German surveyor and a statistics professor. He lived from 1843 to 1917. He wrote a two-volume set in German called Higher Geodesy, and translated into English. Geodesy is the measurement of Earth, and specifically it's the measurement of Earth that goes into constructing the globe. And note that I said constructing the globe because it's constructed from mathematics. Helmert's Higher Geodesy in two volumes spans like 800 pages or so. It's massive, absolutely massive. But it's not unintelligible. There is quite a bunch of calculus and statistics involved. He walks through many mathematical processes, but his narration of it is quite accessible to anybody who understands how to communicate. And the English translations are by no means any more difficult to understand than the German is for the Germans. So Helmert basically defined geodesy as the science of measurement and mapping of the surface of Earth. And he breaks it down into about 10 steps or so, but more broadly into three. Step one, you measure the lumpy surface. So use angles and distances. Step two, you observe the gravity vector via astronomy. There's a lot baked into that one. And step three, you reduce or combine both of these into a single mathematical surface called an ellipsoid. And you do this by correcting for the deflection of the vertical. So what does that mean, right? So for the first part, when you're measuring a lumpy surface using angle and distance markers, you have to determine the physical surface features of Earth in front of you, right? So you'll use your sextant, your compass, whatever means you have. You're going to be measure deviations, mountains and valleys, and irregular coastlines. You're going to conform to something called the law of formation. So you're going to be using planar geometry during this process. You're going to be measuring quantities of parts of the Earth that are visible, and you're going to go beyond what's visible, which means you're going to go to distant markers and you're going to measure your markers from there and continue on in kind of a leapfrogging fashion. And each time you're going to set yourself up, you're going to measure points of observation in the distance, you're going to write them down, you're going to measure your angles between them, and continue on and continue on. So you're building a network of surveys. And at this point, all of your surveys are perpendicular to the horizontal and horizontal to the perpendicular. You're going to use plumb lines to measure your vertical. You're going to go on and on and on. Right now, there's absolutely no globe that is being measured through this part of the process. And the second step is when the globe starts to make its entry. Okay, they're going to do what's called observing the gravity vector using astronomy. So how do you do that? Well, it corresponds to using your plumb line that you measure without using astronomy, to using your plumb line with astronomy. What do I mean by that? So what they do is you know what a plumb line is, right? You take a fishing line or something and you put a weight at the bottom of it, you hold the fishing line up, and that plumb line is going to be perfectly vertical. Here's the issue. Let's say that you have a mirrored surface using a plate of mercury, as they did back in the olden days, or just a plain mirror on the ground. You hold a plumb line above it, and you wait basically for a certain star to be at a certain location at a certain time. And let's say, for the sake of this, for simplicity, for describing the principle, that you know that at a certain point in time, that this star is going to be directly in line with your vertical plumb line, such that if your plumb line that you're holding above the mirror could extend all the way up into outer space and touch that star, that it's a straight line, that would be called an astrogeodetic plumb line. It would be as if you could go to outer space, go to the star, and drop your plumb line, boop, all the way down to Earth. And when you look down in the mirror underneath your plumb, you can see the star directly above. Forms a perfect vertical. Now, here's the funny thing. Here's the funny thing about that. During these astronomical observations, the zenith point that you're looking for may not always be exactly at the point that is predicted. So that star that you're waiting for to be right above your plumb line at a very specific point in time may not be there, may be off by a little bit. So what do you do with that data? Well, because you are a geodetic surveyor, not just a normal surveyor, you're going to write down that variance. You scribble it down on your piece of paper. At this point in time, I expected the star to be above, but it was off by, like 12 arc seconds of degree, blah, 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 blah. And you know what you're going to do with that? You're going to imagine the globe, and you're going to imagine a gravity well that is bending the starlight. Because by golly, that star actually is above your plumb line at that point in time. It doesn't appear to be because gravity's bending the starlight, but it really is, and we know that it really is, but we know that pesky gravity's getting in the way and is bending that starlight, preventing you from being able to make that perfect prediction. So you note that down. You're going to take those observations, by the way, and combine them with your planar observations you did earlier in step 1. And in step 1, I forgot to mention, you're going to be noting dip angle and refraction conditions, which are also, by the way, conditioned on there being a globe. Right? So you're going to observe any points of interest in the distance that aren't exactly where they should be by your assumption. And you're going to think that refraction could be responsible for moving them into the position that you actually see them. All right, so this is all happening, right? And it's happening within such extremely tight tolerances of measurements that you might not actually have the ability, given your instrumentation, to determine whether or not these things are true variables, exceptions, or whether or not these are actually true measurements. You got this fudge factor you're working with refraction from step 1 and with deflection of the vertical in step 2. So you're going to take all these measurements, and let me tell you, you're going to take as many measurements as you possibly can get your hand on. So you're going to take as many planar measurements from step 1, as many vertical measurements of step 2, and you're going to take all of these. And then in step 3, guess what you get to do? You get to pick out a globe that you want to use. Yeah, that's right. You get to pick one out. They're not all the same. They have different radii. They have different semi-major and minor axes. Some of them are flattened a bit more than others. Some might be more prolate than others. Some of their axes may be tilted or off-center relative to the other. Yeah, they get a bit weird. But you get to pick one. It's called a reference ellipsoid. And you know what you do with step 1 and 2? You perform a mathematical operation, extremely complex. You take your planar measurements and your errors, and your plumb measurements and your errors, and you statistically cram them in using math such that you could explain what you observed as if you're on the ellipsoid that you chose. And if there's enough error within your calculations and measurements, you get to have that. You get to have your globe. You get to take all of these and you get to wrap it around a ball. That's what happens. That is what Helmert described doing. And what's funny is he thought he was completely justified in explaining this process. He wasn't trying to hide a flat earth or cover up a flat earth or pretend that earth is a globe. He sincerely believes in a globe. And he did with such profound definition that he created this entire body of work to allow you to take your observable flat earth reality and make a globe out of it. You take that celestial sphere and you bend your plumb line. You take that horizon and you refract it. You use as much as you need, as much as you can possibly explain. You can have your globe. You don't need much. Because at every instance, at every station of measurement, you only need to be about 99.77% accurate over 69 miles square. And you can have your globe. Isn't that amazing? F.R. Helmert, everybody, the father of modern geodesy, of geodetic surveying. Any questions or comments from the audience? No? That's fine, because I have a meeting in about 2 minutes.
Posted one.
Yeah, Helmert. He was the master globe apologist. You bet. You bet he was. It's amazing, guys. Like, it's amazing because you can read what they wrote down and how they thought about doing this. And they were justified. They felt they were justified in constructing a globe. They're delusional, folks. It's almost scarier than a conspiracy theory. They're delusional. Everybody is freaking delusional. It's an urban myth. You know, it's like the Aztecs, right? Like, why do we have to sacrifice this child on the first rainfall of the new year? Why? Because it will bring spring. Why? Because every time we sacrifice this person, we get spring afterwards. So we have to keep doing it, because if we don't do it, what if spring doesn't come? And then what? You want all the farmers to die? You want all of us to die? We'll get no food. We'll have no harvest season that comes afterwards. If we can't have any sowing season, we have to have spring. So we have to perform this Aztecian human sacrifice, guys.
I smell a Disney movie.
You know, it's the same pattern, the same form of logic. It's freaking insane. All right, I'll be back later. Got to go on mute.
Thanks, yeah.
I want to hear it.
That's easy.
Go on.
Have at him, lads.
Oh, so you're back.
Hey, converted to the Islamic religion recently,
Might as
have you,
well
mate?
be. You know.
You just got back from evening prayer, so you're just off to it.
Wait,
No, mate,
isn't
my head
England like a
freaked out, but
Muslim country?
Yeah, man.
Yeah,
pretty much.
so you're Muslim.
I might as well be.
Yeah. That's cool. Welcome all the Muslims,
I'm
brothers
not
and
Muslim.
sisters.
I'm not
The
Muslim. Don't
mausoleums.
ever please.
Just kidding. Check on the new people, Radwin. Do your job. Come on.
I'm doing my chat. I got to keep people occupied. They're asking me for scientists and all this, so I gave them a scientist. The one who debunked gravity. We lied to you about gravity, but now they're going to find out that gravity's just made up.
What do you think about that 011? What have you gathered from every since you've been here? I've heard you a few times, and we engaged for a bit. But give me like a resume. Like, how do you say? Short
011.
How do you say?
Yeah.
Why are you a 3?
Sorry. Jamesy, could you repeat yourself? Sorry, I couldn't hear you.
Just can you give me what have you gathered out of this channel? Like a compact version of everything. Go ahead.
To be honest, a few things really. I've understood the tools which measure the Earth, the levelness of the Earth. I
Yes.
believe it was Triggering Triangle who said he personally measured the Earth with a device. I cannot remember the exact name of it, but he measured it. He measured the levelness, and he said there's no curve. There's a few things I've picked up. I can't remember exactly what I've picked up, but that's why I'm here, to keep on learning. I'm just trying to educate myself, to be honest. That's the honest answer, and that's why I'm back, because I'm here to educate myself. Obviously, gravity's a theory, cannot be proven. We all know that.
Or defined, even. Can you even define what? Yeah, just say
The
what
way,
is.
the way I look at it is, if an object is denser than the air around it, it will drop. So yeah.
That's an interesting definition.
I mean, that's the simplified version I have in my head. If you guys could expand on that, I'd love to know more.
It's as simple as it gets, though, right? I don't think anyone's going to deny the phenomenon thing, and it falls in the way that you described. Or conversely, something would rise if the conditions and the object were different, for example. No one's going to argue with that. We're just going to argue about the cause because it's associated with fear, and that would mean the Earth would curve. The surface of the Earth doesn't curve, so the gravitational idea, for example, the creation of the Earth and other planets, everything pulling towards the center of mass, that idea has been debunked just because of the measurement of the surface of the Earth. We don't claim to know what gravity is. We just point out what everybody else points out. They don't know what gravity is.
Fair enough.
Say gravity is a theory. What does that actually mean?
A theory is something that doesn't have evidence, I believe. It doesn't have evidence to support it. It's kind of like, don't really know how to explain it.
Help me with this one.
Pardon?
When he described gravity as a theory, is that, I mean, we're in the English channel, so I'm just wanna see if that actually how you use it. Gravity is a theory. Is that the correct way to say it, Jedi?
No, he didn't say scientific theory. If it was a scientific theory, it would be based on scientific hypotheses that have been validated through an experiment. Then you can base your theory upon things that you've proven to be true. This is more like a colloquial theory, like an idea, because really you can't do any of the science. It's just an idea to explain. Usually comes along with the mathematics, which is the language that helps you explain your idea. So it's a theory. Okay. It's not a scientific theory. So I've got an idea.
Right. Because you can't measure it, can you?
Measure what?
You can't measure gravity.
What do you mean? We can measure the rate of objects falling, right?
Yeah, but that's not gravity.
But that's the phenomena of the object dropping, and we can measure its rate of acceleration to the 8 meters per second squared.
So do you think gravity exists or doesn't?
What's okay? So 2 things, right? Gravity, either the phenomenon that we observe, the thing falling down, or the cause of the phenomena making it fall down. Now we all observe the phenomena. I'm not saying there's a cause.
Okay. You see, when I think of it, right, I think of gravity, this theory that Isaac Newton discovered. This thing of like this force pulling down objects into the center of the Earth.
That's
You
a
know, they
law
say-
of gravity.
Let
Newton.
me speak, please.
Yeah, you got it wrong. Okay, Newton.
No, I'm explaining. No.
the law
This
of
is not
gravity.
what I believe. I'm just making a point. Please let me speak.
Okay, yeah, but when you're off, okay, you're just dead wrong. That if you talk about Newton, that's the law of gravity.
Yeah, right.
Einstein gave us a theory of gravity.
Okay, my apologies.
Yeah,
My
just
apologies.
so you're on the right, make sure you're on the right footing before you step.
Right. Okay, thank you for that. Back to what I was saying. So the theory of gravity, whatever they call it, it's the idea of big objects pulling smaller objects towards them. For example, they say NASA will say Jupiter has huge gravitational field. It holds all the planets in place, right? So this theory of big objects pulling smaller objects towards the center, to me, it sounds a bit debatable. If I look at it in a kind of obvious way, the way I see it, right? You're holding a ball, you drop that ball, it drops. Why does it drop? Because it's denser than the things around it, the air around it, the oxygen, whatever it is, you know? So when you guys say,
you can check, demonstrate, and verify, right? You can actually
yeah,
control
exactly.
certain variables, and you can kind of confirm that that's the case to a certain within a certain parameter. But when you said that you can debate for the other side, that's actually not a debate, because the other side cannot demonstrate their side. A debate will be like my opinion about gun rights, or I don't know, you like green and I like red. We can debate about which one is better. We could debate about that, but debating about, there's no debate between fantasy and reality, though.
Yeah.
The law, like Newton's law of gravity, that's not a debate. That's like a natural law. You see things falling at a rate.
Yeah.
The main problem is that when he says,
mistaken. Carry on.
Go ahead. No, you got it. Go ahead.
Okay. The reason I was mistaken is because in school I always learned that like Isaac Newton discovered gravity. When I think of gravity, I think of him.
He didn't discover it though. He didn't find it in the natural world.
I understand that now. But what I've always been taught was that he, came up with the theory. I never knew Einstein actually discovered it properly.
Einstein didn't discover anything either. That's not a discovery. A discovery will be me discovering something, right?
You know what I'm trying to say.
They made stories about their ideas in their minds and put it on paper and call it what they called it.
Yeah.
It's not a discovery. That's not something you discovered.
I've been wondering, like, so are you saying like they're lying? And why would they lie? That's one thing I've been wondering myself.
Okay, let's use Newton as an example. He thinks, because of the current learning at the time, because he's part of that establishment, that the Earth is a sphere, making astrological observations and so on. He's working on this theory, and he's trying to make up a mechanism and answer these questions as to what makes the world go round. Not only why things fall to the floor, but in his case, after he saw the apple fall from the tree, he looked up at the sky and he was asking the question, well, why do things go round and round? He's working with inside the paradigm. That's what he's doing. He's not necessarily lying. He's just trying to make the world work from his point of view.
Okay, interesting. So when it comes to Einstein, the person who believed gravity was an actual thing, what was he thinking?
Probably the same thing. The Earth is a sphere. Now, I don't agree with Newton with his idea of the mechanics of what makes the world go round and up and down. I'm going to come up with another way to do it that I can explain with math. I'm going to say there's a four-dimensional space-time fabric, and because objects are really, really big, they bend and warp this space-time fabric, which causes things at speed that were going in straight paths to have curved paths. We call them orbits. Or if they're close to the object of mass, they will be described as vertical paths straight down towards the center. He's just coming up with a mathematical mechanism that explains the world in which he perceives to exist, the Earth being a sphere.
Okay. The one thing that leaves me wondering is that, like, when it comes to maths, like, you're either wrong or you're right when it comes to maths. It's not like there's a maybe. You know, it's either you're wrong or you're right. You either have the exact answer or you don't. It's like when
You
you
ever
put
worked
2
with
plus 2
quadratics
into a
before?
calculator, you know, it will come up with 4, right? You can't say 3 will be right because it's not, it's 4. So I'm wondering, like, when Einstein thought of these mathematical equations, and he said they were correct, what made it obvious they were wrong? I'm
You never
wondering.
played with quadratics before?
No.
It's not
You know,
wrong.
you know what quadratic is?
Mathematics is. Sorry, Crick, go on.
Yeah, do you know what a quadratic is?
No.
Okay. Well, just take a look. Just maybe do a quick Google search and see how many quadratic equations or non-linear equations exist inside Einstein's formulas.
Can you spell it for me? Quad.
So quad, R-A-T-I-C.
Yeah. Equations, right?
Yep.
And 10 coupled.
So how many answers can a single quadratic equation produce?
I'm not sure. Bear with me.
Yeah, almost an unlimited amount.
Okay.
It can fail. It can produce an error. It can error out. You could have 1 or 2 real solutions. Then you could have 1 or 2 imaginary solutions. And then you compound that when you start stacking quadratic equations inside each other.
Okay.
So when people start thinking like, well, Einstein came up with one universal answer, E equals like mc squared. I think that's what it is. Yeah, it's not even close. Okay. You know, people don't really like touch that stuff. So I mean, like your pipeline. I mean, though it sounds, you know, that you think that it sounds, you know, humble. Like, hey, this guy did a lot of math, and math comes up with a unified answer.
Yeah.
Though sometimes math, especially math at that level, it comes up with more questions. They've got math equations where they don't know what the answer is. They're trying to, still to this day, trying to find like these complex math equations that will come up with a new equation. So there isn't that sort of like very easy where you just whip open the calculator and start punching in some numbers and it tells you the theory of gravity.
That's interesting. Okay.
You might find interesting too is when you have fractions. You know, where do you draw that line when the fraction goes on infinitely?
Oh yeah, it's like remainders, right?
Yeah.
They go on forever. Do you think we lack the reality of seeing the real truth in certain equations?
No, I'm saying like if you're doing the equation that has multiple, infinite fraction, like a non-rational number, and you've compounded that, you round up like 0.33333 to like 0.3334.
Yeah.
How many times would you do that before you get a completely different answer than someone else?
That's insane. Yeah, that's crazy, bro. That's a good point, man. So when it comes to like the laws of like everything, do you think we're unable to fully determine the laws of these mathematical equations? Do you think we lack the awareness, the conscience to really determine the truth?
Yeah, I think you're barking at the wrong tree there, because a natural law or scientific law, an expression of reality, is not going to be as clean as cut as a fraction or an equation.
Yeah, exactly. That's my point. So do you think we as humans lack the knowledge to really determine the truth when it comes to these certain equations, these certain numbers?
Well, let's use Newton. Newton said the model, the heliocentric model, was so mathematically perfect that it could have only been made by a supernatural being. Because nothing in nature is that perfect. There's always imperfections in nature. But this heliocentric model is so mathematically perfect and completely consistent all the way through that his hypothesis was God of the Bible made the universe.
Okay.
And that's where people start thinking, is this science or is this theology? And then when you look into what other things that Newton wrote about, it was theology the whole time. That was like this little law of gravity. That was a side hustle he did for a couple years. But his main shtick was two things. He believed in the Catholic Church, and he also believed in alchemy. Was his other shtick. He thought that he was going to turn mercury into, or lead into gold, using mercury to something with the digestive system. They actually exhumed his body and they saw that he had high levels of mercury poisoning.
Damn.
Have you ever heard of Gödel's incompleteness theorem? 0116 AOG.
Yeah, what's up?
Have you ever heard of Gödel's incompleteness theorem?
No.
Okay, Kurt Gödel, he was a mathematician and logician, proved logically that there is no mathematical system which is both complete and consistent. It can be one or the other, but it can't be both. That means that there's things that are true in the mathematical system which can't be proven. No proof exists, but they are true, but they actually just can't be proven.
How can it be true if it's unproven?
Well, that's an inconsistency, isn't it? So something could be true, just your knowledge does not require it to be true or not. It just can't be proven true.
Oh, that's the point you're trying to make.
Yes, it just can't be proven true.
Okay.
And self-consistent would mean that it doesn't contain any paradoxes. There's a paradox in any mathematical system. The way that Gödel proved this is that he assigned a number to a bunch of mathematical symbols and objects, and then put them like on playing cards. That's the best analogy. And then he used those playing cards to prove that something is true and not true at the same time. just using logic. It's a little more complicated than that. I'm oversimplifying it. The point is that math in and of itself, subsections of mathematics, some mathematical systems, because all mathematical systems have some axiom, right? And by axiom, I mean within that system, it's true, right? So we can make a mathematical system where the number 3 doesn't exist, right? And that system would have certain consequences, and we could make statements within that system, which would be true statements within it, but within some other mathematical system, say binary, they wouldn't be true. So Crit, the reason I'm bringing this up is because Crit talked about irrational numbers. So you have like divide 10 by 3, right? And what is it? 3.33333333333, right? Forever.
Yeah.
But 1/3 is that same thing, but that actually has a solution, right? 1/3, which is the same thing as which is the same thing as 10 divided by 3 is 1/3.
Yeah.
So expressed in decimal, there's no solution, but expressed in the rational numbers, there is a solution, and we can come up with all these different base. I don't know if you know what a number base is. So decimal is a base 10 number system.
Yep.
Things like degrees is a base 60 number system, and things that are expressible in each of these number systems might not be expressible in another one. So that's the thing, is like the point is that like mathematics is not some universal fucking truth that determines reality. There's particular parts of mathematics which can be extended to a reality and in a way emulates it, but that's only for some cherry-picked subsection, and you have to ignore all the things that are wrong, which is possibly an infinite number.
That's insane, bro.
Yeah, mathematics is just a tool. It's just a tool of that we assign symbols and objects to relationships, but we don't even need the symbols, right? We could write it all out in words, and it would mean the same thing.
No, but when you said like 1/3 is the same as 3 over, what did you say? 3
divided by 10, or 10 divided by 3.
That's insane. Because it is the same thing, right?
Yeah.
So our brains like simplify 1/3 as being like a level playing field, right? You know, 1/3 goes into 3, 1 goes into 3 times. But like 33 recurs forever.
Yeah, so that's well. I mean, this is where you get into freaking pure mathematics, and there's, there was people that think things like irrational numbers like 0.3333 forever isn't actually a number, and they're not actually real. They're just bullshit. And that argument, that debate that happened, 400 years ago, they just, nobody knows about it. Actually was kind of numbers used to be controversial. Imaginary numbers used to be controversial. A lot of the concepts we accept as truths in mathematics at the time that they were first thought of were controversial, and that the mathematicians fought about whether these things are actually real. I'm sure you've heard things like pi is a number. If I say, hey, what number?
Or whatever it is.
Yeah, pi isn't a number, though.
No.
It's the ratio of the circumference to the diameter, but it's not actually a number. It can't be expressed in any number.
Yeah, because it just keeps going on, doesn't it?
Yeah, so it's not actually a number. Numbers have an actual set value. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah. Do you think it's a case of like, when I'm thinking about these things, the thing that keeps coming back to me is like, do you think us as humans just lack the knowledge or whatever it is to perceive
I don't know.
these numbers? Do you think we just lack
We're
something?
going down the wrong path, yeah.
No, no, it's not. I don't think that they're unseen. I think that we have expectations of mathematics which are unrealistic. We try to attribute properties to it that don't actually exist. And then we go, oh, it doesn't have the properties I imagine it should, so it must be my lack of comprehension. It's not our lack of comprehension.
Do you think we're
This
too
is a good
logical?
example.
Do you think we're too
Hold on.
logical?
Well, let me give an example, right? If we look at gravitational paradigm, Einstein used mathematics. Now, these mathematics make predictions, right? Now, when the predictions go wrong, sometimes they start telling us that they've made a discovery because the predictions don't match the reality that's observed. So then we end up with things like dark matter. That's how things get discovered through mathematics. Dark matter doesn't exist, neither does space-time. But if people are running around in these false errands, then yeah, we haven't got a chance of solving the problems and the questions of life. You understand how mathematics can really fuck things up. If you go down these paths that start on a false premise and the mathematics makes predictions, all of a sudden you're making discoveries, apparently, like dark matter and dark energy, because according to the mathematics of the universe, there's not enough mass in the universe to, let's say, hold a solar system together. So there must be something else, right? So yeah, math just fucking makes shit up if you let it.
So do you think it's more simple than what we think, or what the general population thinks?
I think we're trying to fit a square peg into a round hole. We just have unrealistic expectations of what mathematics can do and what it can't do. What it can say about that, what we can, like, so it's a tool, and we use it to describe features of the world because those features of the world have relationships, and we'll quantify those certain parts about the natural world, and then notice relationships between the quantities. But that quantification and extension into some mathematical formulas, none of that is real. We're just reifying that. That's how nature itself is actually working. Nature doesn't do calculations.
Hey,
There's no fucking hidden fucking person calculating out, like, the fucking momentum and the vector that a proton is traveling.
Indy, you had to drop the mic after you said nature doesn't do calculations. You have to drop the mic right there, though.
Yeah, I know. I should have just shut up at that point. Yeah, nature don't
I'm just,
do that.
me personally, like when it comes to myself, I'm always trying to look for an answer in things. So do you think there is no answer?
No, no. There's an
Because what it
answer.
sounds like,
It is what it is the answer.
what it sounds like is like humans as a species were trying to answer these questions by using maths, and it seems like from what I've heard, sometimes there isn't an answer that we can physically work out.
Not within math.
So are you saying there's another factor, another way of calculating things, or do you just think it's just the way everything is? It's all just
not all things are proven the same way.
And it goes back to my point I said earlier. Do you think humans lack something which can really find the truth in these questions?
No.
But if we can't answer
it's not a lack of our ability. I said not all things are proven the same way. Not all things can be proven. Can I prove mathematically what your favorite color is?
Well, no, not unless you ask me.
Yeah, that has nothing to do with mathematics, right?
No, okay.
Yeah, but I can prove what your favorite color is by asking you and you giving me an answer. So
Yeah.
not all things are proven the same way, is what I'm telling you.
Okay.
We can prove things are true, but we don't have to use mathematics to do it.
Yeah, true, yeah. Okay.
So when you say, hey, man, well, we like mathematics can't describe all things, so like maybe there's a big hole in our knowledge. Not because of mathematics not describing everything. There's holes in our knowledge for lots of reasons, but it isn't because of the mathematics or lack of mathematics. That's just why even in science they have quantitative and what's called quantitative and qualitative descriptions. Because sometimes the quantitative is useless and like the qualitative, as in like the properties that we can describe the thing has, right? Is it hot? Is it cold? Is it tall? Is it short? Is it brown? Is it blue? Is it like, these subjective things, these qualities that it has just descriptively. Like I go, hey, dude, what's the shape of the moon? Objectively, qualitatively, it looks like a circle. That's what it looks like. Doesn't mean it is a circle. Qualitatively, that's what it looks like.
Sometimes it looks like a circle. Some other times
Yeah,
it
sometimes.
looks different.
Semicircle, half a circle.
Depends on the way the sunlight is reflecting off it.
Assuming the sunlight is reflecting off of it.
That leads us on to something else. What do you think about the moon?
Because there's no qualitative now, according to you, well, not you specifically, but there's no qualitative description of the sunlight reflecting off the moon. Or quantitative. There is a qualitative one, though. People say, hey, man, look, man, this fucking sun's reflecting off the moon. But that's what they think is happening. They don't actually see that.
Have you guys, like, seen the videos where, like, they can see the reflection of the Earth on the moon?
Like Earthshine.
Yeah, like, I've seen videos online where, like...
How would they know what Earth looks like?
They've seen the like the land masses of the Earth reflecting.
How would they know what Earth looks like?
I don't know.
Earthshine on the moon. Earth, like literally the Earth's reflection reflecting off the moon.
Moon map.
Yeah,
Moon
I've
map.
seen videos.
The moon map? I don't do the moon map, bro.
Okay.
It's on other people.
No, I'm just
moon map.
I'm here. I'm all to learn. You know, I'm not.
Well, you're not going to learn moon
Isn't
map.
that just in a
moon
small...
map in here.
I just want to know.
Isn't the moon map in a crater or something?
No, it's like, I don't know if you've seen it, but I've seen videos of like the shadows on the moon. They're actually the Earth's reflection.
Yeah, well, we're aware. I don't think you're going to find anybody in here that believes that is the case.
Okay.
You know what pareidolia is, right?
No.
It's like when you see like faces and things inside of things that have nothing to do with it, like
oh yeah, right,
Jesus,
Jesus in your tea leaves.
in your tea leaves. I prefer the toast. They were selling Jesus toast on frickin' eBay. I remember like 20 years ago.
That's brilliant.
There's
Yeah,
Jesus in a piece of toast, dude. It was actually pretty. I don't know if they did that on purpose, like a burner, dude, but some of them was pretty good art. Look, I mean, why complicate things, right? I mean, this is like the globe Earth idea of, or the modern ideas. Actually, let me go back a little bit. This idea of describing everything that exists with mathematics, it's called idealism, or the ideal system, right? Where you think that there's some Platonic forms, and that's where the real world is, and these abstract ideas that don't actually exist in the physical world.
Oh yeah, it's like the human brain, you know, it always goes back to like the most obvious answer, you know. Like you said about us seeing human faces and things, it goes back to basic human brain chemistry, you know. We always try and simplify things. That's how the human brain works. We always try and look for an obvious answer sometimes, and maybe it's not always the case.
I'm talking about something different than that. I'm talking about Plato came up with this thing that the world of ideas in forms, and that say what's, for instance, a chair, that we have individual chairs which we experience in the natural world. Lazy boy, high chair, stool, they're all chairs, but they're not actually the pure chair, right? The ideal chair is an idea in the minds of human beings, and that's where chairs really exist, right? And this is where the idea that people have about mathematics, they think that the abstract world of mathematics is the world that actually exists. And this is the shadow world, a shadow of that. This is where the allegory of the cave comes from, and that there's people, and they're chained to the wall, and all they can see is shadows on the wall, and they don't realize there's people walking behind them, right? Right. So this is this world of ideas. This is a thing that's been going on for 2,000 years. The world of ideas versus, would be called the internal world, right? The mind, versus the external world, and whether that actually exists or not, right? So or at least me, I'm not buying all that bullshit that we're a bunch of brains in a jar, and we can't prove the existence of an external world, and that the external world has to conform to some mathematical ideals. I don't buy that. I think we take ideals in our mind and try to shoehorn them into things we observe in the world and try to create some good enough match just so we can hold some sort of mental model of things to operate as human beings. But I don't think the idea comes first and the external world comes second. I think there's an external world and we try to frickin', shove our imagination into it and try to get the external world that can form to our imagination. Because I think fundamentally, at some level, human beings are delusional. And they try to make the external world conform to their own mind. And that's what I think mathematics is. Because we hear this. So I'll give you an example. We hear in this topic that if we go to the ocean and the ocean looks flat, it's not actually flat. That it's actually only looks flat because it's a giant ball too big to see the entirety of it. And that's why it looks flat. But I'll ask them, I'm like, well, how do you know that's the reason it looks flat and it doesn't look flat just because it is flat? And I never get an answer for that because there is no answer. They don't know that it looks flat because it's a giant ball. They just want to believe that because in their mind, they have an idea about the Earth being a giant ball. Nothing on the external world, just in their mind. So they have to make the external world that they see conform to their internal world, which they don't see.
True. Yeah.
Yeah. So we're constantly told that, like, how dare you trust your senses? What's wrong with you? Your eyes can trick you. Don't trust your senses. Well, I mean, I wouldn't be able to survive without trusting my senses. And believe me, if I just ran around just trusting my thoughts, I'm fucking in for it. Because my senses are far more reliable than my thoughts.
True, yeah.
When your senses fail you, what do you do?
Well,
what do you do if you like you saw something that wasn't there?
You panic,
You'd go to the doctor, right?
Yeah, I mean, if
there's something wrong with me, my
if I was
senses aren't
running
working.
around and I lost balance, you'd panic. You'd go to the doctors, whatever.
Yeah, you'd go to if your senses were misinforming you, you'd end up going to the doctor.
Yeah.
When our brains misinform us, which happens 100 times a day, we don't go to the doctor. It's normal modus operandi. You don't remember something you thought happened, you saw something wrong, you mistook a color, these are things that happen in our mind, which is also very fallible. So the point being of all this is that we see the external, we see a flat Earth. We do not feel motion to the Earth. And the most obvious Occam's razor simple answer is that's because the way the world really is. As opposed to, you're just too small, or it's spinning too slow, or whatever, and imagining it's doing something that you're not experiencing, but it's doing it in such a way that's undetectable to your senses. He's checking to make sure you're paying attention, get good, because if you're ignoring what he's saying, why is he talking to you? Why are you talking to us if you're going to ignore the answers? It makes no sense.
I think you guys are ignoring what I'm trying to say.
Oh, we've heard this argument thousands of times.
So,
Thousands. This is new for you, not for us.
Okay.
So you guys tell you it's a known problem in academia. It's called the map terrain problem, and Gemsy's pointing it out to you that the map is not the terrain. See, the map is a representation of the terrain, but it can only be so accurate.
Well, yes,
because to make it 100% accurate, it would have to be. So, say you wanted a map of America. To make a 100% accurate map of America, it would need to be the size of America.
Well, yes, it's not real life. Yes, I understand.
Yeah, exactly. Okay, so this is what we're trying to tell you. So when you shrink a map down, you lose information, right?
Yes, of course.
So what information got lost on the map that you posted?
Well, the sizes are all wrong.
How do you know that?
Well, because I know Russia's square kilometer. You call it space? Yes, it's space. And I think
you don't know that.
Bigger in real life.
You think? You don't know anything about what the size of Russia is, what the size of any of those things are. You've been told something, and we either believe it or don't believe it, but you don't know them to be true.
So
I don't know if they're true or not. I don't know if Russia's the biggest country on earth. They say it is. How would I know?
well, maybe they measured it.
Maybe. Maybe they didn't.
Well, I think they did. I think they measured their country.
Well, it's your prerogative to think and imagine anything you want about what other people did or did not do. And imagine away. People don't
So
navigate long
according,
distances
so yeah,
with
according
maps
to
to
you
get good.
guys, according to you, like ships can't go from United States to China
Says who?
west
Says who?
because I mean, yeah, it says that you are saying that it means
That's
that
your map.
the back
That's
map.
your
Yes,
map. Yours. Get good. That's your map. That's not our map.
well, yes, you're saying
So
that
how are
it's
we
the back
saying
map.
it with your map?
Also, you're saying that every
No,
single
you're saying it, get good.
information
You're
on that
saying
map
it.
is
Stop trying to
wrong.
impose your bullshit on us. You're saying it.
Well, you're saying that
That's not our
every
map.
single. Well, yes. So you're saying every single thing on this map is wrong.
No, I'm not.
Well, what are you saying then?
So look, dude, that's an all or nothing fallacy.
All or
Either
nothing.
all the map is right or none of the map is right. That's a fallacy. Half the
Oh,
map could be right and half the map could be wrong. I don't know, but that's not our map. That's your map.
so you're saying that Canada is
Stop
not.
saying so you're
No.
saying. That means you're going to straw man me. Cut that out.
So according to you, Canada is
No,
not.
you just did it again. Not according to me, dude.
So do you think Canada is
So
in real life south of the United States,
so
or is it north of it?
Is Canada's north of the United States?
Cool. So that's an information that's on the map that is correct. That's
Yes.
cool. Yes. So do you think like in
Got a picture
relation
of you
to
with it,
one
your head
another?
up your ass, so it also still be correct.
No, you're being disrespectful. Don't be
Yeah,
disrespectful.
because you're being disrespectful by trolling.
I'm not trolling. I'm talking for real. But
Depends
and
which
that's
north
even
he's
sadder.
talking about too.
That's even
Hmm?
sadder. If this is you for real, that's sad.
no, that's actually like it's okay.
Look,
I'm fine with
nobody
my.
endorses the map you posted. This is your map. Okay? So stop saying we think something about your map. You think things about your map. No one endorses that map. East and
So
west are circles around a pole. You can easily travel east and west and end up back in the same place. It's called circumnavigation, which means navigating in a circle. Can't even believe I'm doing this for like the 5th time today. That you guys are so boneheaded, you think that you can't have circles on something that's flat. Can you
so
have
you
circles on a flat piece of paper?
well yes.
Okay, and then I can mark on that east is counterclockwise and west is clockwise.
East
Right?
is counterclockwise and well no, because if you're saying east, like you're going on a linear line east indefinitely, and if you're going west, then you're going in linearly. In
He
like,
Is a
doesn't know what a
circle
circle is.
a
He
line,
doesn't know
brother?
what a circle is.
Hold on.
He doesn't know what
Is
a
a
circle is.
circle a line?
no, it's a
The
circle.
circle's not a line.
Can you draw for me what you mean on a map? Like, do
A
you have MS
circle is a
Paint?
line, dude.
Do you have MS Paint?
Yeah, a circle is a line.
No, a circle is a circle. A line is a line.
Yeah, it's composed of a line. It's a one-dimensional figure where the line is equal distance from a point.
Well, yes, but it's not a line. It means
It is a line.
no, straight. It's not a straight
Okay,
line.
so give me the other dimension.
What?
He's thinking lines
Give me
are
the
only
second dimension of a
horizontal lines.
circle then.
Hmm?
The second dimension of a circle. You said it's not. A line is one dimension. A square is 2 dimensions. Okay? A
What?
circle is 1 dimension. A property of a circle is this. Equal distance from a point. That
Well,
is a one-dimensional line.
do you think I don't know what a circle is?
Yes, I do.
I know what a circle is.
Okay, so we can have a circle on a piece of paper, right?
Yeah.
Okay, a flat piece of paper.
Yeah.
Yeah, and you can go if you mark counterclockwise east and clockwise west. You can go east and west and end up back at the same place on
That's
something that's
where
flat. Hey, why
no,
did
that's
you
where
interrupt me?
you're
Why did
wrong.
you interrupt me right at the end?
Yeah, because you're wrong.
Tell me what I just said.
The thing that where you're wrong is that if you're going east, you said that it's clockwise. That's not true because you're eventually gonna go north or like south.
Why? I'm
Because
keeping
circle.
equal distance from a point.
Yes, but you're gonna change directions if you like
The point
move
is north.
clockwise or counterclockwise.
No, the point is north, dude.
What?
The point is north. The
It
North
doesn't
Pole is a
matter.
point, right?
Well, this is the only northern point, but there are many other circles on that map.
So I can travel along the circle and I'm never going towards that point, right?
If you're like maybe like I really need MS Paint to like visually show you like what I'm trying to say.
There's nothing to visually show me, okay? This is very simple first grade level shit. A circle is equal distance from the point. If you mark the point as north and you go around the circle, you're never going towards that point because you're staying in equal distance. Equal distance. Do you know what that means? The
Yes, if you're
distance
going
doesn't
through
change.
yes, yeah. If you're going around, like if you're
That's
going,
right. East and
yeah,
west is going around. And now you get it.
yeah,
East.
around.
Yeah, that's what east and west are.
Oh no, you're okay. I really need fucking MS Paint too.
Let me ask you, are east and west on a globe a circle?
Just 1 second.
Is east and west on a globe a circle?
Just 1 second, please.
I'm running out of patience with you. Is east and west a globe on a circle?
Wait, I can't stream into this channel. Can I
Yeah, you're
stream?
goddamn right. Answer the fucking question.
I need to stream because I need to show
No,
you.
you don't. You're not gonna stream. You're not gonna fucking post images. You're not gonna do any of that shit. You're just gonna answer whether east and west on a globe is a circle.
No, east and west are like points, like directions, cardinal directions.
Are they a circle though? Do they go in a circle?
No, they're not a circle.
So how on a globe do you end up back at the same point?
Well, that's really weird. How do you do that?
Because it's a fucking circle?
Wait, well, yes, it's a circle.
It's like pulling
Exactly.
fucking teeth.
He doesn't.
So the Earth is
Like,
round.
if you ask,
Thank
remember
you.
when you
No,
So the Earth is
because
round.
you can have a circle on a flat surface, which you already admitted.
You said you can keep going west and end up at the same point.
That's right. You go in a circle and end up back at the same spot.
Yes.
Yeah, on a flat piece of paper.
Yes.
Yes, that's right. Welcome to Flat Earth.
No, like what you're saying means that the Earth is a globe.
So circles only exist on a globe.
Can I please stream?
So
too?
circles only. I can't give you permission to stream in here. Circles
Can
don't
you
only exist
stream
on a
and
globe. You can draw a circle on any surface.
Can
You're
you
being
stream and
intentionally
I show
idiotic.
you what I need to draw? Like, can
Ethan,
you
No.
remember you gave me the definition for a circle? I bet you ask him again what a circle. He still
See-
doesn't get the circle part. He
Yeah,
doesn't know what it is yet.
Look in the chat. Look in the side chat. Platter, thank you for
Well,
helping
yes,
me out.
yes. In the chat, yes.
Is that a
chat.
sphere? Is that a globe?
It's a circle. It's like a disc.
Yeah, is that a globe though?
No, it's
Yo,
not.
how
Yeah, but he's
how do
going
you
in
know
a
it
circle
was
and ending
South
up back at the
Park,
same spot. How's that possible?
Yes, but notice how he's going north.
He's not going north. The
he's-
compass is pointing north. You see that's a compass. There's a magnet in the middle, and it's pointing north. He's not going north.
He is changing directions as he's moving.
That's right, in a circle, east and west.
Well, yes, that's the Earth from top.
But that's flat. Thank you. That is the Earth from up top. Thank you.
Well, well,
Not
it
a
can
globe.
still go. Yes, it can still go like below. Like
Yeah, below. There is no below, brother. Look,
you can still do this on a globe.
you're fantastic, but you can do it on a flat Earth too. So what?
Well, that doesn't prove anything.
It was your argument. So your argument doesn't prove anything. Thank you.
Well, that was
Well
not my
done.
argument.
Well played.
Well
Yeah,
done.
well,
Thank you for wasting our time with your argument that didn't prove anything. What would prove the Earth is flat? Get good.
Question: who exactly knows the circular Earth is a circle? Who knows? Who?
Get good. What would prove the Earth is flat to you?
What proof do you have in that situation, bro?
Oh yeah, now
And
I
even
see it.
even I
Yeah, yeah,
cannot
you're
believe
right. You're
NASA,
right.
bro. You
Yeah.
know NASA? I don't believe them.
This
Zero.
obviously doesn't prove a flat Earth. Maps would never prove a flat Earth or a globe
There is
Earth.
no proof.
It's
There is
not
no.
possible.
There is no
Just
100%
as a
proof
matter
Earth
of
is
basic
circle.
logic. What would prove a flat Earth or a globe Earth to you? What type of
Well,
evidence?
maybe if you can go like really high and see how flat it is.
Well, you can see how flat it is from here. Why would you want to get farther away?
Because it's so big.
How do you know that?
Well, it is big. I can also see that.
Yeah, I know the Earth is big, but how do you know you don't see how it really is unless you get a different viewpoint? How do you know it looks flat because it's so big and it don't look flat because it just is flat? Because that's a possibility, right? It just looks flat because it is flat?
Yes, but on your map, like you can't do the opposite.
That's your map.
No, the map you posted me in, like the
Oh,
circle.
the one Platter posted?
Yeah.
Yeah, what about that?
Well, you can do it like in east-west, but you can't do it north-south.
Well, good, because no one's ever actually done that.
No one ever went south, like
Never
from
been a north-south circumnavigation. No, there hasn't.
that never happened. Like nobody ever
Nope.
went from like the
No, well, they claim they
from
did it, but they don't
Africa.
actually go over the poles. They go like around them.
No one went from southern Africa to Greenland before by going south.
No, what you need to do is go from the South Pole to the North Pole.
Well, yes. So in order to go to
No one's ever done that.
no one's ever went from South Africa to Greenland by going south.
It's only up one side of the Atlantic Ocean. Oh, by going south? No, of course not.
No, they. Oh, okay. I see. No one ever done that.
No. There's claims to north-south circumnavigations, but then when you look at the route that they traveled, they didn't actually do a north-south circumnavigation. They went in like a north-south circle, like an oval around, but they didn't like go over. They never really crossed into, allegedly Antarctica and come out the other side. What they'll do is they'll dip down, right, close to the coast, and then come back up. So they'll go down, like, say, the east side of the Atlantic Ocean, and then they'll come back up the west side of the Atlantic Ocean. Now, if the Atlantic Ocean was, 12,000 miles wide, that might fucking serve as a circumnavigation, but it's not that wide. It's only freaking 6,000 miles wide. So they're going up like a quarter of the slice.
No one actually ever did it. That's insane.
You might believe and maybe have a vague idea that someone has done it because you've seen too much programming like TV, movies, sci-fi, fictional stuff. That someone might have done that, like Superman flying and doing it in a movie, and that's the vague idea that you think it might be truth, but no.
Talking earlier about the bodies on Everest, I'm getting kind of upset that there's bodies up there, dude. That's not right. I mean, if they can claim that they went to the moon and to Mars, why can't they get fucking bodies off of Everest? That's bullshit. Really great engineering. Not great engineering enough to get freaking corpses off of Everest, apparently. Just leave them up there. Well, just think about it if you think about it for a second. Like, they say they can do all this stuff, that they're smashing atoms together, discovering the secrets of the fucking universe, looking back in time 90 billion light years. Oh, there's some bodies on top of Everest. Oh, it's too hard to get those.
Is it too hard or it's not worth the risk? Like, there's no benefit to getting the bodies off.
What risk? Why not just wear spacesuits and fly the Mars helicopter?
No, for the bodies on Everest.
Yeah, wear spacesuits and fly the Mars helicopter.
I think a coat would work better.
Well, they need air. That's why you get the spacesuit.
Oxygen mask. You don't need a spacesuit for it.
Well, we want maximum safety, so we're going with spacesuit. And then they say helicopters won't fly, but they flew a helicopter on Mars.
Look, I won't stop you from wearing a spacesuit on Mount Everest. By all means.
How about the Mars helicopter?
That sounds awesome.
Yeah, they landed a helicopter on Mars, but there's no air on Mars, so we're wondering how they did that.
There is air on Mars.
The air on Mars is equivalent to being at something like 180,000 feet or something.
So you're saying that this never happened?
What? The people went to Mars? No, no one's ever been to Mars.
No, I posted a picture on the side.
No, that never happened, dude. Is that like some flight route or something? They don't fly over Antarctica. They're not allowed to because there was a crash in the 1970s where they smashed into a mountain and it took 20 hours to rescue the fucking people. Well, they didn't really rescue them. Cover their bodies is more like it. And they prohibited any flights going anywhere near Antarctica. The flight that crashed into something called Mount Erebus, which is on the coast. So they weren't even really in Antarctica that far. But, you know, they don't let anybody fly over there anymore. So this graphic is bullshit. Nobody flies over Antarctica.
What if I could prove you wrong?
Yeah, what if?
Guys, I'm sorry to interrupt.
You're gonna search and search, and you're gonna find maybe QF47, and it'll show you a little graphic of it going into Antarctica, but doesn't actually do that. See, that's the funny thing is there's stories and then there's data, and the stories never match the data. That's what you guys don't seem to comprehend. You can't possibly believe that the data doesn't support the narrative, but they don't have to worry about it because you guys never check. Y'all are on auto believe.
This story versus data.
Yeah,
Would you
story
agree that video is data, not story?
Data of something.
Or, I guess, and
Data with an airplane would be telemetry data.
I'm saying video.
Telemetry data, as in the direction, the flight
Video,
route that the plane is.
dude.
Yeah, video is only so good.
Okay, but is it
How does video get into
data,
court?
or is video story?
Well, it could
which
be.
you're
It depends.
discrediting?
It depends.
On?
There isn't like all video is all video data.
I agree with what you're saying.
Yeah, it depends.
You could have shitty video, or you could have like a 24-hour time lapse.
All you have to do is
of
miscaption
a
it.
SpaceX satellite going over the northern
Oh, sorry.
southern hemisphere.
Guys, we got a question, but nobody listens
And that
to
would
me.
be
Why?
data, because you can tell, hey, what's the weather in Greenland? Well, I can see Greenland from video. It says it's during this time,
Bullshit,
this
dude.
date,
Stop it.
and then I can go and cross-compare
Stop,
that to
dude. You're
ground
making
data.
shit up. SpaceX
It's not
satellites
making
fly
shit
at
up.
225 miles. The field of view at 250 miles is 3% of the surface of the Earth. You think Greenland is 3% of the surface of the Earth? You wouldn't be able to get Greenland even if you had a
Can you address
whole
what I said
360
instead of
degree
talking
view.
about some?
No, like
You're talking
there
about the
has to be
script.
what you can see from
Address
the
what I said.
altitude, right? What you can see from the altitude has to match the geometry of the globe, right? You just don't get to like, oh, this is what I'm talking about. Yeah, there's video, but you have to be able to evaluate the video for authenticity. It has to match what's actually on the ground. Because if you show a video of a pink house on the fucking, how do you?
Would you agree
can,
that?
What do you mean? You can see that it's real. What does that mean?
If you just give me that point that it is real, not fake news,
I have no way to
would
know.
you agree
if it's
that
real.
it's data?
It doesn't mean it's data, but that doesn't mean what it said it is.
Okay,
it is what it actually is. So check this out. Now, if I show an explosion and it says child's being blown up at a daycare, but I could also label that explosion mining blast looking for gold. And I could also label that, now it's a real photograph now. It's a 100% real photograph taken of the real world. But how I caption it and how I present it changes whether it actually is the thing I'm representing it to be. And all I did was change words. I didn't alter the photograph. I didn't do anything like that. This is how most fake photography, well, quote unquote fake, it's real photography. It's just miscaptioned.
Can you give me an example of what you're talking about? So I think I'm with you, but
okay, the USS Maine, it was called Yellow Journalism. That happened back in the time of Hearst. Hearst would show, he'd show basically thugs that were hired by union busters, beating up union strikers, people on strike for the union. He'd miscapture them and saying the union busters were getting beat up, and it was the union protesters that were doing the beating when it was actually the other way around. You had no way of telling from the photograph. All you saw in the photograph was violence. You didn't know who was who. They would just miscaption it. So you could take a picture claiming purporting to be, you could take a real photograph purporting to be of the Earth, and it's just a painting. Right? You ever seen hyper-realistic painting?
you'd agree that a painting that depicts reality is more valuable than one that depicts, falsehoods. Regardless of if it's a painting, a CGI, or real life image.
There's no way to tell. That's the point. You have no reference.
I think there is.
Oh, how? You have no reference.
Well, for example, like I would, concede the fact that you can make up ChatGPT or Grok videos today at the consumer level. Who knows what the government has? But despite this fact, there's no feasible way to recreate 24-hour footage of not GoPro, but it's like 360, Insta 360, I think. They brought one of those up on the ISS, and they're floating weightless, and they're doing all this stuff. I would put forth the idea that this is data. This is up for being able to be disproven, but it
so
has
because
not been.
You don't know
and
how
this
they
just keeps stacking.
No, because you don't know how they can make it, because your ignorance about cinematography means it's real. I can show you shit from 1927. I can show you shit made in 1927 that you can't tell is completely fake. In the 20s.
I don't see why my ignorance has to do with you,
because you just said it's not possible. You can't. You have no reference. You understand what I mean by no reference? You have nothing in your memory from which to compare it to. You don't know what the Earth looks like from space because you've never seen it. So if somebody shows you any image of the Earth, you have no way of looking at it and going, yes, that looks like what the Earth I saw looks like. But if I showed you a picture of a horse and you saw a picture, that's not a fucking horse, that's a giraffe. You would have a reference because you saw a horse before. You have a reference in your mind, a memory of seeing a horse. You know what one looks like that you can refer to in memory and compare what they're representing it to be to what your memory is. You don't have that with Earth. You've never seen the Earth from that point of view, so you don't have any reference from which to even to evaluate the image by. You understand? You've never seen people weightless. You've never seen people in space. You've never seen any of those things. The only thing you have to compare it to are other images that people also represented it to be real, that you also have no way to evaluate. It's all chain of bullshit that you have no way to tell the authenticity of. You have no.
I'm listening to what you're saying.
Actually, you can
but hear
verify.
me
You
out.
can verify bullshit. But their nonsense is the thing that you cannot actually verify. The bullshit I can find in the physical and natural world, but what they claim, the globe Earth in the vacuum of space, curving Earth, that you cannot find it in nature, like bullshit.
I mean, that's a good point.
I think the thing that adds up for me is that as time progresses, more companies, more nations, more private individuals, they're funded by their YouTube channel. They're sending rockets up. They're getting video down. I have a reference point into what Earth looks like from abroad. I've been to a beach. I've been to a landscape, and I can deduce that this
Did Earth look
footage
flat
is
at the
probably
beach
more
or
likely than
curved?
what?
Did the Earth look flat at the beach or curved?
I don't think you're listening to what I'm saying.
Yeah, I did. That was your reference. You went to the beach. You saw a flat Earth. That's your reference.
Okay, is the ocean blue and
Yeah.
is the sand gray or brown?
Well, it depends. Look,
We'd agree.
different oceans have
And
different colors depending on.
if I took my
The
drone,
ocean is.
bear
Hold on.
with
You
me.
asked me a
I let you
question.
talk.
You
I let
asked
you
me a
talk.
question,
And
so
you
you're gonna let
answered
me
already.
answer. No, I didn't. No, I
The
didn't
ocean
answer.
can be also
The
red
oceans
and
are
orange.
different colors depending on
Yes,
what part of
I
the
agree.
ocean you is and what time of year it is.
Why are you being pedantic?
I'm
My
not.
point is, okay, follow where I'm
It's
going.
not always blue.
You're
Sometimes
telling
it's
me I
green.
have no reference point. You're telling me I have no reference point when I see these videos, when I see these images of Earth abroad.
You don't know the Earth,
above.
dude.
Stop.
You don't know the Earth.
What I'm telling you right now, just build it from the ground level up. Let's assume
That's what we're
everybody's lying to
doing.
me.
You don't know
But-
the
but-
Earth. You're trying to skip a step.
Can you listen for 2 seconds?
No, you're trying to skip
Okay, I
a
didn't
step.
think so.
You're trying
would
to
be my
jump the
question to
shark
him.
and say, yes, I already know the Earth. You don't know that.
These guys
That
are
would-
going to
Can
lose
you
their
listen? That
shit
will be
when
my
they
question
know
to
what
you.
the
Can you
compass is.
listen?
How did
Can
you
you repeat
evaluate?
anything
Okay,
Indio
tell me
said?
any video you've ever seen. What did you do? Tell me the process you went through to evaluate whether that was an authentic image of Earth from space.
So why I'm here is because I've seen 2 sunsets in the same night. And when you're telling me I can't have any clue what Earth actually looks like from
Okay, that would
abroad,
happen on a flat Earth too.
I'm
You're
telling
just ignorant.
can you let me finish. I let you
Yeah,
talk.
but that's not
Shut the
evidence of
fuck up.
anything. That would happen on a flat
Let
Earth too. You're
me
wasting our time,
finish.
dude.
Let me finish.
Okay, go with the thing that doesn't prove anything because it works on a flat Earth just the same fucking way. Go ahead.
You're just like the other guy.
Are you ready?
Yeah, I'm ready
When
to hear something from 2017. Go ahead, genius.
When I was at this beach, I saw 2 sunsets. And because I took my drone up in the air, right now where I'm at, I'm limited to 400 feet in the air. But I can take my drone up and I can see the beach, the color of the water, and guess what? I can watch the sunset from my eye level and watch it set. I can take my drone up 20 feet, watch it set. I can take my drone up 400 feet, watch it set again.
Okay, that means what?
Despite this fact, my point is build from there. I can go watch a YouTube channel right now
That would happen on a flat Earth.
Viewers. Can you let me finish?
Yeah, but that would happen on a flat Earth. I want to know how you're building from there because that would happen on a flat Earth too.
Yeah, your drones.
What do you
actually
think the
evidence with
horizon is on a flat Earth? The edge? What do you think the horizon is that the sun sets behind on a flat Earth?
What do you think the horizon is where the sun sets?
Yeah, on a flat Earth.
You can't see it anymore.
Yeah, what is
On
the
a flat Earth.
horizon, brother, that the sun you think is setting behind that you said sets twice?
You already know what I think, and I think you're derailing.
On a flat Earth, I said. On
you're
a
just
flat
interrupting
Earth.
me again and
On
again and
a
again.
flat listen closely, on a flat Earth. What do you think it is on a flat Earth that
Who
makes you
cares?
say?
Why don't you?
Because you're saying I saw this happen. This indicates to me it's a globe because I saw two sunsets.
No.
So it didn't tell you the Earth
You
was
are
a globe.
so far away from what this conversation is. When I'm talking about seeing these double sunsets, I'm telling you why I'm here, and what this argument is about. Is never mind. I think I'm a little
He
bit.
doesn't even know
Your
why he's
script fell
here.
apart, huh? Your
Well,
script fell apart. You think? Look, dude, you're
what
the
is
one
this
that's new to
argument
this,
about?
not
What
us,
was it
bro.
before this?
He
Somebody
couldn't
help me.
even tell you
Look,
his
brother.
own claim.
Look,
Why
we
I'm
know.
here is because
Look, brother. We know what you read on the internet. You can see two sunsets. It would work the same on the flat Earth.
No,
It's ignorant people that say that
No,
shit that it would be
it was
different on a
about
flat Earth because
it
they
was
think
about
the
how we
horizon on a
can't.
flat Earth is the edge of the Earth.
Okay, I'm sorry. The conversation was about how we can't imagine or we have no reference frame for what the Earth looks like. And my point
From
is
space.
that from drones to airplanes to spacecraft, these track. I can tell you. I posted a link in the comments, and it
These
was like an
track.
exact date, an exact time, and a satellite orbiting Earth. I think it was the ISS. I'll post the link again. But my point is that you can see this go across the sky. You can see the weather down below, and you can cross-reference this, and you can track
That's a lie.
with your own telescope.
That is a
You can
lie.
predict this.
That
I've
is
done
a
it.
lie. I've been listening to you Globers say that for almost a decade, and never once have you actually ever produced
Almost a
evidence
decade.
confirming.
Holy
Shut up, dude. Shut up, because I won't tolerate liars, dude. Not once in 10
Shut
years
up,
has any of
Glober.
not once in 10 years has any of you ever presented one iota of evidence of ground confirmation of what's been seen by a satellite. ChatGPT used to even say it and would give you references to papers that don't fucking exist. So this one particularly irritates me when people say this shit. Give us the data of the ground confirmation of what was seen by a satellite and simultaneously observed from the fucking ground. Show it now, please.
So you're like asking for like a live feed from a satellite.
What the
and
data
s-
that
and a
you've already
video- Hold
seen?
on, let me finish.
The
I'm
shit you've
asking
already
a
seen that
question.
you're referencing.
I already posted it in the side chat, but the problem is right now I'm banned from posting in the side chat. Why would I be banned?
I'm not in control of that. And you
I
didn't
don't
post
have
anything in a
permission to
side
send
chat
messages
about
in
a
this
ground
channel anymore.
confirmation from a
This is
satellite.
the cult that I'm talking
Yeah,
about.
yeah, you're
It's-
in the
it's
cult,
to
dude.
interrupt and to ban and mute.
You're
I
in the
think that
cult.
you're being disingenuous.
You're in the cult. Okay? You're in the cult. You just made up 3 fucking lies, dude.
Guys, are you arguing with scientific
I do
And you're
have
calling
to post
saying
the
we're in a
video
cult, but you just
in the
lied 3
chat if
times.
you'd unmute me.
But you lied 3 times. There's in the chat. So you're telling me right now, Whiskey, you're very specific. In the chat right now is an observation from the ground that confirms what was seen from a satellite. In the chat right now.
Yeah, I tried to clarify what
Confirmation
you're
on the
asking
ground
for.
of what was seen
Yep,
from a
and you're
satellite is
interrupting.
in the chat.
Case in point. Anybody
It's a
else
yes
want
or
to try
no
to talk
question,
to me
dude.
like an adult?
It is a yes or no question. Stop dodging. Is it in the chat or not?
What's your yes or no? No, I can't post in the chat. It is in the chat. It was the most recent message I posted, but I'm muted now.
Okay, that's fine. But what you posted in the chat is a ground confirmation of something that was seen at the satellite, simultaneously observed from the ground.
When you say ground confirmation, what are you talking about? Like
meaning
right now,
there was an image in a satellite,
oh my God.
and somebody,
You see how
whatever
you can't let me
feature.
talk?
Well, I'm answering your question. So whatever
I'm
feature they
asking a
observed,
question and you're interrupting.
whatever feature they observed, you're asking a question about what I'm asking for. I'm telling you, so you're not confused.
No, you're
An image
this is a
claiming
part
to
of the
be from
strategy.
an image. Dude, I don't have a strategy, dude. You're
Then
the
listen
dumbest
to my
person in
question
this
in its
fucking.
fullest length instead of just grandstanding. Listen.
I'm not
When
grandstanding.
you're
I'm
asking,
telling you
when
what
you're
I want,
asking,
but you're
when
not.
you're
You don't want to
asking,
hear it because
oh
you
my
know
God,
it's not
yeah,
in the
because
chat,
you're over
and you
talking.
know you
You go,
lied.
princess.
No, you lied. You lied when you said there's a ground confirmation of something that's been seen from a satellite. You straight up fucking lied, and you know it.
Let me know when you're done.
I want satellite photograph confirmed via ground observation of what the satellite saw was also seen from the ground from the other direction. Got it? You understand that? Is it in the chat? Yes or no? The answer is no. The answer is you've never seen that. That doesn't exist. And you fucking know it.
So what I posted in the side chat was before I was muted, and I'm still muted. Earth at night on May 17th, 2025. Okay? I don't know what time it was. But are you asking me that you want me to give you a time? You know I have a heads up that SpaceX is going to be over Florida. They're going to be live streaming their launch, and they're going to be orbiting around Australia 6 hours after launch. And I go set up, you can use plain eyes, but let's get a pair of binoculars. And I tell you, hey, the SpaceX is going to, cross the surface of the sun. Maybe binoculars is a bad idea, but it's going to cross the surface of the sun or the moon or whatever at this time in Australia, based off of this launch, 8 p.m. in Florida. Are you asking me for both the live footage from the launch as it's going over Australia and live footage from Australia, watching, maybe through
I'll tell you
a
what
camera
I want.
attached to
I want the thing you said you already had. That.
Oh, okay. Here. I'd love to post it, but I'm muted. It's
DM it to me
from space.
Okay. So where's the ground confirmation of what they saw from space?
There you go.
Is
There you
also
go.
seen from the ground.
Okay, I think that's the barrier of proof that I have not.
That's what you.
hit
So you
with
didn't.
this
So
video.
no one did
Let
that.
me finish with this video. But the fact remains is that what I just described
is a story.
Is done, has been done, will be done. Because we're only getting
That's a
better
cool
at this stuff.
We can't even get bodies off of Everest. Believe whatever you want.
But
This
you
guy almost
agree that I
sounds.
can go.
This guy, you almost sounds like one of those people that call every day, like the scammers that call you trying to convince you out of something.
What are you gonna sell us next? Really
Do
simply.
you have an argument, or are you just going to complain?
Argument against what? Your
flat
claim?
earthers are wimping out, and now it's
your
mute me in the side chat.
Listen,
so
let me
I can't
ask you.
support any of the evidence I give.
Let me ask
and
you this.
interrupt me any chance you get, because it's a part of your strategy.
I don't need a strategy for you. You're weak sauce, bro. You're weak sauce. I don't need a strategy. I don't have a script, bro. I got tens of thousands of hours of debating people. You're weak sauce. Okay, really simple. Our claims evidence, yes or no? Our claims evidence. Our claims evidence.
No.
Okay. So the claim is whatever video you posted or are going to post was taken from space. What's the evidence that that's true? Oh, they said so. Is that the evidence? Because they said so?
I've seen launches in real life.
This video that you posted. Don't talk about some other shit. Focus. The video that you posted.
No, I thought we clarified earlier that the burden of evidence that you're really asking for.
You haven't presented any evidence.
Okay, already interrupted. Jesus Christ.
But you haven't presented any evidence.
Let me know.
You said claims are not evidence, right? So if claims are not evidence and you haven't presented evidence, then what? We're just supposed to go with your claim?
He wants to make more claims. He doesn't want to pose the evidence.
See, this is what it's called
More
claim stacking. And all you're doing is stacking claims on top of claims on top of claims. You're not presenting any evidence the claims are actually true. We have no way to evaluate them. Either we believe what they're represented to be, or we don't, which is completely subjective preference. I have no reason to believe their claims.
About 30 minutes ago, but we established that video is data. Do you remember that?
Not data. Data is measurements, bro.
No, you already conceded the fact that it's data.
No, I didn't, dude. Good try, debate, bro. Good try, debate, bro. Good try, debate, bro. I did not concede that. We record this.
You didn't just concede it.
I never
walked
concede.
you into admitting that.
Don't you
You
mean
just don't
listen to
remember
me?
because your IQ is below room temperature.
Oh yeah, that's what it is. We record this. You see that little YouTube bot up there? You see
Okay,
that little YouTube?
I would
This
love
is
to pull the clip.
recorded.
Give me access. Give me access so I can pull the clip
It's on
myself.
YouTube. Type in 24/7 Flat Earth Discord. You'll get the YouTube screen. I want me saying I concede that video is data.
And you'll do the same, right?
No, I want you playing me conceding that because you said I did. Don't try to straw man and change the subject and use red herrings. That shit ain't gonna work, debate bro. Look, we know your debate bro tactics. We know the debate bro tactics. You try to get people to agree to something and then reverse it in the middle of the conversation and try to take our position. We know the tactics.
What did I reverse?
We know the tactics.
Quit
He knows that
grandstanding.
because
Just be specific.
this works
No one's
against
grandstanding.
children.
We know.
Yeah,
we
because you
know
won't
the
be
tactics.
specific. What exactly did I reverse? Be articulate for once.
This is
Quit just
children tactics.
crying.
This tactic that you use against children doesn't work here, though.
Yeah, it really don't. So it's really simple. You've made a bunch of claims. We want the evidence the claims are true. I pointed out you can't even evaluate whether they're true. It's not even possible. It's not possible for me. It's not possible for you. It has to be taken on faith. I have no reason, any reason, to take what they say those videos are as true. Why do you take them as true? That's why I asked you is how you evaluated them. I'm being completely fair to you.
What facts
How
are
did
you
you evaluate
taking as
them?
faith?
How did you evaluate the videos to their authenticity? They are what they are. Say they are the Earth from space. How do you know? How do you know that's what the Earth looks like? Maybe the Earth's purple. How do you know the Earth ain't purple? And they recolored it. How did you evaluate that whatever image they're
How
presenting
many
to
questions are you going to ask?
Well, I want you to get the
I'm still
idea.
stuck. I'm still stuck on
Can you repeat to me what I said?
giving up this idea.
Repeat to me one of the questions I asked you.
Yeah.
Repeat to me.
You were asking how can the what I wanted to ask you was why are you asking?
Yeah, what? Hey, you haven't been listening, have you? That's probably why I'm having a hard time. Because you're not actually listening to the answers.
No, you're just asking a bunch of questions and spazzing out, and then asking me to recall one of your spazzes.
It's just meta nonsense.
I was still stuck 30 seconds ago when
I'm asking
you were
very
asking
specific questions about the evidence.
You can't let me talk, can you? I think
Because you're trying to meta, dude, and I'm not doing it. I want to look. I try to focus very like a laser on evidence. I don't want to hear narrative. I don't want to hear spin. I don't want to hear anything. I want to see the actual evidence and how we know the evidence is true and how to evaluate its truth. That's it. I don't care about the fluff.
So earlier I established that video is data. I gave you video proof that hey, you can watch this. You can watch this launch. You can watch this rotation around the Earth, and you can see, hey, here's the weather patterns in Australia.
Established it's a rotation around the Earth, dude.
Greenland.
The thing. Look, you're assuming the thing you're trying to prove is true. It's called affirming the consequent. You haven't established it's rotating around the Earth. You understand?
Okay. Did you forget the part where you can view this with your naked eye?
You can view a satellite go around the Earth with your naked eye. From where?
When it passes in front of the moon, you absolutely can. In my example, I gave you a pair of binoculars.
Okay,
which
airplanes
really
flying in front of the moon. Are they going around the Earth?
Yes.
Airplanes are rotating around the Earth.
No.
But they look the same. It looks the same as with the spaceship, right?
Yeah.
It looks the same as a bird going in front of the moon. It looks the same as a bug going in front of the moon. No, you've never observed that.
He thinks you need help, Indio. He thinks you
I
need
did
help.
just last night.
Observed an
just
orbit.
last night I observed it. Just last
You
night.
didn't observe an orbit of anything.
Yes, I did.
Indio, for the night, his joke about thinking that you need help from him. I mean, like.
Yeah, it is.
This is a good joke, though.
So
hilarious.
You did not observe an orbit. You saw something move, and you inferred an orbit from the loss of information.
No, you didn't
lacked
listen.
the information of the full orbit.
You didn't listen. Here's
I do
the fact.
listen. I know what
Here's
inference
the
is.
facts.
Dude.
Are you ready? Are you ready?
Yeah.
All right, just hear me
the
out.
facts.
It's going to take 12 seconds. Hold your horses for 12 seconds. When I'm telling you that we can, we know when the launch is. We know when it's going to go. You know, it launches from Florida. We know when it goes over Australia, and we can see this from Australia. We can track this and we can predict this.
Okay. Did you do that?
And we have the video proof.
Oh yeah, really? We have video proof of us from Australia. Let's see it. From Australia.
I don't.
The
I
ground,
still don't
dude.
have permission.
The
I still don't
ground.
have permission to put
From the
links in
ground?
the
Is
chat.
it from the ground?
The Cont has decided to silence my
Is
links.
it from the ground?
Yes.
Is it from the ground in Australia? Someone tracked it.
To be fair, earlier we already went
Why
over
can't
this.
you answer
But
fucking
you're
simple
asking me.
questions that are yes or no?
You're asking me. I'm just going to keep talking if you're just going to keep interrupting. Earlier, you were asking me the same question, and I clarified with you that it sounds like what you want is not just video proof of the launch.
I want
but video
evidence
proof
for your
of the
claim.
observation in the ground in Australia predicting this launch. Is that what you want?
That's what you just claimed happened.
Okay, is that what you want? I'm
That's what you
asking
claimed
yes or no.
happened.
Yes or no. It's not that
I
hard.
want your evidence, dude.
Okay, I
you
already
want to do
posted
is
it, but I'm muted right now in the chat.
Brother,
If you'd like me to post it again,
I'm an
unmute me in the
empiricist.
chat.
I'm an empiricist. I go with empirical evidence. I don't go
You're
with
a fucking idiot. Why am I still muted in the chat? Let me post it.
I don't know who muted you, and I don't know why you're muted.
Hey,
I don't
send
undo
it to
people's
me.
mutes.
Send it to me. I'll post it for you. Send it to me.
Really simple. I'm an empiricist. I want evidence. I don't want your storytelling. Okay. You know what times it fucking launched from fucking Cape Canaveral or whatever it launched from. So what? You said then we can track it and we can do this. You didn't do any of that shit. Someone told you some shit. Okay. You heard some hearsay. What I want is empirical evidence that that shit is in doing what it said.
How much evidence do you need? What kind of evidence do you need? Because
empirical
we
evidence.
can get GPS data in the middle of the ocean. We have Starlink in places that didn't have
you're going to embarrass
signal
yourself.
before.
Stop. GPS uses a coordinate system called Earth-centered Earth-fixed,
Yeah,
which is
okay, I know you're on the script, but if you'd let me finish,
okay,
you
but
could respond
GPS
to the
is
whole
not
thing.
evidence of a globe because it doesn't use fucking globe geometry, dumb fuck. Just because it says longitude on your fucking phone doesn't mean that's what the receiver uses.
When I said we can get signal out at sea when we couldn't before,
That's because there's no fucking ball
it
in
goes
the way.
beyond GPS.
There's no ball in the way. That's why you can get a signal at sea. There's more transmissions at sea level that are 800 fucking miles because there's no ball in the way. There's 1918 radio transmissions at 10,000 miles because there's no fucking ball in the way. You only think it's fucking unbelievable because you think there's a big fucking hill of water between point A and point B. There's not.
So are you under the impression that before satellites we could have achieved data in the ocean far off the coast?
Farthest transmission in 19 miles.
Satellites,
listen to me real
pay
carefully.
for satellites, maintain satellites.
Never needed satellites at all. They were never required to ever make a transmission. In 1918, they communicated Cornwall, United Kingdom, to Sydney, fucking Australia. And the reason they even tried to do it is because they were listening to fucking German radio from Berlin in Australia. There's no ball in the way. That's why you can listen to the fucking German radio in Australia. Fucking
how was the quality?
Admiral Byrd fucking gave a weekly radio show from Little America in Antarctica, directly transmitted to fucking Long Island, New York, which was 9,600 miles. How do you do that? Recently, there was a Laura chirp that was 800
what was the
miles
transmission
sea
signal
level.
that you're describing?
What do you mean, what was the transmission?
Because I think the megahertz matters, right?
Does it?
Yeah, my understanding is that long transmission waves propagate better than short bursts depending on if we're going for distance.
Yeah, that's right, because they have more power.
And it bounces off
and
the
they don't attenuate.
atmosphere.
They don't
or the
bounce off of
firmament.
anything. That was a
Oh, they don't.
post hoc. That's a
Okay.
post hoc excuse, dude. Meaning that idea was invented
Can
after
you
the
prove that
transmission.
claim?
Yeah, the Kinikabine radio transmissions, the Kinikabine radar bombing system. The Kinikabine bombing system was 2 towers that intersected over England. That they flew planes, and when you were flying to the intersection point, that was your cue to drop bombs. Well, too bad England was 11 miles under the fucking horizon. So how did they drop bombs? How did they freaking pick up a signal?
Were the planes that far under the horizon too?
In World War II, planes didn't fly at 11 miles. These were propeller airplanes, and they had to bomb from 8,000 feet.
I agree with that statement.
They had to bomb from 8,000 feet. So this is where it gets fucked up, because the British, the regular scientists thought, well, they can't be doing that. That's impossible. Earth's a globe. And one guy was like, yeah, well, Earth might be a globe, but they're fucking doing it because we overheard them talking about it in the jail cell. So they looked for it. He had to get permission directly from Winston Churchill, because all the other scientists go and kick rocks. Earth's a globe. So he went and he found the signal, and then they jammed it. Point is, people literally died because they thought Earth was a globe. Literally. Now, the whole point about this satellite stuff, there's no way to verify any of it. There's no way to test it. There's no way to
I
any
already
of it.
gave you examples. You just reject
How
all
can
of it.
we how can we test it? It's
I
not a
can
matter of
visually observe
rejecting.
launches.
It's a matter of why should I
and-
believe it?
in both YouTube and in real life, which I've
Give me
done.
what? No, you have not. You've never seen a satellite orbit the Earth. Never.
I saw 3 last night. Not even
Okay.
kidding.
How long did you see them?
They were fleeting.
It's 3 seconds, 10 seconds.
Yeah, I would say maybe 5.
Okay. Did they orbit the Earth in 5 seconds?
I was chasing them with my telescope's guide scope.
Okay. Did they
And,
orbit the Earth in that time period that you were watching them?
I don't think they made a full orbit. No.
Yeah, that's right. You've never seen anything orbit the Earth. You inferred an orbit from seeing something in the sky for a little while. Okay, that's a
But
fact.
that same telescope I can track, and I can tell my buddy in Australia on the other side of the Earth.
Yeah,
hey,
you
Bo,
could, but you never did.
Hey, bro. Hey, look up in the sky and watch the same telescope that I just saw crossing my vision. I don't know, 12 minutes ago, whatever it might be.
Yeah, that's a cool story, but you never did that.
Okay, but you can, right?
How do you know that?
can
You've
right
never
now.
done it. How did
No,
you
no, no,
know that?
Here's how I know that. Because I have an app that
Because
tells
I
me where the
extra believe it.
telescopes are.
Because I have an
Okay,
app.
are you going to keep interrupting? See how you just
You're
can't
getting
handle
more and
yourself?
more ridiculous.
Somebody
You're not
help this
telling me
guy.
how you know anything. You're telling me how you think somebody else knows it.
Take a breather. Try to
Okay.
listen.
I am
instead of
listening.
talking.
I am listening.
All you're doing
You
is
don't-
talking and you're
you don't-
responding.
brother,
You're
you
not
don't
even
hear
following.
You don't hear yourself. All you're doing is referring to third parties. When I ask you what you know,
No,
you
I
don't
told
know
you
anything.
First-hand
and you have to-
observation was a part of this.
Yeah, the first-hand observation was 10 seconds.
And
India, he
And
sent
that's
me the
it.
first
The
time
rest of the
knowledge.
stuff you're talking about was made up in your head.
And so when I tell you that my buddy in Australia that I'm on the cell phone with, he saw the same thing.
Were
when
your boyfriend?
predicted
Yeah, but he
12
didn't because
minutes
it
later.
didn't happen. You already admitted it.
Okay, just follow my example. Why
Yeah,
is
if I
this so
would have,
hard for you?
yeah, and if fucking look, bro, I'm not
It's so
doing
hard for you.
hypothetical woulda, coulda, shoulda. What are you trying to convince people of?
This is
Your
real life.
imagination
This is
true.
real life. You just
Real
don't have
life
friends
is
in
your
Australia.
imagination. You never did it. How is it real life if you never did it?
In the same sense, I can call my friend in Australia and say,
Oh my
"Hey,
God,
is the light out?" Okay, well, it's dark here and the sun's there. In the same sense, I can do that and predict when, where, how much. I can also do that with satellites in the
Can't do
night
that.
sky.
You actually can't do that. because the solar time doesn't use a globe to predict when it happens. So you're just making shit up as you go along, telling us what you think is true.
If solar time doesn't predict when it happens,
Solar
what
time
does?
does not
And
use
give
a
me a
globe.
wristwatch based off of
Solar
that.
time does not use a globe, dude.
Okay.
The predictions of solar time, time and date, SunCalc, all those apps, don't use a globe to predict when the sun rises, when the sun sets, when solar noon is. All
Does
that
it
shit
predict
doesn't
when
use.
it's nighttime in USA
yeah,
versus
yeah.
daytime in Australia? Does it predict
There's
that?
a model. There's a model that
It
predicts
does?
those things. Hold on. There's a model that predicts those things, but it's not a globe Earth model. It is an observer-centric model where you are at a point at the origin of coordinates. You're not on top of anything. You're not on a globe. You're not on a flat Earth. You're not on a freaking blade of grass.
You're talking through your ass.
No.
When I'm talking about
100%,
knowing it's going to be daylight in one place and nighttime in another,
I'll bet
let
you
me respond.
100 Bitcoin that
Okay.
what I said
Yell.
is
Start
100%
yelling.
accurate. Everything I said is 100% accurate. You guys just don't like it. That you have explanations that and that you think the model and the explanation are the same thing, but they're not. The mathematical model and the mathematics within the model are not the same thing as your explanation. They're not equivalent.
No other flat earths here that are reasonable, don't interrupt, and can address what I'm actually saying?
Yeah, we know what you're saying. You're saying you think
No,
that
you
something would happen if you did something, but you've never actually done it. But that's also real life because you imagine.
I have done it. I've watched a launch. I've predicted where the launches are going to be, and I've accidentally seen orbiting satellites around our Earth.
You don't know they were orbiting.
But I do know that the prediction apps that were true are based off of a round Earth.
No, you don't know that. They're actually based off of Keplerian orbital
You think they're lying
elements.
to me?
Bro, no.
If you go Google right now,
orbits are
what
predicted
map
using
does Google Maps use?
Brother,
It's a projection map based on a round Earth.
That's
Get
just a
with
graphic.
reality, bud.
Just like Google Earth is a graphic that projects a globe out of a
You're all
cylinder.
over the place.
No, Google Earth is a cylinder mathematically, but it projects it as a globe. You think because you see a graphic that underneath the graphic they're using a globe, but they're not. Orbits are predicted using ephemeris, which uses Kepler's orbital elements, which has an origin of coordinates and doesn't suppose it's on a globe.
I'll have a
You have no idea how any of this shit works. You have an explanation in a story, and all you're looking is confirmation of your fantasy.
No, I'm giving evidence to my claim.
Evidence
and all you're doing is whining like a little bitch. Address my arguments instead of whining.
What argument did you make exactly?
You interrupt with what argument?
Yeah, what argument did you make?
Is that the world that we live in, we utilize round Earth philosophies.
That is not true.
Whether it be predicting,
You're ignorant.
whether it be, let me see how you.
No, you're ignorant, dude. You're factually
Go cry
wrong.
me a river. Cry me a river.
You are factually wrong. Factually. You thought GPS used the globe.
Yeah, give an example.
Yeah, give it. Yeah, there you go, T-Dub. Give an example.
Give an example of the round Earth that we live in. Well, the apps that you and I use every day, whether it be
Show the
Google
data.
Maps,
I asked you this earlier, bro.
One sentence
about
in,
your
and I
app
asked a
that
question.
predicts star positions, and I said, "How do you know that it uses globe to predict?"
Because it's in the developer notes. If you look at Google Maps,
Where?
what they tell you is they use a projection map.
Show it.
I would love to link it, but I would
and
love
let's
to
have a look
post
at
it, but I'm still muted from your cult.
Yeah, otherwise it's just Ipsy Dixit. They do.
He
How much
sent me
trust
the
me,
evidence.
bro, have we
He
gotten out
sent
of
me
you?
the evidence, guys. I'm gonna post it again. He sent it to me. Look, I posted the evidence that he sent me.
I sent him a YouTube video from 20 minutes ago.
Here you go, guys. He sent that to me as evidence of whatever he's talking about.
Hold on. This is your evidence? This?
Yeah, listen to this. All right,
why
keep whining.
I
Is this your
want to
act?
ask you a question.
But keep going. We're
No, I
applauding
wanna
for
ask
an
you a question
encore.
about it. I
Keep
wanna ask you a
whining.
question about it.
No. I love
No,
the
I wanna ask
whining.
you
Don't ask
questions about
questions.
your evidence.
More whining.
I'm asking you questions about your evidence. No one's whining. You have to try to intentionally
whining all day, all
because you
night.
can't defend this. There's no way you can defend this.
Okay, I'm all ears.
You think that
Go
this is
for
what
it,
the Earth
Princess.
looks like from the ISS?
Yes.
You think that this is what the Earth would look like from the ISS? That's what you
Already
think.
answered. If you'd stop talking,
Okay,
you'd hear me.
so the ISS would only see 3% of the Earth. So you think that this little subsection is what, 1% of the Earth, this little piece? See, the ISS shouldn't show any curvature. It's not high enough.
Do you see how you're already
Because
going off on your script?
if you look at the
You're not
Chinese
even talking to me. You're
I am
literally just
talking to
following
you.
the script. You're no better than
What
like an
script?
Indian
I didn't know you.
hacker.
How would I have a
But
script
just,
for something I
but
didn't
ju-
even know you were gonna?
but all you're doing is
Bro,
sophistry.
bro, stop it. How would I have a script with something I didn't even know you were gonna post?
Oh, don't redeem! Don't redeem!
How would I know I have a script with something I didn't know you were gonna post?
The script that you're repeating is
Am I a
from
psychic scripter?
the script that you saying about this ISS altitude and the percentage. That's his script, India. No.
Oh, my script is that the mathematics. Should I cite different mathematics?
Yeah, the point is that you're not addressing the video.
I
and that
am
it tells
addressing
you
it. I'm addressing its authenticity.
Can you let me finish? When the video tells you
don't
when
start
it
your
happened,
fucking
when it
goddamn
was
statements
filmed.
with
Okay,
poisoning
I'm
the
done.
well.
Thanks,
Bro.
guys. It was really.
Yeah, that's right. Don't start your statements with poisoning the well. Okay, that's the problem.
I can actually have a conversation
Yeah,
instead of
can you start
spazzing out.
your
I'm
statements with
all
poisoning the
ears.
well?
Until then, I'm done talking with this retard.
And fuck off, dude. You can't defend this at all. That's why you don't want to talk.
He's driving
you can't
because
defend
Here
this
comes
at
the
all.
grandstanding. The
I wanna-
whining grandstanding. Here it
I want
comes.
to see you defend this. Everything you say is meta and posturing. Okay? I've been only trying to talk about the evidence directly, and you don't want to. You want people to go, "Oh, I trust Bro in Bro's stories about what should and could have happened," even though he's completely fucking ignorant about
Is that your
how
response to
anything
my
actually
my
does
high
work.
res my high res video from the ISS on May 17th?
How do you know that,
2025?
dude?
Is that your response?
My question is, this video, how can this be from the ISS when the view from the ISS should not look like that?
Prove that it should not look like that.
Okay, I'm going to post a quote from Paul
What's your
Larson.
claim?
I'm going to post a quote from Carl Larson.
Oh wow!
Paul
Guys,
Larson.
make way for this studious student here who's going to post a quote from some guy I've never heard of.
Well, he was a finalist for going to Mars, so you should have heard of him, because that's your cult.
He's like the subject matter expert of what you're talking about. He's like the highest priest of what you're
What am I
preaching.
talking about? What am I talking about? Just answer
this
that.
video.
No, not you. Not you. That other guy that just jumped in. He has no answer.
So you see this? This is Paul Larson. That's a scale model. That white circle right there, that's what the entire circle of the horizon would be from the International Space Station. And the ISS would be a dot in the middle of it. Now, from the viewpoint of the ISS, that shit would look flat. Paul Larson says, let's say you are at the elevation of the ISS, you're about 250 miles above the Earth, and we calculate the horizon line for the ISS, it's about 1,400 miles. If you're sitting at the point looking 360 degrees, what would the horizon look like? It would look flat. Paul Larson, planetarium director. I also have a GeoGebra diagram, and we also have photographs that China claim are from the same elevation as the ISS to show a flat fucking horizon.
Do you think that Mars astronaut would agree that there's only a flat Earth?
Who cares? That's irrelevant.
No. But you're sourcing him for this claim that, hey, this is the field of view of a person at the ISS. So you're going to take him for face value there. But if we ask him, mathematics, what?
It's mathematics, dude.
You wanted to interrupt to tell me mathematics. What do you want to tell me?
Dude, I'm not trusting him. It's a GM. He is It's a geometric certainty that what he said is true. It's a mathematical fact.
Okay, but what he
It's for
says
a real
is
simple
not
reason,
true
too.
when he says that we orbit around the Earth.
He doesn't know that to be a mathematical fact.
You don't think so?
This is a geometric. How would he know?
Well, I can pull an app out of my phone right now and tell you when the ISS is going to orbit my house.
App doesn't tell me how you would know, though.
Oh, but it does the math, and the math that it uses.
How do you know it does? You don't have no idea what it's doing behind there.
I don't need to see behind the curtain to know that it works because I can verify that it works.
So what? Lots of things work.
Great, and you don't need to peer behind the curtain of an elevator to justify getting on board an elevator, right?
Epicycles work to predict the positions of planets. So what? But you don't think the
If you're
epicycles
making
are really
claims
happening?
about how the elevator works, bro,
Couldn't even
yeah,
hear
it
you.
does matter.
Epicycles. Epicycles was the old way of predicting where the planets are. It works better than the current Keplerian model. It works. Is it true?
Okay, give me the app that uses that method and not the globe.
Every planetarium in existence.
Hello, can I ask?
Every planetarium, the position of planets in the planetarium, when they project the planets onto the fucking dome, they use the epicycle Ptolemaic model to do that.
Okay. When you project something onto the ceiling, it's a little bit different than what's actually happening on Earth, right?
How do you know that? It's the same view.
Because I can use these apps that aren't projectors. I can use these apps and they predict the future. Whereas a planetarium, it doesn't matter where they set up their hologram or their projector system.
Have you never been to a planetarium?
They're not predicting what's going to happen 1 second from now.
Yes, they are.
Okay.
The Ptolemaic model was used for centuries to predict where the planets would be seen in the sky.
Okay, but you're arguing that these planetariums have some analog model that the projection
They
is based
do
off of.
because they can just
No,
make
they
it out of
don't.
gears. Yeah, they
No,
do.
it's all digital.
The one that's literally
It's
down
digital.
the street, dude.
They're not projecting from an analog model.
Look, it was
They're
made by
projecting from
MIT.
digital images. of a
No, it's
plane.
not, dude. You're
Oh my gosh.
wrong. You're just talking shit. There's one literally fucking down the street at the Omni Mugen fucking theater at the Museum of Science down fucking Cambridge Street. You don't know what the fuck you're talking about. You're a
So tell me,
bullshit artist.
you're projecting off of
You
analog
are
models.
a bullshit artist, and I am calling you out.
Is that what
You
they're
are
doing at
a
your theater?
bullshit artist, lying fucking
You're
snake.
projecting off of analog models?
No, they have a
what you wanna get
literal
out?
physical gear system. Physical.
Physical gear system.
A
Good for
physical
them.
gear system. Yes, that's right.
That's great. And do you think that there's gears tied to Earth, Mars, the moon, and the rest of the solar system?
Your argument was it works, therefore it's fucking true, dude. It works,
I'd agree
therefore
that
it's true. This is called a reduction to absurdity. So this would also be true. That the
By
Ptolemaic model is
definition,
true because it works.
these gears,
Are
if I'm
you slow?
assuming if they're as rudimentary as they are not true. Whereas
Why not? They work.
these software programs are. So my point is,
How did you determine that?
It might be true, these gears might be true today, May 17th, 2025.
God damn it, dude.
But a year from now, the moon's position relative to the Earth is probably not true. I don't think that these observatories, these planetarium. What did you call them? Thank you.
It's a planetarium.
I don't think they're going to be. They're not trying to represent perfect, true life. When I'm talking about these apps, they are, and they do.
You've never been to a planetarium. They will go back 4,000 fucking years and tell you what the sky looks like.
Planetarium.
Okay, but they can give you any time and date and show you what
but
the
when
sky
they do
looks
that,
like.
they're using computer programs.
They're not using a
rotating-
computer, dude.
They're not rotating an analog
not
geared
using a computer.
device back 4,000 years.
Yes,
they're not
they
doing
are.
that.
Yes, they are.
You're full of shit.
Dude, I'm not full of shit.
Can you imagine that model that in your head, the model that the place down the street from you fucking has? Can you imagine that model rotating 4,000
It has
times?
gears. You not know how gears work?
Oh, okay. So Gears makes this a magical analog system. Please send me a link. I'd love to see it.
He's just gonna
It
hand
must
wave
be a
it.
work of art.
It actually is.
Which is bigger than
Each year is the motion of the planet, and all they do is turn it. And the motions of the planets happen over and over and over again. In the precession of the equinox, so they just move the celestial sphere, they rotate it against the background of the planets. The planets are always in the same place. The only thing that changes in the back is the background star. You don't know what you're talking about, bro. You're out of your depth.
I'm flat. Hello, guys. Hello, guys. I'm fat.
Yeah, man, what's up?
Well, look it up. Look it up. What the fuck?
Yeah, man, did you have any claim to what the shape of the Earth might be?
Come shot yourself?
I sure might be a little too mature for you, man. You might need to go to another room.
Free? Ooh.
All right, listen.
If I was to tell you 3 simple questions, would you be able to answer them about the globe? Do you think?
Potentially, yeah.
Okay, 3 simple questions. How have they measured the curvature of the Earth from ancient times up until today? They said that the Earth was established to be a globe at least 1,000 years. For at least 1,000 years.
Yeah. Well, I couldn't tell you the scientists because I haven't got anything up in front of me. But there's some scientists who used a mountain and also a lighthouse. It was somewhere in Egypt or something. And he basically went up. He knew the distance between these 2 points, went through them to sort of figure out the distance between the top points, the bottom points, and then sort of work out the curvature of the Earth.
Alright, so what I'd like to ask you is that the method that you're speaking of right now, do you know it fully, or are you just kind of vaguely responding to what you think it was?
Just vaguely responding.
Okay. Yeah, it's good that you're honest in this conversation, because that is key, right?
Yeah.
For us to have a good discourse.
Yeah,
Alright, so since you are vague, I would say that, well, you just believe that that's how they measured it, right? I mean, because of the information that you received and how you're telling us, right?
Yeah.
Okay, so now up until this point, is there any time in recent times that they've measured the curvature of the Earth that you know of?
Well, I'd use this may not be a good answer in your book, but you can use the ISS as an example, as when they go up at whatever distance they are from the surface of the sphere that we live on. Well, they can see that it is in fact spherical.
Okay.
It's just like your own eyes. You can sort of believe it.
Right, your own eyes, but not your own eyes, right? At the same time, because it's not your own eyes; it's their own eyes. They're telling you the story from that place that they're at.
They are telling you the story.
Right. So you're basically believing what they're saying. Once again, you're believing what some. Right. So we're just establishing, that as much as we're not going to get into any details right now in this conversation. But so far, what I'm gathering is that you just basically believe what they're telling you. So that's fine. That you just believe that they said that the Earth is measured to have curvature. Yep. So we'll go ahead and go to the next question, which is, how do you know, or how has it been measured that the Earth has been detected to be spinning on its axis, axial rotation? So what method do you know of that we can actually do, or has been done, that detects axial rotation?
I couldn't tell you.
Okay, honest answer. All right, so we'd say that you just believe that however they detect that the Earth is spinning on its axis, they must be correct, because there's been a lot of people that have detected it, or a method has been done to detect it, right? You just believe that to be the case.
I just believe it.
Okay, so third and final question is the vacuum of space being a medium that we could travel to, or that it actually exists as a medium that they tell us. Now, how can we establish, or from your first-hand perspective, that the vacuum of space is indeed adjacent to the pressure air that we breathe?
I can tell you.
Okay, so real quick, I'm just going to round up the three first points that I just brought to you right now. And these are the positive claims that the globe Earth makes, right? That there has been measured curvature, that we have a detected axial rotation, and the vacuum of space is indeed a reality that exists next to the air pressure we breathe. But with these questions, we found out that the only thing you know is that you believe that all these three questions are true. You don't know that they are. You just believe them. So far as you know that secondhand information has gotten to you, and you believe that the Earth is a globe that is spinning in the vacuum of space. So it's not established as true knowledge. It's only something that you just believe it to be true, and you agree with me. So
no, hold on. Well, you're just assuming that I agree with you. I don't really. No. Because you're saying that this information that I know is just a belief.
It is. We went over that. You just conceded them.
No, I didn't concede them. I said I don't know how they work.
Right, you just believe.
You. What the fuck?
Yeah, you just said you conceded. You believed all three of the points. I'm glad it kind of hit you right now. It's the first time this ever happened. It hit somebody at the end, but I'm glad you actually saw what I was doing at the very end.
I just said that I don't.
That happened.
Agree with everything.
That just happened. I know that you don't.
It just happened.
I know that. Listen,
people arguing with misspeaking. Hold on. You interrupted Ben the entire time. Can you just shut the fuck up for 1 sec? You really are a rude arsehole.
I'm ready. Hang on 1 second. This is the first time.
Shut up.
This is the first time that's ever happened that the guy actually. Listen to this, right? He actually conceded the 3 points all the way through. Now he's backtracking and saying, "Hold on, what the hell just happened?"
That was.
And this is amazing, right?
That's what was specifically done. I just believe that it was been done. So yeah, we're elucidating a point that it's just a belief because you don't know.
So you do understand the power of my kung fu now, right? You just got beat on and didn't even know it. So here's the thing, though, homie. And I know you're not gonna like this because I have you muted, but I have to because you were being very disrespectful. So you just believe that the Earth is a globe spinning in outer space. And you conceded to all 3 points, mind you. And it was live streamed. Everybody heard you concede those points. So it's not only that you conceded it, but we have tons of witnesses right now. About 50 people listening on the Discord, and about maybe 60 or 70 on the 2 live streams that we have running. So thank you very much for your participation, but it seems like you're not going to be very good to have a conversation with because of the way you were being. So unless you're going to say that you're sorry in a DM, then I'm probably just going to leave you muted for now. And let's get to some other new people that are in here.
Yeah, so the history of this, I think everybody in here agrees it kind of started with the Nikon P900 and people posting their photos on Reddit. I mean, I remember coming across this before I took Flat Earth seriously too, back in 2014. So yeah, the Nikon P900 revolutionized consumer grade digital optics, where you could grab a digital camera with an 80x real life optical zoom and zoom in on things that you never could zoom in on before. I think Nikon's entire marketing promotion was to shoot the moon. Yeah, their design spec required them to allow the user to take close-up images of the moon's surface. And this is something that's been very difficult to do, but the Nikon P900 does it and does it well. So people started buying these, right? And they started taking them on vacation and started zooming in on the horizon at the beach, right? Hey, let's go watch those ships go over the horizon. Only they were watching ships way beyond where the globe horizon should be. And people posting is this for real? What the hell's going on? And then people took other images too, zooming in on shorelines across bays, across large bodies of water, downriver. mean, it got people really asking. So that's kind of the genesis of this, was people noticing that we can see beyond where the globe limits lie. And it got people digging further, like, okay, let's go test how big the globe should be. And let's figure out what the globe claims to be, not to anthropomorphize the globe, but the globe has a 59 mile radius. So you can do some quick trigonometry and derive the distance to the horizon for any observer height, which comes out to 1.22 multiplied by the square root of the observer's height in feet. That's the geometric, in a vacuum, perfect environment, distance to the horizon where it should be on a globe. It's a great rule of thumb. I mean, you can almost do the mental math yourself, particularly for observations like 1 foot off the ground, as is the case with the oil rigs. We used to call it the black swan, probably not a good title for it anymore, but we've got these observations of oil rigs that serve as distance markers that are well before the horizon, way, way beyond the oil rigs. And that's the whole point of the oil rigs, is to serve as distant markers so that the camera's height from 1 foot off the ground can zoom in on the horizon past the oil rigs and see flat Earth. I mean, it's just remarkable. Oil rigs being 6 to 9 miles plus. There are 2 of them individually. So if the observer is 1 foot off the ground, where should the curvature begin? At 1.2 miles. That's it. So how is it you can see a continuous surface, not only from the shore of the ocean, but going all along up to the bottom of the oil rigs and beyond the last oil rig, way off to the horizon? How is it you can see it's got to be easily 20, 30 miles plus from 1 foot off the ground? It's remarkable. And more observations started to pile in. People start to claim, oh, there's refraction. And usually they don't know what they're talking about, because most people who study what refraction is don't even know what the hell refraction is. It's very complicated, very, very green field area physics, particularly involving meteorology, not necessarily laboratory conditions. So people started modifying their P900s to take care of that. You know what they do? They modify the sensor, they pop on an infrared lens, and now they can see infrared super zoom, long distance. And oh man, it just gets worse for the globe, because you'd expect to see the horizon of the globe to pop out at you. Like, let's say you're, a 5 to 6 foot observation height holding your infrared converted Nikon P900. You should be able to zoom in on the curvature of the Earth that's 3 miles away. And people can see far, far beyond that. And at some point, some flat earther said, what if I were to take this up in an airplane? What if I were to take high-end infrared converted optics up in an airplane to 35,000 feet? What can I see? So you got folks like Jay Tolan Media One. He's got this YouTube channel, been around for, 8 to 10 years now. He just flies all over the world taking long distance, high altitude infrared imagery of the beautiful flat Earth. And the best part is he's an actual RF engineer, and he knows what he's doing when it comes to photogrammetry. That's using the geometry of images in the camera in order to ascertain distances and sizes of objects in the image. I mean, he's zooming in on mountain ranges that should be 100,000, 150,000 feet below the curvature of the Earth. You could freaking see the mountains in the base of the mountains that they're on. Like, what is going on, folks? I mean, it's almost with this technology, like taking a spy satellite and aiming the damn camera sideways at the horizon instead of straight down to look at newspaper print, and zooming way in on it. It's freaking trippy as shit to see such a flat Earth. And then got people questioning, well, what about radio? VHF operates line of sight. People install microwave links, which is point-to-point to point-to-point antenna links to get high-speed communications going. People started examining what they were doing as jobs. You got microwave tech installers now saying, holy shit, I think Earth is flat, because were able to propagate distances well beyond any curvature, well beyond even the claimed globe of globe terrestrial refraction of microwave, which is 4/3R. I mean, there are now like Wi-Fi claims, low power Wi-Fi claims going out hundreds of miles over the ocean. So it just gets crazier and crazier. And over time, we've now built up this huge library of long distance observations, not just in, visually, but beyond the visual spectrum, into infrared to microwave. And Earth just behaves flat in this manner. We try to measure curvature and can't find it anywhere. And then we decided to go examine, well, why do people believe in the globe in the first instance? How was this created? Well, we figured that out too. And now we're wondering how the hell we got here as a civilization. Why is it 2025 and we still... The world has gone mad with this globe delusion than it is to accept that the world is as flat as it measures and is observed to be. I tell you, folks, it's crazy. I don't know, how much more bait can we dangle out there, like gyroscopes? We could talk about gyroscopes, we could talk about maps, we could talk about surveying, navigation, cartography, the geometry of maps itself, relating to differential geometry and topology and manifolds. I mean, really, what I like about this topic, even if you aren't a flat earther, if you can't even get on board with that for whatever reason, I get it, there's mental blocks. I had a huge one for a long time. This topic gets you researching things that you probably either long forgot, things that you studied in school perhaps once. Maybe you dropped out of a physics program in college 30 years ago, and now you're like, holy crap, do I still have my textbook in the basement somewhere? Let me dust it off and take a peek. I mean, maybe you studied some geometry at a higher level in high school or something, and now you're like, holy crap, I need to figure this out again. I need to study geometry and trigonometry again. Let me go study that. Let me go study some chemistry. I might need to know how the air freaking works, and I need to know a little bit about fluid dynamics. Maybe I need to learn about static pressure of water and containers and stuff. Maybe I need to dig into that too. This topic, Flat Earth, takes you everywhere, and you will study more. If you are totally going to engage this, you will study more than you ever did when you were a full-time student, on top of your full-time job and whatever commitments you have going on. And honestly, it can lead to some imbalances in life. You got to be sure to not neglect your relationships and make sure that you take this topic in stride. And by that, I mean, it is absolutely important as a topic itself, but your real life relationships matter more than this, I would say, especially your relationship with God if you have a deep spiritual life. This topic, I think, is ancillary and may be incorporated into some of that, but for the love of God, literally, don't neglect your relationships.
Any chance of a little rant about how the spherical coordinate system that was originated from the sky was basically hijacked into a terrestrial coordinate system and called the globe?
Yeah, briefly. I kind of think it came out of the age of sail. It came out of navigation. A need to have some kind of way to conceptualize, to construct the stars, I call it a star field, into a geometrical object that sort of works. So there's a pragmatic utility in this when they constructed the sky and the stars into a celestial sphere. This started happening actually with the Greeks, but it really took on its formation with the astronomical and nautical almanacs that became popular during the age of sail. So we're talking 15, 16, 1700s is when this really kicked off. And they realized as they had to use sky geometry in a spherical manner, that they were having topological mismatches with the flat Earth below their boat and sailing. So in order to get arc lengths in the sky that they'd measure with angles and to get a distance relationship to correspond to the ground, they had to form arcs out of the surface on the ground, and that became nautical miles. And they did this in order to retain symmetry, retain a scalability between the sky and the Earth. And the reason for this is if you were to project three-dimensional ball geometry from the sky onto a flat surface on the ground, you're going to have problems with planar sailing, with planar surveying and triangulation. You're not going to be able to form triangles whose corners meet and whose sides are straight, and your geometry is going to be all fucked up on a flat Earth. So in order to be consistent, they mathematically contorted the ground into a ball too, and that became a globe. And then so what they're doing is they're basically printing flat Earth like wallpaper into the interior of a globe that's the sky ball. And then they're imagining their ships and their people that are walking around on the top side of it. That's your globe. The globe is just a convenient way to conceptualize navigation with the celestial sphere, and it kind of reified itself into existence in reality. The entire coordinate system we use, latitude and longitude, which we think of today as being ground coordinates, exist first as sky coordinates, a way to look at the relationship of stars and their motion over time in the sky. Again, using a celestial sphere construction, man-made construction, even though the sky doesn't exactly behave like a sphere. So latitude comes from what's called declination, which is your distance from the celestial equator. That's right, the equator too is a conceptual line, an arc in the sky. It's above what people consider today is the equator of the globe. And your declination is your distance from that, and 90 degrees puts you under Polaris in the north, puts you under a similar point in the south. Orthogonal to that, something called right ascension, which is where we get longitude from. And to figure that out, you kind of need clocks. And this is looking at stars as they move east to west in the sky. Stars have different angular displacement depending on how far away they are from the celestial equator. So as they move towards what we call the poles in the sky, they don't exhibit much, if any, angular displacement over time, with Polaris being relatively fixed. So those coordinates were mapped into the surface in order to retain the sky geometry and to make a topological match. It doesn't mean that the distances are indeed accurate, but if you have a coordinate system and you can calculate it and use it internally consistently, you can apply this to any topology, whether Earth is flat or not. And I gotta go. I'll be listening later on. Take care, guys.
Thanks, man.
And I'm back. Thanks for letting me monologue for a bit. Awesome, man. Thank you for recording me, clipping me out for that monologue. That was really great. Thanks, DJ.
So, how did this crazy flat Earth idea get so popular, and when did it start? In fact, it's nothing new. For most of our known history, humans have known the Earth to be a flat, stationary, and enclosed topographical plane. And by topographical plane, I mean the surface of the Earth is water, which doesn't...
That'll do it.
I've actually got to go here for a meeting. I'll be back in a few.
All right, man. See ya.
And I'm back.
All right. I guess we don't have any globlins in the chat. Except for Sheepdog's little creature, whatever that is. Is that a
Gizmo, man?
A what?
A Gizmo from Gremlins.
Ah, yeah. True. I thought it looked familiar. Whoop, I gotta go on mute.
He said he went on mute and then he just disappeared. What's up, Milano?
Hello.
How you doing, man?
I'm good.
Good. What brings you into this room particularly?
Portugal?
What's the room called?
The photo is the Kakashi.
I'm sorry?
You talking about my photo?
No, I said what brings you into the room.
What things bring me to the room? To practice in English, that's it.
Okay. All right. So are you somebody who always believed the earth is a ball?
In the science, yes, it is a pole, more flat.
Okay.
Hey,
What
sheepdog,
evidence?
can I give him one sentence to practice English with, and then you go ahead?
Yeah, go ahead.
You need me
Practice with this, Milano. Here, repeat after me. The earth is flat.
Okay, I can accept it. The S is a flat.
No, just say
Why
that
can you not?
sentence.
Why
Say
can
the
you
earth
not?
is flat.
Just to keep me at the room.
What
Go ahead,
evidence did
sheepdog.
they give you? What evidence did they give you, Milano? What was the evidence they showed you to say the Earth was a ball?
I don't know. Maybe when I learned that from the school, they told us, and the S is a pole, like a pole.
Yeah, and the Earth is too big to see curvature, right? It's really, 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 really big.
Maybe, but I'm not interested as a ball or a flat. What's well making this change in my life? Nothing.
Well, you don't know that.
That's my opinion already, you know.
Right,
So
but I mean,
somebody deceiving you about the actual environment that you live in, that wouldn't matter to you at all. Sorry, go ahead, sheepdog.
well, I was just going to say that that's an ignorant claim, right? Because you don't know one way or the other, so you don't even know if it would change your life.
Yeah.
Right? That would be like, what, $1 billion wouldn't change my life. Well, you wouldn't know unless you had $1 billion, right?
Yeah, if I have $1 billion, why I will be stay here?
Exactly. Well, some people believe the Earth is a ball, and then when they find out that the Earth is flat, it does change their life because now they no longer have to believe; they have
I
knowledge.
told you, for me, it's nothing change if I know the Earth would be flat or be a pole. I'm not working in NASA.
No, but you no longer have to walk around worrying about whether a asteroid is going to hit the Earth and send you back to the ice age.
Yes, you're right.
I don't worry about that.
You know, the water, it's creating for the Earth in 71% from the Earth. Why they not call it the plant of water?
I don't know, but did you know that water is flat on the surface?
I don't know, bro. I don't know, bro.
You know water is flat on the surface.
Water in the surface, yeah.
Yeah, so if 71% of the Earth is made up of water and all water is flat, how can the Earth be a ball?
That's pretend for physicals, laws,
What?
like gravity.
You know, not the bathroom.
A lot of things we I'm
Yeah.
not like interested to talk about it. Actually,
Oh,
it's
okay.
referred to scientist actions. Some people had a bad connection.
Yeah, I apologize. I have to stay on mute. I'm at work, so I have work to do.
Oh, okay. No problem, bro.
If anyone else wants to talk to Milano, he seems your English is pretty good, man. You have a thick accent, but don't let that bother you. Okay, you're doing good.
I don't think that's. Thank you, Shadow. Shadowing.
Who wants to take over? I'm driving. I can if I have to. If somebody else, if you can, go ahead.
Hey, Dave. Thank you.
Hello, Milano. Welcome to the circle.
Okay.
Do you think you live on a spinning ball? Do you know why? Why do you think you live on a spinning ball, sir?
What I think at a spinning ball?
Yeah, why do you think that you're standing on a spinning ball at the moment?
I think he said that's because he learned it in school when he was in school.
Because they told you that in school, not because you experienced any of it, right? Have you ever felt the earth spin or you ever saw the earth curve anywhere? Hello? Still there? He gone.
Definitely, I didn't get anything you said. You're speaking very fast.
So we're doing like 1,000 miles an hour at the equator. So I'm sure you're not on the equator, but you're doing somewhere between say 400 to 800 miles an hour wherever you're at. Do you feel it?
100 miles for what?
The Earth is spinning that fast, but we can't feel it because all motion is relative and all the other bullshit, right?
I think you got to slow down just a little bit because he's missing a lot of words from you.
Oh, I thought he was pretty good in English. If somebody else wants to take over, feel free. I'm not the best at this. Anybody else here?
I'm driving as well. I don't know how good I sound at the moment, but I can try to talk to him if I'm coming through clearly.
Sound good, man. Go ahead.
Yeah, but they're asking you why you believe that you live on the outside of a spinning ball of water in some impossible vacuum of space. And like you said, you were taught in school, as we all are, we're all taught in school. But with a lot of the new technology and stuff, a lot of people are curious and they want to go verify this for themselves. New cameras and lasers and optics. People are trying to measure the nature of the surface of water, and we can't seem to find any curvature. So none of us has ever experienced it. No rotation, no curvature, or anything of the sorts. Have you?
Thanks, guys.
Are you there?
Hello, Milano. You still with us? All right. I can't look at the screen, but it seems like you bounced. Good try, though.
No, he doesn't
Anybody else?
understand anything y'all are saying. Like it's too advanced for him. He's of the mind that what difference does it make? It's not going to change his daily life.
Fair enough.
Yeah, just a little thing, y'all that are listening and everything. Whenever you're talking to somebody whose English is not their primary language, and they even second guess their language, you got to get real basic, man. I don't like using the term. You got to talk to them like children. But if you've ever had any children and you try to have an adult conversation with your children, that's how you have to talk to them. And you got to let them figure it out for themselves because they're having to critically think language. And so they know what they want to say, they just can't say it in English. They can say it in their native tongue, and then we would be confused. So it's just about being patient, you guys, and building up the crescendo of having the conversation. Like, plain and true, do you remember what it was like when you were learning English? Trying to have an extended conversation of something basic, but using critical thinking? I bet Kathos had that experience once too, man. I could say the same thing about Rayleigh. When Rayleigh, because Rayleigh's Canadian, so when he was learning English for the, I'm kidding, Rayleigh.
Okay, is anyone new joined that thinks they live on a spinning ball wants to tell us why? Go ahead. That would be the globe that's in motion, several different motions and vectors, various speeds. It's a circular object in the vacuum of space. Anybody think that's where they live? Go ahead. Is my mic working?
Yeah, I can hear you, Dave.
Yeah, your
Thank
mic's
you.
working, man. It's just us in this room. That's all.
Currently have no spinning ball dwellers, at least people that think that.
It's all good. I'll put on the audio since y'all are driving. I'm driving too, so I can't really like on and off the mic.
Fair enough, I'll mute.
Mic check.
Yeah, we hear you, man.
Okay, good. I see the bot is active. I don't know if something's playing and somebody just paused or muted it or what's going on.
No, I tried to replay what was already being played, but I guess they hit stop because they didn't want it to like start playing on its own after a minute. So I was about to start playing the bot again unless you got something you want to talk about.
I've always got fun stuff to talk about. But it's fun to me. Doesn't mean it's fun to anyone else.
No, everything's fun, man. Especially new information. You know, like when you did that rant about like how flat Earth kind of like the beginnings of it started to resurface. It was such an epic rant, dude. Like we have to play it over and over again for people to listen to.
Well, thanks. Yeah, I'm happy to be that guy.
I'm the same way. I hate the sound of my own voice, but it was a good rant, regardless of who told that story. That was going to be a good story.
Yeah, we're all a bunch of nerds, man. We love to hear you rant about whatever we can learn about, and appreciate the time.
What's the new interesting thing that you've come across in your little research? Because I know you're constantly looking at things on the side and reading papers. So
Yeah.
what's the thing that you came across recently that's just like, that's interesting?
I'd say it's kind of tying in together a previous era of academic study that I engaged in like 30 years ago. I used to be really big into philosophy, into linguistics and semiotics, and had done a foreign study abroad program, work study program in Germany, and studied semiotics under a mentor in Rostock, Germany. His name was Dr. Helmut Leighton, and I don't know if he's still alive, but seems like a lot of these folks that were my mentors have passed on, and I think I'm just getting to that age. But really, what this deals with is the map and territory problem, and why I think it's so important. I think to re-engage this under this context in order to educate people on the subject, and it really came about because I got sick and tired of being asked to produce a fucking map. So, I've re-engaged some old books of mine. I went online, did some research, and I pulled some notes together. Drace and DJ helped put together using the resources of an AI. I don't know which one. A really good graphical chart. There's still one like typo that needs to be fixed. That synthesizes multiple disciplines that all converge on the same topic: the map and territory problem. I've got a set of notes and an epic rant to go into about that might be worth exploring here. I just need to see if I can pull it up, and I'll get myself wound up and I'll get started.
Well, if you need us to say, where's your map? You have no maps. The AE map is debunked. Like, we'll do that for you. No, I know you have that land survey of Great Britain. Is it Great Britain or England?
Yeah,
That
British Isles. Yep.
yeah, everything measures flat, and it all works, and it's actually better than what the globe models out.
Hold on, I got a work call. I'll be right back.
No worries, man.
You think you really got a work call?
Yeah, man, we're all professionals here. We all have our own jobs. We're just here out of hobby, you know.
Yeah, and I'm proud of you guys for standing up for what you believe and, trying to enlighten other people. That's a good thing. So I'm proud of you guys for that.
If you're being genuine and authentic, thank you.
Genuine and authentic, yes. Exactly.
I wouldn't necessarily say I believe, but I do enjoy the intelligent conversation when it finally happens. It doesn't always happen. A lot of people are very upset with this conversation. I don't know why.
Yeah, I don't know either.
You're roboting bad, Boogie Woods. I'm gonna see if I can play some stuff. Just give me a minute.
You know, we partnered with Google, for example. If you Google climate change, you will, at the top of your search, you will get all kinds of UN resources. We started this partnership when we were shocked to see that when we Googled climate change, we were getting incredibly distorted information right at the top. So we're becoming much more proactive. You know, we own the science, and we think that the world, you know, should know it, and the platforms themselves also do. But again, it's a huge challenge that I think all sectors of society need to be very active in.
Ms. Downs, does Google think that this is a problem, and what is the solution that you're coming up with to address it?
Thank you for the question. So as you noted, when Alex Jones posted the video you described saying that the survivors of the Parkland massacre were crisis actors, that violated our harassment policy. We have a specific policy that says if you say a well-documented violent attack didn't happen and you use the name or image of survivors or victims of that attack, that is a malicious attack and it violates our policy. In terms of conspiracy theory content generally, our goal is to promote authoritative content to our users. So we have two principles that guide the way here. That's the first one, is we want to provide users with authoritative, trustworthy information.
Downs, I'm sorry to cut you off. I only have a minute and a half, and I don't really need to hear what you're trying to provide. I want to know how you're dealing with all these conspiracy theorists on your platform.
So the first way is by demoting low-quality content and promoting more authoritative content, and the second is by providing more transparency for users. So we're introducing boxes that provide factual information at the top of results that have shown themselves to turn up a lot of information that is counterfactual, such as search.
Alice lite. Kan ni komma och...
Hey, what's up, Yoder? Hey, Dylan, you're hot micing.
Sorry,
Yeah,
my
what's
bad.
up, guys?
Hey, I hit pause just to keep the track going in case you get another phone call or something like that. But if it auto plays, then I'll just hit
Oh,
stop.
but feel free to keep it going, man. Let's hear the rest of this, and then if nobody else comes in to have a chat, I'll just go on another ranty monologue with my notes.
Yeah, go ahead, brother.
For the Earth is flat on YouTube, where you see a lot of
Your response is to put a box saying, nope, the Earth is not flat.
correct.
Okay.
This size, the International Space Station would be orbiting about a half an inch above the surface. And that dude who jumped out of a perfectly good balloon, what's his name? Felix Baumgartner, he would have been about 2 millimeters above the surface of this globe. That's his edge of space jump. Now, you know, I don't, it's fine. He wants to, I don't have a problem if he does it, but the honesty of it would greatly diminish what I think people thought he was actually doing. And not only that, they made sure to photograph him standing there with a really wide-angle lens, which curves horizontal lines. So in the photo, you see this curvature of Earth's surface, and he said, wow, he's in space, look at that. No, he's not. At that height, you don't see the curvature of the Earth if you are 2 millimeters above this beach ball. You just don't. That stuff is flat.
You know what? I'll read this because it's been a long time since I read it, and nobody never knows like how I go in because it's like all most people hear is, "Damn, this dude's mic is terrible," and then they hear me screaming. But I did some work here. Let's see. Let's see. Where is it? Astronomer. Why would they lie? Right? Because this is before I got my new conversation. I wish a heliocentrist would ask me why they would lie, because then I go to who's they. Okay, the people that say that we're moving around the sun, that would have began about 500 years ago with Copernicus, and Copernicus is a priest. You want to debate that? We can do that. But anyway, I don't know anybody who would be, family to a certain unit of people. Like every family has their profession thing, right? So, he grew up in the church, he worked for the church. And in order to be a bishop, or in order to be a priest, you got to be a bishop first. So if his name is on text to be a priest, so I can't say he was, but in order to be a priest, you got to first be a bishop. So all of these things, I'm like, yeah, the people that were in the church for some reason told these people who couldn't read the Latin text at the time that the earth was moving. Obviously, that's why everybody fucking left. And that's why they changed their tune. Oh, the church is not saying this. Well, we're not saying that. We're actually listening. You're lying. But anyway, so it's just like, who's lying? Well, the people that have said that we've moved around the earth. Now, how do I know that they're lying? Why? Fast forward 400 years later, Edwin Hubble says, and this is where Winston picks up. He always runs my favorite quote from Edwin Hubble. And Edwin Hubble basically said, yeah, we don't have any evidence of it, like any actual evidence, but this is what we're going with. That's basically what he said. So I'm like, okay, so he's the protege for all of his descendants, which means, well, for all of his, you know what I'm saying? So that would mean you should definitely fucking know why it was proposed that the earth goes around the sun. So you telling me that there's no evidence, Einstein telling me that there is no evidence, everyone else telling me that there's no evidence, but that's what they're going to go with anyway, just tells me what I need to know. All I need to know is you guys didn't actually have any evidence. That's it. So why are they lying? Well, if there are people who claim to be, the church body, and they're going against the cosmology in the very first book of their cosmology, they're probably doing that because they don't want to accept God. I can't see any other reason why anyone would lie about the religion that they're inside of. You see what I'm saying? So it's like, why don't you think about that instead of asking why they would lie? So like, it's so flippantly, like it's like you really don't want to know the answer because it's really deep. But anyway, before that, I wrote this down, and this was a comment from someone else, and I'll end it like this. I'll give me 60 seconds to go through, and then I'll be done. So I took some astronomy classes, in college, and I took psychology. I'm 100% flat earther. Oh, look, flat earthers go to school. Wow, I didn't know that. Education is not truth. Being taught something for 10 years and making 90,000, so it's 90,000, to teach it doesn't make it true. Keeping the lies going will keep the funds coming. And unfortunately, academia will continue to be a joke. Academia alone is the main reason they will never tell us the truth. And by the way, we have quotes upon quotes upon quotes of other physicists, scientists, astrophysicists in this field, either in modern times or before, that have literally said, I dare not go against the paradigm. I dare not go against academia. So when people are asking, well, where are the people that are questioning shit? Well, why are there so many people saying I'd rather not go against it? I mean, it's open your eyes. Anyway, unfortunately, academia will continue to be a joke. Academia alone is the main reason they will never tell us the truth. You can ignore you can ignore the spiritual side if you desire, but academia would be destroyed in many aspects, and we would have chaos. Anyone who teaches astronomy out on the streets, an astrophysicist at a university on the streets, I guess they're the same thing. Homeless and no more, $90,000 check, university libraries gutted, and the books for the college classes tossed. Libraries would be imperiled. The entire educational system, Rockefeller system, uh, it goes twofold. One is for your education, and two is
Rockefeller,
how
y'all.
make money. But I'll breeze past that. Um, Libraries will be imperiled. The entire educational system for teaching of the globe, space, astronomy, and so forth is basically destroyed by the truth. So, state doesn't matter. Need more of a motive? Isn't that enough? Want more? How about NASA is finally shut down and the biggest court case ever would ensue? No more 58 million a day for green screen, harness videos, and stories of water on other planets. No more fake tragedies. Every tragedy that happened would have to be accepted as a fraud. Imagine the chaos of reaction from the American people. It would be genocide for the government. Every government on the face of the earth would be questioned, and the people with torches and pitchforks would be on the street. So when someone says, why keep the lie going, think about this. It doesn't take much effort on your part to just open your eyes.
That was crazy. Sounded like a broken
Yeah,
alarm clock.
yeah, that was pretty good.
I mean, what was that like psycho screeching at the end? Broken alarm clock.
It was another video that played after that, and I'm wondering like if other people have gotten into the bot and just added their own little thing to play after our bot's done playing or whatever.
All right. Well, if nobody else wants to discuss the nature of Earth, I mean, I can go into a monologue. I've got my notes, lecture notes. I've got my infograph to put in the side chat, which I'll post ahead right now, I guess, and maybe we'll get started. All right. All right. So, what is this about? Well, there's been an ongoing human endeavor since the beginning of time to comprehend the geometric structure of the cosmos, the stars that have mystified people for eons, and the Earth itself as it sits below it. And current cosmological consensus regarding the Big Bang, lambda CDM cold dark matter model is considered basically a triumph of human and technological progress on this front. And within this zeitgeist, a zeitgeist basically means a worldview, or spirit of the age, rather. It's kind of like the cultural mores of the time. Within this whole framework, within what we consider to be modern standards of ethics and of cosmological models and how we think about things philosophically, epistemologically, specifically regarding this heliocentric oblate spheroid Earth concept of a model. This has been regarded as an unassailable fact, right? Try challenging somebody today, as we do every day in here on the globe, and see the kind of pushback you get. The triumph of the globe is a foregone conclusion in pretty much everybody's mind. Triumph of outer space, conquering satellite orbits, and sending Voyager space probes beyond the solar system, and using James Webb to witness things beyond our greatest cosmological dreams. Right? These so-called unassailable facts are really just digital imagery and concepts. So if we apply some rigorous interdisciplinary examination of the same empirical data that's available to them, which is available to us, in other words, doing the homework, we find that the prevailing methodology, the framework, the foundational philosophical assumptions underlying these models, these concepts, really reveal a profound and systemic epistemological failure or fracturing. Which means we can't really support and justify our beliefs and acceptance of these things, neither on a foundation of epistemics nor on ethics. And I'll get to that later. So we consider ourselves here a group of empirical skeptics, and our group encompasses people from diverse ages and backgrounds, educationally and from practical experience. I mean, we have really engaged people who are pizza delivery truck drivers and academic lecturers going on worldwide circuits, as well as laboratory and field experts, both. And just regular normal Joes holding down regular white collar jobs and trying to feed a family of 4, on 1 or 2 incomes. I mean, we really do represent, our society represents a broad cross section of broader society itself, and I think that's important to know. And we've deconstructed the prevailing cosmological narrative, and we've been able to apply a very unique interdisciplinary lens to do that. And we're able to engage with highly technical concepts in the field of optics and physics and philosophy, which seem unassailable but are completely accessible and available for us to assail. And we do it because we're basically honest. We're able to take down the prevailing paradigms because we're honest, and we know how to think critically. And we're asking the hard questions, some of the kind of questions that you may have heard if you took like college level classes or even advanced high school level classes, and would ask your teacher or lecturer difficult questions. I mean, many people actually drop out of the field of physics because they're almost too smart, because they're able to ask, okay, well, what do you mean by mass? What the hell is even mass? What the hell is even gravity? And question some of the fundamental assumptions that go into these concepts. And they're smart enough to understand and become dismayed when their teacher or lecturer gives them boilerplate answers that are definitely not satisfying enough. So we sit here and we analyze these claims of these geometric Earth models, and we submit them to tests. And every time we do, we discover that these assumptions behind these models are protected by some kind of crazy, pervasive cognitive pathology. And it has a name. This pathology is called the map and territory problem. It's a problem for the ages. So your pragmatic or useful mathematical abstractions, these model creations that you dream up, are mistaken for concrete physical realities, and are mistaken in a violent manner. And I really mean that. I mean, just see the kind of people we deal with. So in the accepted architecture of space, the cosmos is scrutinized through the combined lenses of epistemics, fluid dynamics, spatial surveying, optical physics, and more. We begin to see some significant anomalies erupt into our view. The prevailing heliocentric model really relies heavily on post-diction, post-dictive reasoning, and unverifiable, unfalsifiable, thermodynamically paradoxical assumptions regarding vacuum mechanics, and a very pernicious and persistent misattribution of optical phenomena attributed to physical curvature. So what I'd like to get involved with today and to discuss with you is a treatise laying down foundations for an exhaustive and evidence-based evaluation of all these claims and dismantle the reification of geodetic models. I'm prepared to do that in live time right now. We can do this through the synthesis of empirical data regarding the physical limits of Earth curvature against the mechanical laws of physics, including the atmosphere, and the behavior of electromagnetic wave propagation over vast distances, and give you an actionable dual pillar paradigm. You'll see what that is later on. In order to maintain a foundation of modern empirical skepticism. So in order to effectively challenge the mainstream cosmological worldview and the zeitgeist, we need to understand a psychological and sociological dilemma. There are mechanisms in place that protect this worldview. And the recurrent epistemic failure observed right now in contemporary geodetic debates like what we're doing now is this pathology of reification. This is the profound cognitive mistaking of representational abstract constructs for their concrete realities. And it's the map and territory problem. This pathology is really best understood through a foundation, an axiom really by Professor Alfred Korzybski. Okay, he was a semantic scholar. He's very famous for actually quoting the term, the map is not the territory. Whenever you hear that, Alfred Korzybski is the guy that this is attributed to. The map is not the territory. Just like the menu is not the meal, something he also said. He famously said, you don't go to a restaurant and start devouring the menu. So every model or map or representation of something physical in the real world involves choices, deliberate selections, things that you have to consider, as well as certain you have to weigh consequences, and you have to judiciously select from those consequences which ones you think will most accurately represent what you're observing. And this gets into some subjective criteria. So there's deliberate subjective selection, there's mathematical scaling from the macro to the micro, and vice versa. And because of selection, there's an intentional omission of certain facts, of certain details that goes into creating a model. If you're a model builder, you know this. If you're a model builder, you know the limitations of what you're creating to represent what you think is true. In the field of geodesy, there's something called the reference ellipsoid, like the WGS84 model that we talk about here. It's like the worldwide standard for providing the map calculated distances of the latitude and longitude coordinate reference frame. It's purely mathematical. It's an abstraction. It's been fitted to people's measurements of dropping objects all over the Earth, which becomes a so-called gravimetric model, and astronomical alignment with that dropping, and astronomical sightings and timing of stars where they also appear. So the pathology of reification really begins to erupt when this geometric mesh, this wireframe mesh, is not treated as some pragmatic instrument, as something that's useful, even though it may be false, but as the literal physical Earth as a planet. That's the problem. This conflation is really illuminated by sociologist Jean Baudrillard, who created what's called the orders of simulacra. I'll get to that in a second. These really describe how representations of the real incrementally detach from their originating territories to become hyper-real and self-referential. This will make sense as I start to describe these. Okay, so what are the orders of simulacra and how does it apply? There are 4 orders, the first, second, third, and fourth. A first order simulacra is defined where a model faithfully reflects a profound reality, such as a localized empirical topological survey with an elevation profile. That's a first order. To understand that, you have to go into the second, third, and fourth. So what's a second order in order to contrast it and compare? Well, second order is where this model starts to manipulate and distort an underlying truth and smooths over inconvenient complexities of the true physical reality, of the physical landscape in this case, to create a generalized and functional map. And yes, it devolves further. It devolves into a third order. The third order is where now this model or map actually masks an absence of something profound and true and real. Okay? Quick example of that might be a treasure map that has been sanitized to remove the treasure so it can be circulated worldwide. Now everybody has the map without the treasure on it. You start to omit things. It's not just a distortion, but now an omission of information. And then there's the fourth order. And this is kind of where it gets really deep. This is kind of like the movie The Matrix. This is where the model or the map starts to bear absolutely no relation to any physical reality whatsoever. It becomes what Baudrillard calls a pure simulacrum. So, an example is a modern globe visualization like Google Earth, which has attached to it digital elevation models, the curve with that globe. It also includes heavily processed composites of satellite telemetry and photography that are glued and mapped onto a wireframe mesh. These are examples of the fourth order, and they circulate purely as self-evident depictions rather than some constructed algorithmic output. And at this stage, the map is no longer a tool like it used to be, like it originated, right? Because in the first order, when people create maps and models, and adopters know what they are and use them, they know these are representations and are not real. But in the fourth order, the map is not just a tool to read the territory. The map has aggressively replaced the territory in the human mind. And that's where you get the matrix of the human mind. So if you look in the side chat, I've got an infographic. Call it the epistemic matrix and the degradation pipeline. Path A, Path B, and Path C. We're going to go through this. There's a social dimension, the social dimension of this pathology. It's a cognitive pathology. It operates within this epistemic matrix, dictating how people, how you and I, how globers, flat earthers, anti-flat earthers, anti-globers engage with their models and maps that represent their cosmology. And this matrix identifies three paths of engagement: mapping awareness and energy expenditure against conformity. You'll understand what I mean by energy expenditure in a minute. So Path A's where we like to start, okay? This is your genesis. Path A represents the model literate builders, the people who build the models, and the map or model conscious adopters, the people who are the builders of models and maps and the people that adopt them in the first order of Baudrillard, right? They understand that models are representations. They know that all maps are wrong and some are useful. They're okay. They're comfortable. They may be flat earthers who are fine using GPS systems because they understand what it's doing. Okay? And this also represents geodetic surveyors who believe Earth is a globe and they survey Earth flat in the process. Both of these people could be categorized as Path A people. All right, doesn't mean they're correct. It just means that they understand the difference between the map and territory. They maintain a very fluid conversation across differing models. It's why we can have conversations with people who LARP as flat earthers like Peter the Glober. He understands the map and territory problem. He LARPs as a flat earther. He LARPs as a Glober. I don't know what the hell he is right now. Okay, he's very fluid on both sides. He can have conversations. I like to think I can have conversations too with flat earthers and globers, anti-flat earthers and anti-globers, because I understand models and maps. I'm conscious of their limits. All right? Path A people have a high awareness and an appropriate level of energy that they invest into it, which is to say they're not emotionally invested. The map and territory does not become part of their identity. It's not something that they defend as if it's personal. And they can have engaged, productive discourse. They engage in continuous learning, and they have something that we like to call epistemic humility. They understand the limits of knowledge and their ability to know things. Their susceptibility, the Path A people, their susceptibility to reification is very low. They're very aware of the limitations and scope of models. There's no need for like cult deprogramming of flat earthers or globe earthers who are honest about the models that they're working with. I'm dead serious about that. We've met people, we've talked to professionals in their field, some astrophysicists, who seem to be less certain about the globe than the anti-flat earthers who refer to them as an authority figure on the subject. Okay, so Path A people, okay, got it. Let's move on to Path B. What happens here? These are the rabid defenders of their model, whether it's like a flat concept or a globe concept. I'm not talking about reality yet. We're talking about models. They're hyper invested into a single model. They're creating models and ardently defending these models as if they're some kind of absolute truth. And they get excited about this shit. They view alternative models or challenges to the models as existential threats. It starts to challenge their identity, their worldview, their personal investment into the model. They become very argumentative and toxic. Yes, there are flat earthers and globers, we know for sure, and globers that do this. So their energy level's very high. They expend a lot of effort and energy into continuously defending and ad hoc patching the model. And it really kind of comes from a place of fear. They fuse their identity into this and they're afraid. They're engaged in tribalistic, if not cult-like behavior. They have their echo chambers. A term that I like is epistemological amnesia. They forget where the model came from. They weaponize their amnesia of epistemics. And their susceptibility to reification differs from the Path A people. Path A people are low. The Path B people are absolute. They've completely reified the model as an absolute reality. And with here, within this, we start to experience the battle royale mentality of the flat versus globe debate as people yell at each other and present models and reify models at each other and strawman each other with models. Next comes Path C people, okay, differing from both Path A and Path B. Who are they? Path C people we encounter in this epistemic matrix and the degradation pipeline. They're your listless followers, the low effort trolls. They're your conformists. They're the people we talk to who defer entirely to society, to academics, to smart people who figured it out, some perceived authority. These people are very easy to propagandize, and there are a ton of them. I think way more people are Path C than Path B, or even Path A. Their energy level contrasts with Path B. Path B's high energy. Path C people are very low energy, low effort, low curiosity. Like, you ask them to go look into this and they're not going to do shit. They're driven by laziness and social conformity. For them, social conformity matters. It's where probably they get some of their morals from and their ethics. They look around, their moral compass is guided entirely by what the herd mentality says is true and right and good in the world. They desire to belong, and their desire for belonging is higher than their desire to be correct. Path C people conflate the model with reality just as easily as Path B people. But whereas Path B people dumped a lot of effort and energy into it, Path C people just passively go along with it. So that's the degradation pipeline in the infographic I posted. Really kind of revealing how vibrant scientific inquiry calcifies, hardens into religious dogma for Path B. So the cycle begins with Path A, where the model literate creator constructs a pragmatic representation of something real. like an idealized geodetic ellipsoid. Over time, through lazy adoption and institutional transmission, like oral tradition, the nuances and complexities of the model's limitations are lost. That's the epistemic amnesia. The model degrades into path C, adopted passively by the listless followers, low-effort trolls who lack curiosity to really understand how the model was constructed in the first place. Which, by the way, if you want to free yourself from path B or C mentality, the key is to understand how the model was constructed. You first have to recognize it is a model, and then you understand how it's constructed. So eventually, when these anomalies arise or challengers question the model, the path B actors, they enter into the side door in the conversation. They inject aggressive toxic energy back into the system. And these rabid defenders, having fused their personal identity with the inherited model, or the model that they created and have fused their personality into, they fiercely defend the path C low effort, listless trolls and their dogma. And this creates a state of that epistemological amnesia that I talked about, the forgetting of where the model and the map came from in the first place and how it was designed and what choices subjectively went into creating it. It's a state defined as a total forgetting of the model's origin, its purposes, and its own limits. It leads directly to reification, to dogmatic thinking, conflict, and the total loss of all the technical nuance that went into it. And recognizing this pipeline is really a first step in the de-reification standard of cosmology that we're doing right now. We're trying to de-reify people from the globe, and we're trying to de-reify terrible flat earthers from their model conceptions of reality too. So how do you do this? How do you de-reify? Well, I'd say one tool set that you can adopt is the dual pillars of critique. You submit claims to internal and external critique. Two pillars. The internal critique is the claim internally consistent? If not, you can kick it to the curb. If it is, you're not done. Now you subject it to an external critique. So to effectively elevate this skepticism from just being a contrarian to a more epistemological deconstruction, we have to really master and apply these two pillars. We have to understand when to deploy each, and how to recognize their respective roles in triggering epistemological entropy and reverse it. When we recognize that, we determine that when it's even triggered, we begin to see how the path A model is the true skeptic and actually holds the most balanced view and the right view of what these things are and how to escape from this mentality. So an external, often called a transcendent critique, is one, this is the first pillar. It's one that attacks a scientific paradigm from a position completely outside the paradigm's own established rules, logic, and societal framework. Great example, folks, is when people claim that there's a distance between two observers and a corresponding difference in elevation to a star. We ask them, well, how do you know how far away the observers are? And their answer is to give us a map calculated distance between observers. Well, that's not real. We can challenge that. How do you know that the map calculated distance is true? Because if it's not true, then this undermines your entire argument, doesn't it? So let's go subject the map calculated distance to a non-map calculated distance, a measured distance. That's an example of a transcendent or external critique. When we do that, we condemn the entire structure of the claim as ideologically corrupt, even historically inaccurate, right? I mean, look at the whole Eratosthenes debacle, which is also fundamentally flawed. So, for instance, For instance, that whole Eratosthenes' failures is a prime example of this. He assumed certain conditions to be present in reality. As long as you whistle past that graveyard of preconditions, as long as you grant those special pleas, then his entire framework holds up. How dare you, and God forbid somebody challenge those premises, which is what we do. How do you know that light rays are parallel in the first instance? How do you know that the earth is even round in the first instance? So you submit these claims to an external critique. I mean, at that point, you also don't need to perform an internal critique either. If either of these pillars are knocked down, the other pillar you don't even have to touch. But moving on to the second pillar, the internal critique, also called an immanent critique, as opposed to a transcendent critique. To me, this is even more devastating. You adopt the same mindset of the model defender, and you subject their own claims to its own consistency, and you see if it holds up. So immanent critique conversely steps directly inside the opponent's paradigm. It generously adopts the standard model's own foundational assumptions, formulas, and physical laws, and systematically demonstrates how the model's own internal logic leads to inconsistency, absurdity, and catastrophic conflict with incontrovertible empirical data from within. Great example. The ever-expanding vacuum of outer space and the atmosphere we breathe is a pressurized system. You know, is our system open or is it closed? Is it open or is it closed? It's a great cosmological debate. It's internally inconsistent. You know, or the globe, right, asserts a radius of 3959 miles, which requires a specific geometric drop over distance. An internal or immanent critique takes that mathematics and subjects it to a laser transit test or a long distance observation. A philosopher named Wilfrid Sellers once noted that exposing the absurdity of a theory internally is the only method capable of achieving definitive results. Right, so you can devastate something externally, like I said before, and it's great. You may not even need an internal critique after that. But if you really want to cut to the core, you subject a claim to an internal critique. And once you do, there's no need for an external validation. There's no need for you to assume the burden of proof of the claims of the claimant. This is why it's important for us to place the burden of proof where it belongs. The globe claim has the burden of proof. We can adopt an internal or immanent critique and destroy it from within, and we are not obligated to subject this any further to an external critique. Even though we can and we do, as like ice cream and cherry on the top. So one of the ways to de-reify is to question the model. You can adopt an internal and or external critique, and you can attack the premises. You're just being academically honest and see if it holds up. You know, and we talk about this all the time in here. So how to de-reify? Well, I mean, when it comes to the globe, just demand a primary, direct, and independent measurement of the Earth, regardless of the outcome. Don't accept any institutional composites or CGI renderings or anything digitally processed by satellite telemetry as primary evidence. There are a lot of presumptions baked into these that we can also internally critique. If there's truth here, if it's scientific, derived from the natural world, it requires a direct physical measurement of the natural world. Water is the ultimate leveling mechanism in nature. If there's a 25-mile expanse of standing water showing zero deviation, showing no 440-foot drop during a laser test like FE Core did over Lake ISIL. Then the spherical geometry is mathematically falsified, full stop. We don't need to subject this to an external critique. That's it. We took the globe at face value, we tested it, it doesn't comport. Done. We can weaponize the internal critique. So when engaging with defenders of the standard cosmological globe, like the Path B freaking, toxic actors, we don't need to get into NASA's budget or historical conspiracies. Sidestep all of that. Look at whatever model they're presenting, its own physics, its own claims, and expose the contradictions. Oftentimes, you don't need to do any work. You just need to ask questions and let the Path B person talk long enough, and they'll contradict themselves at some point, or they'll expose some gap in knowledge of their model or some gap in the claim, and then you can use that to your advantage. Another thing you can do is identify all the postdictions, all of the affirming the consequence, all the ad hoc rescuing devices to show that their model is failing epistemically. And of course, you can also just reject the whole map territory conflation itself. Continuously articulate the profound difference between the mathematical model and physical reality. WGS84 ellipsoid is a mathematical wireframe mesh. Gravity is just mathematical formalism describing an observed effect. Neither of these things are truly physical. Neither of these things are tangible realities possessing any causal agency that we know of. By attaining some form of honesty awareness, you'll note that you'll require retaining some intellectual humility to do so. You'll have to ensure that these physical, sensory, and directly measured realities are absolute and are prime. They take unwavering precedence over these abstract mathematics. The map is not the territory. Knowing how the map was constructed, how the globe was constructed, going into history and learning everything from Pythagoras through Ptolemy, through the reference ellipsoids in modern geodesy and so on, understanding what the mathematical reduction of the horizontal datum is in geodesy, taking planar measurements and draping them like a blanket around a large ball, understanding that this is actually occurring and understanding how the globe is just a model that was constructed and how it was constructed through time is really the ultimate form of empirical power that gets you out of this toxic Path B mindset and infuses you with more energy to rise up from the Path C mindset. That's all I have.
Awesome monologue, man.
Thanks for your TED Talk.
So basically, what you're saying, Yoder, is that when pilots fly, they'll use the globe coordinates, but then when they're off by like several hundred miles, they're like, "Oh, I can see Paris over there. I'm just going to fly in that direction," and then they'll let the tower guide them in.
Well,
I don't know if it happens like that, but that's the right idea. I was just going to say, like, pilots may believe that they're flying around a globe, but their instrumentation is recording flat Earth, angular, Euclidean geometrical measurements. So it's just like with GPS, right? You're seeing globe coordinates spin underneath your airplane or your car on the screen, but you're driving or flying over a flat Earth. And this does mean that the distances and orientation of things do not match, not completely. but they match good enough within statistical significance over shorter distances, and shorter distances being easily within 250 miles.
Sorry, I'm at work, Yoder. It's a little bit noisy here.
That's all right. I'm making noise too, and I don't have the phone to mute, so I'll do my best to be quiet.
But yeah, it's interesting when you talk to people who do surveying and things like that. Hold on.
It brings to mind like a lot of zealous flat earthers who don't really appreciate all the work that went into a globe, and I really mean that. Like, oh, it's so stupid, it's retarded, the globe is so dumb.
No,
It's actually
the
quite
globe's the
brilliant,
result
if
of
not
like hundreds of years
genius.
of people putting their brains together.
Yeah, I really appreciate him being brainwashed.
Yeah, I don't know if I'd call the greatest deception or one of the greatest deceptions in human history something that's stupid.
Well, at least the globe has some. The storytelling is really good, and if you don't know any better, it seems to fit very nicely. Because, like I said, they've had a long time to put that story out and let people marinate with it.
Yeah, like it checks almost every box on the confirmation bias checklist. You know what I mean?
Yep.
It's a very long checklist, but it's still confirmation bias. And it's not stupid by virtue of how long that checklist is.
Like the globe explanation of seasons, that sounds pretty decent. As long as you don't look into the fine details.
Yeah, the average temperature normally where I'm from in Texas is like 30 or 40 degrees throughout the winter. And this year it was like 55 plus. So, I mean, I don't know. The tilt of the earth, I guess, didn't matter this time. But what I was going to say is if you talk to somebody who's into land surveying and their understanding about measuring the earth flat, level, and horizontal, um, when it gets into the terminology and the lack of a better term, the legalese of the conversation, right? They're gonna bounce back and forth between model to model to model, depending on what it is, and it becomes kind of a philosophical conversation more than anything else. And so I appreciated you explaining that for the various types of people that understand what it is that they're looking at in the real world. I'll tell you, it looks flat. They just map it to a ball.
Yeah, I mean, as a globe believer, you're used to hearing explanations for everything on the checklist, and you don't know to go outside the checklist. And because how you've come to understand your cosmology, you're going to ask for explanations of competing ideas rather than evidence because you don't know how to go outside your checklist.
Which is exactly why most people still believe that ships disappear over the horizon.
They do.
Oh, we got one. We got one, guys.
Not for long because DJ's here.
Are you afraid of DJ?
No,
I just asked if
DJ.
there's any apparatus that'll give you
No, DJ
similar
despises me.
effects.
So DJ despises me because I destroy all of his nonsense.
Like, can I take a couple Fresnel lenses and line them up with a gap and move it around with an object in between? Can I have an object on the other side? Will that cause issues? You say there's
No,
atmospheric
Robert.
lensing, but then that would be a representation Fresnel lens.
Let's just test out Robert's intellectual honesty quickly. Okay, so Robert, you won't get banned as long as you're intellectually honest. Now,
You stay intellectually honest as well.
interruptions get mutes. Okay, don't interrupt. Hold on. Yeah, I'll control these mutes. Okay. All right, Robert. You just claimed that boats disappear behind the curvature of the Earth. Now show a single observation where you validated that a boat is disappearing from the bottom up due to Earth's curvature. Okay, and you've taken into account the other possibilities that it could be. Now present that, or admit you don't have that, or get banned.
No, we have that. We have that all the time.
Okay.
That is one of the
Okay,
first things.
present it. So, all right. So now your next task is to present it. You don't need to say anything. You don't need to. You don't need to say anything. You just need to put the observation in the side chat, along with the confounding variables that were accounted for, and that would be a big plus for you.
Well,
And if you can do that, if you can do that, no, it doesn't exist. No
yes,
one's
it
ever
does.
presented it. Okay,
Absolutely,
well, present it.
existed all the time.
All right, present it. Go ahead.
Yeah, yes, I will, and don't reject it using your arrogance.
No, I'll question it. And he ran away. There we go.
Holy shit! You
See the
ran. You really did run away.
yeah, you ran away.
He reminds me of Smokey from Friday. When DJ ain't around, I'll be talking again.
The
When
ones that
DJ gets on
always
mic,
defeat.
when DJ gets on mic, I shut up. But when he leaves, I'll be talking again.
Fresnel lens test is a pretty good one for optics. There's a lot of homies that did those, posted videos a long time ago.
What are you talking about?
He's talking about the Fresnel lens, using it to make objects appear to move down.
Oh, so like affirm the consequent with a model. Got it.
Yeah, you're using a synthetic observation to match the real world. Like when they say lasers bend down in sugar water, that's a synthetic observation.
I'm detecting path B behavior.
I said it right. There's an S in there. But that's
Do you
not
think
It's
affirming the
French.
consequent. That's repeating the condition.
okay? So
That's
do you
just
think
an
that
answer to the question, what is happening, and we've already established atmospheric lensing exists. So
all
then
right? Well,
I have two Fresnel lenses, and I've got them set up to where, you can see through, right? But it's going to distort as you move it or you move yourself.
it would be
Viewing
really
an
cool.
object on the other side.
It would be really
That's
cool
exactly.
if the Fresnel lens that you have was analogous to the actual atmosphere. That would be really cool because it would explain things easily. But I don't
Exactly.
think that a Fresnel lens is or Fresnel lens is analogous to what we have that we're looking through in the air. And I think that that lensing effect, it does seem to happen sometimes, but it seems pretty rare, and it usually seems to be accompanied by some heavy miraging effects. So I'm not sure if it's analogous. I have watched all of
You
Rob
know what this is
Spieber's
analogous to?
tests.
I was going to say this is analogous to when Globers dump sugar water into a tank and shine a laser and say, "Look, that's what's causing light to bend."
No, it's
The flat
not
Earth
even
version is the
close.
Fresnel
Because
lens.
the sun, moon, and the stars do it every day. All the optical illusions
You're
that you see
reifying this into
happen.
reality.
It's not reification. It's just an answer to the question, what could be?
Yeah, it's not what
Is there
is, right? I
another?
mean, anything could be.
Well, is there another? Because we have atmospheric lensing, we have a definition, we have a term, and we have conditions. We have optical illusions that happen because of those conditions, and then you're saying this isn't even equivalent, even though it's the exact
It's
same
not.
thing.
It
No,
could
it's
be
not
that, but it
equivalent
could be
conditions.
anything else.
Conditions are definitely not equivalent, 100%. It's why you need a Fresnel lens.
Cool. I'll take any other options.
So you're
Oh yeah,
asking
I
for
mean,
explanations like Globers do.
No, I'm asking for other options. If there's no answer to the question, you can't just attack the only guy answering it. That's crazy.
Well, why do we need an answer? Why do I need a model?
No. You can't attack the only guy answering the question. How about
You're
that?
answering the question, but your answer is not exclusive to anything. Your answer is absolutely not analogous. It provides another explanation which hasn't been validated, and we know it can't be validated based off of its lack of analogy.
What do you mean? Objects appearing to dip is even though they're not technically dipping.
Provide evidence, provide real world evidence that the atmosphere behaves mechanically for wave optics like a Fresnel lens.
I watch the sunset every day of the week. What are you talking about?
Affirming the consequent.
Oh,
Again, you're
God.
okay, dude. Affirming the consequent. Can you try again?
Do you want me to give you an example? I'm going to give you the example that I have.
No, I don't want
And then I go
explanations. I
back to
want
the
evidence.
tabletop example.
I want evidence, not examples and explanations. You're doing path B behavior now.
Yeah, but that only happens because of an optical illusion.
How do you know?
So you're telling me the sun is grabbing a shovel and digging into the ground when it sets?
I'm not telling
No,
you
it's
shit.
not.
I'm asking you how you know. I'm not telling
Yeah,
you
I
shit,
know
dude.
you're
I'm
not
asking you how
telling
you
me
know.
anything. You're attacking the person that answered the question. That's all you got so far.
No, I'm attacking your premise, not the person. See, you've completely fused your identity with your behavior. You're a path B person, like I just talked about in my 40-minute lecture earlier.
Yeah,
I'm not
that's
attacking you,
still an
dude.
attack.
It's not an attack. It's
It's
that
just a me and
the
then
air.
something that's off topic, right? Which
It's
is
not
the
about you
definition of
personally. It's just people. There's a lot of bad flat Earth arguments getting around, and thinking that the atmosphere is analogous to a Fresnel lens. It's not analogous, unfortunately, right? They behave differently. Like, it's a boundary medium as well. Like, it's just a thin lens compared to a huge body of air that you're looking through. And I could give you a better explanation right now, and with a demonstration that is completely analogous, if you want it. I mean, if you have a look in the side chat, right? Here's one that isn't easy to shit on, because anybody can test this. Now, what we have here is a flat floor, a camera on the other side, right? We have an object. We can see the white part of the object. Let's call that the sail. And then the yellow bit underneath it, let's call that the hull. Now, we have the red thing, right? That's a temperature gauge, and it's taking the temperature close to the ground and then at 3 points above that. If we have a look at the temperatures, we see that the cooler air is closer to the ground, right? When we can see the object, we got 19.7 degrees Celsius. And then it gets a little bit warmer as we go up in height to 20.7 degrees Celsius. Now, see, it says opening door. So now they open the door and they're going to let some cold air in. So now all of a sudden, we've varied and manipulated the temperature gradient. So now we have it 17.4 degrees close to the ground, going up to about 10 degrees, 2 feet above the ground. Now, all of a sudden, the bottom, what we were calling the hull of the object, has now disappeared behind the horizon on a flat floor. The only thing manipulated was the temperatures in the room. So here's a scenario that is absolutely analogous to the real world. No Fresnel lenses, nothing like that. Bottom-up obstruction, varying and manipulating the actual medium of the air, the temperatures of it anyway. And there we go. And that actually aligns with what, the so-called experts, even on the globe side, would tell you what would happen if you were to, manipulate the temperatures. Even a globe, can't really go against this. So there's what I would call a much better explanation for why certain circumstances of bottom-up appearance can happen, or bottom-up disappearance, I should say.
Yeah, do you see how much more analogous that is to the real world is, Cuddles? I mean, I thought that was a great presentation.
Last time I checked, it isn't freezing on the surface where I'm at, and it's not freezing in the sky where the sun is. So it's not here.
Yeah. All right. So
nice try, though.
No. Right. So what we have, okay, so if you're talking about a small scale, you need a much more drastic change in the temperature gradient, right, to cause this effect to happen. Over a longer period, right, over a longer distance, a small deviation can make a much larger change. So let's say there's a slight deviation of a beam of light, let's call it, whatever we want to call it, a laser beam. Okay, a small deviation, that small deviation over a short distance isn't going to make much of a difference. But if you continue that deviation over a long distance, then you're going to get a large deviation. So you can have a small change in temperature and have quite a lot of deviation of something that's, say, 10 miles away. If you want to do it on a smaller scale, yeah, you need to have a sharper gradient, right? A steeper gradient. And yeah, these absolutely happen, these gradients in the air. In fact, the normal lapse rate is that it gets cooler as you go up. So, I mean,
Well, unfortunate for me, the sun isn't going to be in its same path during Norway's winter, so I have a problem trying to test this out in the real world without having to travel to specific places. And where the sun's path goes is warm, quite usually.
well, it's not warm when it's over Antarctica, is it? When you can see it when you're in Antarctica, for example, or when it's negative 20 degrees Celsius here in winter and it's the middle of the day and I can look up and see the sun in the sky. It's not warm
Yeah, but
then.
I'm talking about being able to see the sun like an actual zenith, buddy. It's not cold. All of this is non-realistic
When do you
to
see the
this
sun at zenith?
location.
When have you ever seen the sun at your zenith? You live on the equator.
Bro, I live in the summer zone.
Yeah, not
Where
on the
in the
equator.
summer
Summer
it'll be
zone, like the
overhead,
South
head
has a summer
overhead.
zone.
In the north,
So you
buddy,
live
there is
23
to the
degrees
south, I
north.
guess, but north
You live
side.
23 degrees north
It's warmer up here.
or lower.
Yeah. So how does this relate to the highly engineered geometry of a Fresnel lens?
Thickness of the lens. The more
Yeah, well,
atmos you have
there's the highly
between
engineered
you,
geometry to it.
the amount of gas that you have between you and the object, as you increase, it's
Oh,
comparable to the thickness of a lens.
the chaos
And
of the atmosphere. Okay.
well, I mean, we use lenses
You
to
said so.
correct for certain optical phenomena, and we call the effect we see lensing. And we get this with cameras that are out of focus, trying to stare at objects that have longer links going forward away from the camera, moving one end or the other, like the doorway. These are all
Yes.
optical
Right.
phenomena.
Right.
It
But a
all has
Fresnel
to do
lens, a
with
very specific
magnification and
engineering
focus.
case. Yeah,
It all has
Fresnel
to do
lens
with
is a specific
magnification.
engineering case here. It's specific geometry.
If I use my camera, my P950, we're still back at the same thing. There's no Fresnel, though. It's just a lens. We're back to magnification.
Okay. So why do you need a Fresnel lens?
Collectors.
All right. So why do you need a Fresnel lens?
My camera only allows me to cut through certain optical phenomena because of the
Okay. So why are you
magnification. The
using a Fresnel
lens
lens
actually
as
shows
analogous to
me
the
in
atmosphere?
you asked, you want me to answer.
You're talking
I
about a
will.
camera lens. I'm asking you about a Fresnel lens being analogous to the
So
atmosphere.
you asked, and I'm trying to answer.
All right. I'll back off, man. I'm not hearing it, but I'll back off. Let you explain.
The lens allows you on a small scale or big scale to see the same effects that you get in everyday life with the objects in the sky. Not every day do planes look wonky, but most of the time they do.
So they do, but they don't,
Everything
but they
looks
do.
wonky. Well, sometimes they're not flying so high, they're not going so far, right? There's different elevations. Most of the ones that fly in the
Okay.
commercial lanes always look wonky. So that's the point. See, you got to follow along, but
Everything all the time except for some things sometimes.
some things that are in focus, yeah, closer to you is in
Okay.
focus. We're talking about optical illusions that happen where things are out of focus.
Hey, I got a quick question. Can I ask a question real quick? Cuddle. How do we know that it's not a Fresnel lens on a ball hoop? and that's why we can see much further.
On a what?
Let's say the Earth is a sphere, and now we're using a Fresnel lens to see much further. Now what?
Well, I mean, I don't know how that's going to work out for me. I actually know how to use commercial equipment. So, differential leveling was my bread and butter.
Right.
Yeah, so
So
a
a
Fresnel
Fresnel
lens is bending
lens,
the light down instead of up.
well, it depends which side of the Fresnel lens you look through as well, because it's got like a central a focus point in the center. So firstly, it's a solid optical material where the atmosphere is a gas, right? Then it has well-defined curved edges, unlike the atmosphere that doesn't have any optical surfaces at all. And it's designed to focus light, right? It's like to collimate light, and unlike the atmosphere. The light refracts completely differently than it would in a medium, in a gradient medium, right? Like it's just I can't find anything that's analogous between the two. Sure, you can make something that's moving away look like it doesn't change in size and it disappears bottom up. That's what you can do with it.
And here's the weird thing. I'm on your side, Cuddles. I like the explanation. I just agree with DJ and Yoder. I don't think it's analogous because you're using a synthetic lens to demonstrate a real world observation when DJ is using literally air and temperature to give you a true world explanation.
Yeah, I mean, you reckon you were the only one giving an explanation. I gave you an explanation that's completely analogous. It's using all of the exact same things. It's essentially just the exact same thing, but just on a smaller scale. And instead of saying, "Oh, okay, well, you didn't realize there was, an explanation," you want to try to like stick to your Fresnel lens thing. I've shown people the Fresnel lens observations in the past. And if you go up against a smart glober and bring that up, he's going to wreck you. I'm sure I got wrecked on that at some stage and had a good think about it and thought, okay, yeah, the globe earth was correct. It's completely not analogous whatsoever to the atmosphere. You'll never be able to win a debate against a glober that knows what they're talking about with that argument.
Sure. Never
something?
win a debate
Yeah.
against a guy who can tell me how much water is in a mirage. Sure.
Water in a mirage? What do you mean?
I've asked him, right, with the out of focus and the hot spots across the surface of a long road. It's like, oh, is there water there? And it's like, oh, it looks like there is. It's like, cool. Can you tell me how many gallons are on the road? Absolutely, they can. That's Glover's.
Globers? No, globers.
Absolutely.
I mean, that's that. Okay, maybe. Look, there's a lot of dumb globers. No globers I've ever spoken to think that mirroring effect is actually water on the road. Most of them don't know it's total internal reflection, though. But they've seen it, and I've not heard them say it's actually water on the road. You've heard them say that before?
Well, it looks like it is, right? So we get into a debate and we run down optical illusions. This is the road it always goes to. The sun's going below the horizon around the. Based on what? You have atmospheric lensing. That right there will cause the exact effect that you need to make it look like exactly what you think it is. Plus, most people see in circles unless they got really good eyes anyway. So
What do you
everything
think
looks off.
causes? Right, but we can get that. I mean, you're just seeing a reflection of what's in the background. when you're seeing that total internal reflection effect that's present during an inferior mirage. It can happen over the water as well.
Right. I mean, I like the ice thing. It's great, but it only works in certain areas, and I haven't lived in any of those areas.
What ice thing?
But the ice and the light changes where the position of the light is or appears to be.
Well, I mean, the mainstream explanation for that effect, which seems to check out, in my opinion, is that the sun heats up the road, and then you have very, very, very warm air, and then it gradually gets much, much cooler. So as the light comes down, it it bounces off the object that's coming back towards the observer, and it sharply bends upward, and it doesn't make it back to the observer. It goes over the top of the head of the observer, so the observer just sees, like, it's like an optical illusion. It tricks you, and you see a reflection of what's in the background. So whatever's in the background, whether it be a hill, whether it be a blue sky or anything like that, that's what you're going to see. Because the light is essentially, it's going over the top of the head of the observer. That's the generally agreed upon cause of an inferior mirage. Take away the temperature, right? If you cool that ground down, then that effect will stop happening. It only happens when you have that temperature gradient.
Well, there's a lot of things going on here, right? But grasping basic concepts to be able to then stack them.
Right.
Because, yeah, one thing doesn't explain everything, but sun, moon, stars explains most of that for me. Absolutely.
I think there's
'Cause that's what I
something,
see
right?
in the sky.
Look, I'll throw you a bone here, right? I agree that there's something to what you're talking about when it comes to lensing in the air, right? Like an atmospheric magnification effect due to all of the atmosphere between point A and point B. I don't think it's analogous to a Fresnel lens, but there does seem to be sometimes some kind of effect like that takes place.
One of the examples that I always liked using as for a Fresnel lens is the shrinking mill in Canada. That I don't know if you've ever seen that video before, but there's certain conditions that give a magnifying effect to it. I'm not saying it's a Fresnel lens. I like the Fresnel lens explanation. It's just hard to, make it analogous when we're reducing everything to natural science and not trying to create parlor tricks, essentially.
I've seen people do the same thing without a Fresnel lens using a magnifying glass as well.
Right.
Once again, it's
just see around
still
the
not
ball.
analogous.
That's my point, though. We come back to lenses and lensing, counteract lenses and lensing, which is normally magnification or larger apparatus. So it's quite fun, right?
Yeah, look, I don't have a problem with people speculating, but when people start saying this is the factual reason why do we see this and that, that's
Well, I mean, like I said, location, location, location. For me, it's warm. There is no cold, and it's always warm. So I don't have any of that cold to cause whatever you guys may be talking about. Though, say in Iowa or Michigan, perhaps, or Canada, Saskatchewan, sure. I don't know. I ain't lived up there. I
So you
live where
don't
it's
have any
warm.
weather systems? You don't have any cold fronts or warm fronts, high pressure systems and low pressure systems?
I mean, pressure changes, but then there's hot spots and cold spots, jet streams and all that in the sky as it is.
Well,
Those
there you
cause all
go.
kinds of fun phenomena.
You got your dynamic system right there. And like you said, there's cold spots and hot spots. Happens all the time.
Perhaps, but again, the area. Yeah, I don't know how many cold spots are up there in this area because it stays pretty high.
Yeah, but you know, every once in a while clouds will come in and it'll cool things off, and then as the sun moves away, the sky will cool off. Right? There's a lot of different dynamics going on that
Okay,
you're
okay,
probably
I'll
used to
give you
seeing, but
something.
you just never accounted for them.
I'll give you something analogous to location, eh? If I were in the middle of the Sahara, how many stories do I got to go up before it's like, not 150 degrees in the house?
How far away does the sun have to move to where it's not 150 degrees? I remember when I was in Iraq, it would be 135 degrees during the day, and then nighttime would come and it would be 74 degrees. It would drop 60 degrees in like a 3 hour period.
Yeah, but the issue with the cold here is that the sun needs to be out while the cold is occurring, not the sun going away and then sun.
Is the sun above your head when it's setting, or is the sun moving away and then the weather changes as it moves away?
I mean, of course, when the heat source goes away, it's gonna get cooler, right? That's what the sun is. It's a floating heat source.
Right, so it's not going to be 150 degrees out when the sun's setting.
No, it's generally about the same temperature, and where the sun is warm. So
You're totally missing it, man. When the sun goes away, the heat goes away and the temperature drops. And now you have this swirling, dynamic, turbulent event going on as the warm air and the cool air mix.
yeah, I see where we're talking past each other. It's why I clarified location several times.
Right, you chose the
We're
Sahara,
talking
which I've
about
never
a
been to the
sunset.
Sahara,
So say I'm
but
in
I went to
Phoenix and
Iraq.
it's
The
125.
hottest
When the
day
sun
I ever
starts setting,
experienced was
it's
134
only
degrees. So
it's
I
only
have
going to
a
drop
personal
2 or 3
experience of
degrees.
134 degrees. I know exactly what that temperature feels like. And I know as the sun is setting, it's not that hot.
Bro,
If you put a solar
125
filter
during
on,
Phoenix,
if you
and
put a
when it's
solar filter
setting,
on and
it's
watch a sunset, anywhere you are, right, where the sun sets, if you put a solar filter on and watch the sunset, it just does the same thing anywhere. Doesn't have it. You don't see a different sunset somewhere else just because the temperature's 5 degrees or somewhere else it's 55 degrees. Put a solar filter on, watch the sunset. It does the same thing. It's just a sunset. You might see 0.5% in the change of size of the sun, probably just because you're looking through more, more air as it's getting lower, blocking out a bit more of the light. I don't think it really changes in size as it sets. But put a solar filter on, and it'll just do the same thing anyway you watch a sunset.
he's talking about changing size. I'm just talking about appearance, what it looks like it's doing, and
Yeah.
it looks like it's digging into the ground.
No. Okay, right. So I spent a whole day watching sunset videos. Now, if let's exclude any sunsets that have something that physically blocks the sun, like a mountain range, or if there's big ocean swells or something like that, right? Obviously that can make it look like the sun setting from the bottom to the top. But if you can find the sunsets where you're watching a sunset over the ocean and there's no waves, right? And you zoom in on the sun and watch it set, it looks like the bottom of the sun starts to squish as it gets down. It doesn't actually go below the horizon, it squishes, and you see it squish from the bottom, and then it turns into like a little football looking shape, and then it fades away just above the horizon. I couldn't find a video where it didn't do that unless there was some crazy miraging effects on that particular day. But any video where there was a nice clean sunset, this would happen every single time. So I think the sun kind of squishes, it just squishes into your vanishing zone, right? Due to the way that our perspective works and the atmospheric conditions. I think it just squishes. It squishes, and I actually saved all of the videos as well, like the links to them. And you can watch, if anyone can find a sunset video over the ocean where there's not like a closer physical horizon blocking where the actual horizon would be, right? It can't be over mountain ranges or elevated land. It has to be over the ocean, and find a video where the sun doesn't do exactly what I said. Squishes into the horizon, disappears just above the horizon. I couldn't find one. And I'll show an example of exactly what I'm talking about.
Yeah.
So it doesn't fit what they claim on a globe, that's for sure. I'll show an
Well,
example.
obviously not. If I'm on the coast, sure. But one side's going to have that maybe coming into frame and the other not so much going out because there isn't an obstruction far enough away.
Yeah, like if you're just watching a sunset and there's mountain ranges or elevated land in the distance, for sure it can look like the sun just disappears behind uniformly. The bottom will start to disappear, and then you can see the top disappear uniformly. But that's only because there's like something blocking where the actual horizon would be. If that blockage wasn't there and you could see the actual horizon, then it does what, yeah, exactly what Sheepdog put in that example there. As you watch, as you see the sun going down, the bottom of it starts to squish into the horizon. But here's a better example of an actual sunset where there's not an eclipse taking place. And I'll post a couple of screenshots from it.
Off the coast of Cali, I got some friends that took some photos of that or video where it just looks like it kind of disappears.
Above the horizon
But that's
too.
vanishing
Yeah,
point.
kind of like.
Yeah. But that's because there's no mountains off in the distance. There's no swells.
Yep.
It's just calm.
Yeah, that's where the actual perspective horizon is.
I'm pretty much set with it. We live in like a scientific experiment. All of us are the sea monkeys.
And from a
I don't know about
distance, if
globe.
you're watching these sunsets from a distance on the shoreline, it does look like the sun sets uniformly. But when you zoom in on it, you'll see that's not actually what's happening at all.
Yeah, this is why I wanted my my balloon. I tried to get a group on both sides of the fence to get into the balloon project, but nobody wanted to do it. Right? They don't want to have answers, and they don't want to invest in it either. Because we could put up a couple of balloons, 200,000 foot, no problem. It's covered in cameras.
What would the budget of that be?
Well, I mean, I guess it'd be per balloon if we could reuse them. I mean, the cameras are probably going to run you the most with the bundle. I'd like to put 11, but you could do PCBs or Arduino. There's a lot of ways to do it.
Are you talking different types of cameras, different types of lenses, just to see the
Yeah, put them up. Just to
the
put them
difference
up.
they see?
The balloons are like 3 to 5K a pop. and that's if you don't pop them.
What's this to show? What are we trying to validate here?
Well, the fun thing is, the higher up you get, the sun doesn't go anywhere.
Oh, you know what I find interesting is David Weiss's sun fade videos. Those things are pretty cool. Have you seen those?
His
Debate Daddy? Is that who was talking a second ago? Debate Daddy? Was he here? Someone?
Yeah.
Yeah. Have you seen them, Cuddles?
Questioning why Cuddles wants to put cameras up in the sky as if we're going to see the curvature of the Earth. Like, oh, what kind of lenses are you going to use? Like, that conversation's so far gone, bro.
Oh no! I have other things in mind, but I've got as many answers as I think I can get out of most people, so I'm good. The rest of it I need to do myself.
Wouldn't you agree, Cuddles, that the z-axis curvature is more important than the x-axis curvature? I mean, they're both important, but
All I'm curious about is putting the cameras up. That's it. But the fun thing is, we're talking about the sun disappearing from the ground, but once you get to the sky, where does it go? Nowhere. It's right there. It's on camera 12. And if it were 1 a.m., it'd be on camera 3. And if it were 3 p.m., it'd be on camera 7. Mm-hmm.
You mean like different height cameras or something, or what?
Well, they're just all the way around, but all the way around. I'm gonna just take a box, stick cameras all the way around. My idea was like 24 to 36 cameras. Yeah, but just to put one up gives us something to do instead of talking, right?
Dwayne Kellum
no, I agree.
puts 3 or 4
extremely
cameras.
important.
Dwayne Kellum, he's a flat earther. He puts he's got tons of balloon launches. He puts 3 or 4 different cameras, different types of cameras on. Infrared cameras, rectilinear lenses. And you know what? We actually see a convex horizon every single time with the rectilinear lens. We don't see a flat horizon from that height with the rectilinear lens, or with the wide angle lenses either, obviously. But I think there's different explanations for that. It's not because the horizon would be curving, because even on a globe you wouldn't mathematically see the curvature of the horizon at that height. So obviously there's something else going on, which is probably the fact that the horizon is actually a big circle around us. Literally, that's what a horizon actually is. You know, same distance in all directions.
The definition? Sorry.
And then the way that, if you look up the way that the rectilinear lenses take in the light, and then they transfer that light onto a flat rectangular sensor. And rectilinear lenses are designed to preserve straight lines, not to preserve a big giant circle that's underneath the observer going all the way around the observer. So the way that it processes that image onto the flat rectangular sensor, apparently that would mean that you would see a convex line, a convex horizon line. That's what would be expected even on a flat Earth. And that's what we do see when we send up these rectilinear lenses up to high altitude. We see a convex horizon, even if the horizon's at the bottom of the frame, the center of the frame, the top of the frame. As the camera pans around, it's not a barrel distortion effect. Otherwise, the horizon would warp. It just stays the same. It's got that amount of curvature to it. And yeah, that's what we see. And when flat earthers post this cherry-picked footage of a flat horizon from that height, where they've found a spot in a bit of footage where the horizon's at just the right point, in the wide angle lens that it looks flat. And then you'll get a bit of footage of the camera panning around, and they'll be like, "Oh, look, see, when we send up a non-fisheye camera, we see a flat horizon from that height." I challenge any flat earther to show me the full footage with a rectilinear lens that shows a flat horizon from 120,000 feet. I don't think it exists. It's cherry-picked footage, and that argument needs to be adjusted. Just like Nathan Thompson got completely wrecked by Ruhif by trying to bring up that argument last time they went on Modern Day Debate. And Ruhif, right? Nathan Thompson pulled up the cherry-picked footage. Ruhif said, "Oh, I recognize this footage. This is from blah, blah, blah balloon launch," and then pulled up the full footage and then showed the horizon warping around like crazy. And then Nathan Thompson didn't have the good faith to say, "Oh, okay, fair enough. That was a bad example. I was wrong about that. I need to be more careful." He doubled down on the lie, or doubled down on it, right? And it went from a flat earther making a mistake or a bad argument to a flat earther being blatantly dishonest.
There are plenty of examples of this kind of thing happening over the years across the community. And I think it's one of the reasons why we exist here, to provide that critical evaluation, give us that second look opportunity. If you have a new observation or a new claim that you want to make, before going live on a show that's live streamed to the world, have us take a look at it and we'll give you our opinion. And after that, you're free to go with it as you choose, but you can at least say that you got somebody to critically examine this who's on your side.
Yeah, I still see that footage getting posted every day, basically, even in here.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't like
Like,
that peer review thing.
one of the most egregious examples is that whole celestial theodolite thing that the ether cause people have been put forth. Like, they came to me a couple years ago before they went public with Dr. Heffron, and I shot a bunch of holes into it, and then they decided to carry it forward anyway. Why? Because, well, it was more important to them to have an acclaimed doctor, well published, with real credentials, to be on our side than to hurt his feelings and to make his claim look like a bunch of Swiss cheese.
Yeah, it's not a peer review thing, Cuddles. It's
It's a second look.
Asking people's opinions that have actually been debating with anti-flat earthers for 10 years and have had all the rebuttals. And look at this footage I just put in the side chat. This gets shared every single day. They say, "Look, this is what it looks like from a weather balloon where there's not a fisheye lens attached." This is just terrible cherry-picked footage. This is just a like, okay, maybe they're not lying, right? Maybe the flat earth is not lying because they actually think that this is what it looks like up there from this height. But you can even see the barrel distortion in the footage as it's just panning up and down a tiniest little bit, and you can even see the horizon warping like crazy. I guarantee if that camera panned up or down, it's going to go concave and convex extremely.
Bro, I heard somebody used Adobe to actually lens correct the footage with that
This particular
specific
one?
GIF in that video. Yes.
Well, it's even worse.
Right.
Here's another one that gets thrown around over the years. And this is another one that seems like it's for many reasons it's a bad argument. I mean, all right, so right now it says current altitude 85,000 feet. Wow, now 2 seconds later it's 145,000 feet.
Uh-huh.
What is this device? Oh, wow, now it's at 195,000 feet. 5, 6, 7. Now it's at 6 seconds later, it's at 240,000 feet. Wow, who made this GIF? What footage is this from? And once again, we see the horizon warping around. Looks like the top part of the frame's being cut off as well. Sus.
If I
Almost
was
as
being
if
generous, DJ, I'd say that they meant to say like kilometers. You know, that they're in metric system instead of in imperial.
that's worse. 245,000 kilometers?
Would be like
That's the
144,000
moon
feet,
distance.
or not feet. Sorry, not kilometers. Yeah, fucking never mind. I can't apologize for this.
Centimeters.
I'm sorry. It's bad. Yeah, centimeter,
Centimeters. Yeah.
decimeters.
This
Who the hell uses decimeters even in the metric system? Yeah, man. Like it's hard to apologize for these things, and you know you post them, you have accepted them in good faith because you see everybody else has posted them. You think, man, the fact that everybody's sharing these means somebody somewhere across the line has vetted them. This has to be safe for me to use too. And then you go out and you post it and you look like a jabroni.
Yep.
Don't be a flirt jabroni.
So yeah, I mean, where's the non-fisheye lens footage from high altitude where the horizon looks flat?
I wish that wasn't rhetorical. Because I don't know.
It doesn't exist. Just like just like zooming, right? So when globers say, "Oh, how come if a boat sails out, it disappears from the bottom up?" And then some flat earther will jump in and say, "Oh, well, you can just zoom it back to view again and then see the whole boat again," like David Weiss says in his script every single show. Show me one example of a boat that's where the bottom of the boat's missing, and then you zoom in and you can see more of the boat. It also doesn't exist.
In all honesty, man, I don't know because y'all are like smart and it's hard to relate to dumb people, but that's just an oversimplification, I think. Um, because a lot of people have trouble thinking about, bottom up refraction and things like that and following that path. They get all confused and spin out versus just telling them, hey, I saw boats disappear from the bottom up over the horizon. And you're like, no, if you see a boat way out there, you can zoom it back in. It's simpler just to skip everything in the middle for a layman, in all honesty, I believe.
Yeah, I mean, they just need to adjust the wording a bit better and just it's a simple argument. It's a good argument that most often boats don't disappear from the bottom up. And most often they will just reduce in angular size until you can't see them anymore. And when that happens, when the boat's gone, then you could zoom it in, you can see the whole boat again. But if the bottom of the boat's missing, then it's obviously it's a different thing happening. It's either going to be an atmospheric effect, or it's going to be ocean swells, or maybe it could be a different effect, right? Maybe the camera's very close to the surface and there's like a shoaling effect taking place where the current, right, there's like a sandbank out in the ocean and the current's flowing along, so that whole section of water is actually a bit higher than the water beyond it because the water's flowing over something that's making it all lift up a bit higher. Like that would kind of go under the category of the waves type of thing, physical water obstruction. But that's it. That's pretty much the only three things that can cause it, right? Effects of nature because of in the atmosphere, or ocean swells, or shoaling effects. Maybe a little bit due to perspective. Well, yeah. I mean, not really. If it was just perspective, it would happen every single time. It's not like your perspective changes on different days. But yeah, different certain atmospheric effects. Sometimes it could be sinking. Sometimes it could be stooping at the bottom of the image, where the bottom of the image looks like it's, because it's so far away, the bottom of the object is squished. It's compressed like crazy. It's condensed into a tiny area, and it looks like the bottom's missing. Looks like the bottom of a mountain's missing, even though it's all there. It's just the bottom is just completely squished and compressed. It's a particular effect that can happen. Or maybe it's sinking, where the light's deviating upward a little bit and making it look like it's sinking. But yeah, these all just fall into the atmosphere effects. And no, I don't think the atmo is spherical. Saying that because that's the term that people use, and then the people listening know what you're talking about. The atmo, the air, whatever. See, right, look, scrolling through my memes. Terrible meme. It says NASA official photo at 100,000 feet. Firstly, I call bullshit on that actually being a NASA picture. Just looks like some fisheye lens, high altitude balloon footage or something like that. Anyway, then it says amateur weather balloon at 120,000 feet, showing a completely flat horizon. Someone's lying. Yeah, the person that made the meme. It's probably Dunning-Kruger, not actually lying. And then for pointing out these flaws in arguments that we make, some of us get attacked by flat earthers that have been making these bad arguments for years and just decided to commit to them. So they'll attack the person that's attacking the argument that they've used a million times on the Globers. They'll attack the person that's pointing out that, hey, that's a bad argument, and prove me wrong. Prove me wrong that it's a bad argument. Show me the flat earther or anyone that put the rectilinear lens on, the non-fisheye lens on, and we have a flat horizon from 120,000 feet. Show me that. Prove me wrong. Show me the boat that's half disappeared, and then you zoom back in and the whole boat's visible again. Prove me wrong. Or update your arguments.
Just I appreciate you guys like being objective that way, because you guys have pointed me and like shifted me back on path and told me a couple of bad arguments that I was making and stuff like that too. So I appreciate y'all for sure, because I don't want to lead people the wrong way. It's the last thing I want to do.
Yeah, no problem, man. That's it's good when there's a lot of, I mean, most of the TikTok videos I watch You know, there's such bad arguments, and no wonder people think flat earthers are morons in general, because this every second post I see from a flat earther on TikTok is completely moronic, and it's very easy to debunk. In fact, we should actually do a whole show on that, where we just find TikTok channels and go through the flat earthers videos on the TikTok channel and see if they actually have any good arguments on their channel, or if they're just parroting bullshit David Weiss arguments.
Yeah.
Not that David Weiss's all of his arguments are bad, but some of them are really bad. And I'm not saying all my arguments are perfect or anything like that. I probably have a lot of shit that I say that's completely incorrect that hopefully I can correct over time. But at least I've trashed the really bad arguments that I used to make. Like you can zoom boats back to view that disappeared bottom up, for example.
Yep, the only time you can zoom boats in is if they disappeared to the human eye, but then you use a telescope and then they come back. That's about the only
Exactly.
zoom that works.
Yep.
Yeah, there's an angular resolution loss that occurs bottom up with the contact of the boat at the surface that it's on, but to actually see that point requires almost like seeing through vacuum-like conditions with an ideal optic, and you're probably never going to have access to that. So
Yeah, exactly. I can show an example of that right now. And when people, right, there are a few examples where people say, oh, things do disappear bottom up due to perspective, and they'll give an example of they'll set up like a tiny little object on a really long flat hallway, and then I'll get the camera really close to the ground, and then you can't see the object properly anymore in the distance, and they'll say that that's because of perspective. Well, it's probably more likely that it's just due to just a temperature gradient change.
yeah, or gentle
As
warp in the floor of the hallway.
Yeah, or that, or both.
Both, yeah, both.
Because I've done that a bunch of times myself. I'll put my phone down or my camera down, my good camera down, and I'll try that, and I'll be like, oh shit, didn't work at all. You can see the object until it disappears due to angular size.
And just to put a point on this, right? Like the geometric relationship is such that if your eye's elevated up and you are staring down along the hypotenuse of a triangle to the base of the object, that is a further distance than your eyes gazing slightly upward to the top of the object. And that extra distance could cause that angular resolution loss, therefore the bottom up obstruction occurring. So the geometry makes sense, and I wouldn't deny that. But in reality, actually capturing that phenomenon is a whole nother matter.
Yeah, because the error happens is that most people think because if their eye height is 6 feet and they can see clearly for 1 mile, they think now that I should be able to see clearly for 10 miles. Well, you can if you raise your height by a factor of 10 as well. So if you go up 60 feet, you'll be able to see clearly for 10 miles.
What's funny is like the terrestrial refraction argument geometrically puts the observer at the required height above where they actually are in order to see the distance to the surface that they should.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, I was about to say that
Right.
same thing.
And if that is the case, then the tilt angle of the surface that you're viewing would rotate by a corresponding amount, which means you'd see more of it, but you don't. Why would it tilt? Because the angle widens. If you're physically higher up above a planar surface and looking down at it, the higher you go, the more that surface appears to tilt within your field of view.
eventually becoming perpendicular. Well, this is fun. I got 2 meetings left to go for the day. I've got one here in like 5 minutes, 2 minutes, and another one, let's see, an hour and a half after that. Oh joy. Well, I'll be here and there.
Have fun.
All right.
Hey, if y'all can do me a huge favor, I put that video in the chat just now. If you were talking a couple days ago, DJ, about the clouds hitting or the sun in the top of clouds well, at the sunset. If you could tell me if that's a good example of that, that's something I'd like to be able to show people as long as it's a good example.
Yeah, I already watched it. It's a good example. It does kind of look like the sun's right up in the sky above the clouds. It looks kind of like it's hidden behind the clouds. Even, I know that it's not because you told me it had already set 10 minutes earlier or something. But it does. If you get some cog disc globe, they'll say, "Oh, you can see the sun behind the clouds there. It's up high." But other than that, it's good. Yeah. I mean, the same thing happens here. The sun will be lighting up the top of the clouds, and the sun will have already set, and it doesn't light up the bottom of the clouds. That doesn't happen all the time. It only happens sometimes.
Yeah, I've got a
What?
picture of clouds that got orange underneath and white on the top.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. Yeah. It's because that blue
I
wavelength
appreciate it. I didn't mean to interrupt, DJ. I was just saying I appreciate it, man.
Yeah, man. No problem. Good footage. Nice area that you live in. Oh yeah, Rayleigh, that's pretty cool. Yep.
Yeah, it's
I I
it's a
just think
really
most
sweet
people don't
plateau.
bother looking at the clouds very much when they're outside, so they don't see all the variations.
Yeah, that's a nice example.
That's
So
good. I
basically,
think what you see the sun there is from what you're just saying. You know that visual that you've seen a few times of like the sunset on the ocean where the sun runs along the water up to the observer. But you sometimes see that on the clouds. I think that's actually what's happening there because the sun had fully gone behind the mountains like a half hour before I took that video. But you can see it looks like a line. You can see kind of where it goes. That goes right down to the sun.
should check out this footage that I took the other day. So I was watching the sunset again, and I was like, "Wow, it does look like it's lighting up the bottom of the clouds." But it was coming up in like beams of light. So I took a picture of it. I'll just share it into the side chat. It's a pretty cool picture, actually.
Yeah, dude, I can't be thankful enough for that view. My wife and I bought a house like 5 years ago, and it had a great view. And we got separated. We had to sell the house, And I was kind of like, oh, I missed my view. But then we got back together, and that was her apartment that she lives. I moved back in with them, and the view is like 10 times better than the one I had at my house. And right there, I was in the video, it's like 1,400 feet above sea level right where I'm at because I'm on the fourth floor of an apartment up on a plateau. So I just have a really crazy good view there. It's the best view of any building in that whole apartment complex. Nobody has a view as good as the backside of that building. So I'm super thankful for it. Um, it's a crazy view.
Yeah, it looks awesome. So check out this one I put in the side chat here. So if the sun was underneath the clouds and it was lighting up the bottom of the clouds, then all of the bottom of the clouds should be lit. But it was coming up in these like what look like beams of light. So quite a lot of the bottom of the clouds is not lit up at all. And you can also see that it's actually way brighter above the clouds, even though this was about 10 minutes after the sun had already set as well.
I took it here my next stop, but I got to show my son that from the same view. We go down to the field, so it's actually a few hundred feet down below where that view is, but field where we play at the complex. But you can see the sun had gone like completely down the mountain, had been gone behind the mountain for like 15, 20 minutes. Yet if you look on the whole other side of our little viewing dome we talk about, on the opposite side, like 180 degrees from where the sun had gone behind the mountains, you can see clouds way back there. The whole top half of them were all lit up, and it's like, well, how the hell's that happening? So,
Yep, that's true. Yeah, like, hey everybody.
Hello there.
Yeah, what are we talking about?
Sunsets and suns.
Sign sons?
Sun, we're talking about sunsets at the moment.
Oh, sunsets. Okay. Then let's start with our experience then. Does anybody want to share their experience with sunset?
Not really. Do you? Would you like to start the
Does anybody
conversation?
have done purpose in sunset?
Has anybody done what? Sorry.
Like, has anybody done purpose in sunset? Like giving ring to women?
Oh, no.
Hey man,
done.
why? Hey DJ, why nobody's talking?
Because we're talking. Why would other people be talking while we're talking?
Cause I was thinking this conversation going to be interactive, everything going to talk, but it seems like you and me both only are talking and everybody is like a sheep in a wood.
Yeah. So we have conversations where two people talk to each other, other people listen, and maybe someone else will interject and talk to you, and then I'll go on mute while they're talking to you. So it's like how actual conversations work.
Oh, now I get it.
Yeah.
So okay, let's go with
Rather than chaos, right? Instead of everybody having the microphone open and just saying things, and then it's kind of crazy, like in the other voice chats where everybody's fighting to talk.
That's
We don't have that problem
true.
here.
Yeah, I agree.
Look at this sunset in the side chat. It kind of looks like a burger.
Bro, in here it's really dark outside. I cannot see any sun. I only can see moon.
Yeah, I'm
Bro, I
talking
can see
about in
moon
the
face.
side chat. The moon face.
Moon state, just like a sunset.
Oh, nice.
Now, anybody wanna talk? Hi DJ.
Yeah.
I just thought you're not gonna talk. Okay, let's do this. So, how was your dinner?
I haven't really had dinner yet.
Then what about how was your lunch?
This is amazing. Thank you.
Can you tell me the difference between lunch and brunch?
Yeah, brunch is a meal that you would have in between breakfast time and lunchtime. That's why they call it brunch.
Oh, yeah. So, you single or married?
I'm married.
Do you have any kind of children?
No.
Are you planning to have?
No. Nope.
Okay. So, what do you do for a living?
I generally don't share that on Discord. I run businesses.
He's a professional killer.
Okay. I'm scared. Okay, somebody's saying this is not the dating channel. And I'm also not assuming this is dating channel. Then hey DJ,
Mm-hmm. Yes.
do you wanna ask anything to me?
Not really.
So
So good example, Yaga Bruno. That's the type of sunset. The only time you'll see it cleanly set from the bottom to the top like that is if there's a blockage of the horizon, or if we have a crazy miraging effect with the sun. And as you can see in that one, obviously we have the crazy miraging effect taking place. Shape-shifting sun turns into a pyramid.
have you ever touched horizon?
Technically, you could do that. You could do that.
How? Can you elaborate?
Well, the horizon's the line where the sky and the ground appears to meet, right? So you could put your hand out in front of you and then touch the top of your hand.
Wow.
That would be the horizon, technically.
Hey, somebody said that you are a killer. Is that true?
Globe killer, maybe.
Like, is that true? And
It's
I
a
feel like
mystery, maybe.
and I feel like I'm in the middle of some meeting.
This is not a meeting of the Flat Earth Society.
Hey DJ, I'll try to tonight if I can get home and get out of the shower on time. I need to get the sunlight anyway, but where my sun goes down right there, it goes right over the mountains. So I should be able to actually get a really good video of the sun like actually going down behind the mountains and show like what you're saying, that it doesn't go crazy. It just disappears.
Yeah, I think what you're seeing though is a local horizon. You would be seeing some topography blocking the bottom of the sun, like mountains and stuff, right?
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. The mountain ridge goes right behind the mountain ridge.
Yeah, so you just see it get blocked by the mountains. So you could get a pretty clean sunset, I think, where the bottom of the sun starts to disappear behind the mountain.
Yeah, that's what I was saying. If I can get a good video for you, I will. Just shooting down there.
Yeah.
Should be able to get one.
I'm interested in if people can show me a sunset where the sun disappears from the bottom to the top over the ocean on a day where there's not waves. or not a strong mirage. I don't think that the sun disappears from bottom to top like people claim it does. Like the globers claim it does. It doesn't happen.
Yeah, hey DJ,
Hmm.
tell me the place name where we can see 2 times sunset a day.
Anywhere that you can raise in elevation, anywhere actually. You could just stand up really quickly and then see it set again.
Yeah, that's true, but tell me the exact name where we can see practically, where we are able to see.
Anywhere where you can get higher
Bro.
quickly.
Yeah, yep, I do agree that we can see from anywhere, but tell me the exact place since the practical answer, since we are able to see.
It's anywhere. The correct answer. I don't know if you want me to say Burj Khalifa.
Yeah, that's what I was expecting. Whoa, like, is that real picture?
Yeah, probably. Yeah,
That
it's pretty cool.
that look too much perfect. So, do you have a holiday today?
No. Do you?
No, I don't have, but then, okay, let me not ask that question. DJ, what's your personal favorite place to see the sunshine?
To see what?
Sunshine or sunset?
Sunset.
Yeah,
My
like what's
favorite
your
place.
yeah personal favorite place?
On the beach in Thailand.
Oh, how was your experience out there?
Very good.
Hmm. Thailand. Did you go alone or with your wife?
With my wife.
Okay. And did you roam around alone or with your wife?
With my wife, generally.
Okay. So
Hey, did
does
you
it?
go to the beach where they filmed that Leonardo DiCaprio movie, like The Island or whatever?
Yeah, man. Yeah. Yep. Back when you're allowed to actually swim there, it was pretty cool.
I went there in 2002, bro.
You went there in 2002.
The same beach, Yeah, I went to Thailand on a mission trip. So I went to Bangkok and Chiang Mai and went down to that beach. That's pretty awesome.
Yeah, it's freaking nice, isn't it, man? I love that area. It's kind of overrun with tourists now.
Bro,
Many,
it was
many
24
places.
years ago. That's really crazy. Bro, how do you know about something which was 24 years ago? How do you guys can even remember that?
You remember things like that, obviously it's something that would get stored in your memory.
Then then I can assume you all guys are pretty old.
It's a mystery.
It seems like. So, is there anybody who is into child? Who is a pedophile?
Wow. That is the end of your time in the server. And you are Whoa, he's server deafened now in every channel and getting reported and server banned as soon as Vivek checks his DMs.
That took a huge turn.
All right, and yeah, he's about to get server banned.
The most disturbing part about that is where he asked it like he was at an ASAP meeting, just asking what everybody they got busted for.
And there he goes. Yeah, that guy seemed creepy even before he started bringing that crazy shit up.
Yeah, I could tell you were shielding yourself there pretty hard, more than normal.
what's up, guys?
What's up, Peter?
What's up, DJ? Getting an echo from. Who saw the U.S. versus Bosnia and Herzegovina game yesterday? What drama!
Oh, who won that? Sorry.
United States of America.
Oh, yeah, nice. I think
Playing
I
in,
heard people saying that America definitely wouldn't win that one.
yeah, and we got our best striker sent off with a red card, so we played 10 men for like half of the game and still scored another goal. And we played against two countries at the same time, Bosnia and Herzegovina, which is, I think, rigging by FIFA to set us up for failure.
So what's that? 2 wins, 0 losses, or was there another game?
Oh, bro, it's a knockout stage, right?
Oh, it's a knockout stage. Yeah, I don't know anything about the
I
World
don't
Cup.
think you got my joke. No, it's
Oh, okay.
a funny geography joke, right? Two countries, Bosnia and Herzegovina.
Yeah, I got it.
Yeah, all right. I gotta work on my delivery. Here, I'll share a funny video with you that you may not find it funny, but everybody who's from Eastern Europe will find it funny.
Does anybody remember Tony Miola, the U.S. men's national team goalie, them into the World Cup and stuff a long time ago?
I don't. Was it from the 1994 World Cup?
I believe so, 94, 98.
I remember the World Cup, and I remember the funny hair on one of the American players, but not the goalie.
Concrete dust. Hey, I suppose, Vando, I had one of those like the trench things that come off the back of the truck. Those little half circle tubes. Yeah, I put it at the bottom of the stairs at normal. I just want to let somebody know because they don't want to take it all the way upstairs.
Yeah, was it like a delivery or?
Yeah, delivery. Yeah, I just want to let somebody know it's there.
My goodness. I thought it was a crazy glober trying to prove the globe real quick.
Yeah. No, we've been mostly attacking bad flat Earth arguments in the last couple of hours. And then one random glober came in and got server banned for just randomly all of a sudden started talking PDF file stuff, so he had to go.
Hold on, we were scrutinizing bad flat Earth arguments. Did you say?
Yeah, we do that quite
Was
often.
AI here?
No, it was Rayleigh, Yoda, and myself.
I'm sad I missed that because that's actually one of the things I think we should be doing more and spending more time on. Cooking globers
Oh
is fun,
yeah.
but the really like low level globers, like the lady yesterday who thought the moon is obstructed by the Earth and all sorts of that's smurfing. You know what smurfing is, as the kids say?
Mm-hmm.
You familiar with the term smurfing?
Smurfing, yeah. Yep.
Yeah. So that's kind of what it is, right? Like playing against players who are very low level and just wiping the floor with them. It's kind of frowned upon.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, we actually wrote a list. You know, Yoda and I wrote a list, and the 50 worst flat Earth arguments, essentially. And they're not all bad arguments, but the way that they're presented, the way that they're worded, can make them completely ridiculously bad arguments.
I think you
So
shared
we
a
probably,
similar thing with me in the past, but can you give me a link or to the
yeah,
list?
yeah. You should my server's like a big giant library, and I can link you to the list in my server.
Yes, please.
I'll send you the invite.
Is it Pickled Minds? I'm on
Yeah.
Pickled Minds.
Oh, you are? All right. All right. I'll put a link directly to the list in the side channel because it's too long to copy paste in the side chat. Actually, today's argument that we're attacking should probably be added to the list. So it's going to have to be more than 50. Yeah, we caused a lot of panic amongst certain flat earthers with this list.
I know.
A lot of epic meltdowns.
All right, show me the list. I'm like anxious now. You know, I see things sometimes on purpose to create panic, and I think the panic makes you stronger once you get over it. You know, you start breathing again, and you can think clearly about where the core of your argument is. Oh, it says it's on a channel I don't have access to. That's what it says when I click the link. Yeah, I don't have the right access, DJ, I don't think. Maybe you banned me on Pickled Minds.
Yeah, it should be good now.
Yeah, let me see. Beautiful. Should I go from the bottom or from the top?
Yeah, up to you. Could go from the bottom because we usually go from the top. So number 50 on the list is videos of a shrinking sun as demonstrated of its locality. Without a solar filter, the sun's bloom overwhelms the senses, reducing the sun dims. Needs to be reworded a little bit.
Yeah,
Meanwhile,
that's a really bad one.
solar filters mitigate the glare, revealing far less dramatic variability in the solar filter diameter. Yeah, that is a really bad one. But it's still one that I see getting shared on a daily basis for some reason.
Dude, if you spend as much time on Twitter as I do, you'd see all those.
It's crazy.
There are these kind of grifted flat Earth accounts there, and they post all sorts of nonsense. That wouldn't even be the worst of it, but yeah, that's a pretty bad one. Because you can disprove this one very easily yourself. I do have a solar filter, and it's just a meme. You show a photo of like a blown out sun, right? And then you go like, oh, sun big. Yeah.
Yeah, here is a debunk in the side chat of that effect. So basically,
I'm too focused on the list.
Yeah, well, this is for anyone watching. So basically, if anyone wants to test it, just put a solar filter up, and the sun won't really change size. It could change up to like 0.5% or something like that, but I think that could even be argued that it's just you're looking through even more of the atmosphere when it's lower to the horizon, so a little bit more of the light from it could be blocked. So it doesn't really change much in angular size at all.
That's right. I look at 49, as you know, that's my favorite topic. I think one part that is also a weak argument is saying that mass is lacking definition. I do agree on the first part of 49, but the last part, I think it's a weak one. Mass is also lacking definition.
Yeah. I'll just read it out for those listening. So number 49 says when a flat earther says there's no proof of gravity, which appears to deny the observed phenomenon itself, instead of saying there is no proof for the cause of gravity, it's perhaps is better said there is no consistent definition of what is gravity, like mass is also lacking definition. Maybe lacking consistent definitions without any contradictions. I'm not sure. I don't usually use that argument myself. But I mean, the general basis of it is, I don't know if he's got other ones here on the list, but one of the ones that I hear often is that maybe it's elsewhere on the list. I quite often hear people saying that nobody uses Newtonian gravity anymore. And Einsteinian gravity
that's very
completely
silly.
superseded that we still hear that one on
Because
a daily
it's the
basis.
other way around, right? Everybody uses Newtonian and only sometimes Einsteinian.
Right. It gets used all the time. And then we get cherry-picked citations. For example, one that we see flowing around all the time is UCLA professor of physics, Andrea Ghez, says, we can absolutely rule out Newtonian gravity. And then that's kind of where it ends. And if you have a look at what they were actually talking about, she's actually talking about a very, very specific situation where the mathematics to describe something or other happening with a black hole isn't able to be described with Newton's equations. So it's an out of context citation. cherry picked by a certain flat earther that has many cherry picked citations like this. So we need to check on the citations. And so what did it debunk, or what did it supersede? It superseded gravity being thought of as a force, perhaps?
Well, three big things, I would say. Gravity is not a force, right? Actually, in all of modern physics, there are no forces in the Newtonian sense, not just gravity. So yes, it's not a force. Two, it doesn't act instantaneously at a distance, right? That was the big Newton quote that we use sometimes. Oh, I can't believe that something magical would act at a distance instantaneously. So that part's not true in Einsteinian, right? Gravity spreads with the speed of light, not instantaneously. And three, it's not just caused by mass, or the effect is not only applicable to things that have mass. It's applicable to everything, right? So those are the three kind of big differences, I would say.
Right. So we need to be careful that we don't strawman the globe side when we're making our
Yeah.
cases.
Now, almost all of these three differences are pretty much can be ignored on everyday scales of human life and engineering, right? Almost all of them. They only become relevant when you do this sort of sophisticated stuff, right? Astrophysics and all that.
Right.
Now, going back to 49, I totally agree. There is no consistent definition of what is gravity. There isn't, and also, there's this big disconnect between the theory of gravity and the theory of particles, right? Quantum field theory. That's the holy grail of physics, reconciling the two. So that's true. Now, I'm going to go back to that because it's my pet peeve. Mass is lacking definition exposes a little bit of kind of inconsistency or lack of understanding on our side. Because the same argument that mass is not well defined could be used against any other property in physics, such as electric charge. Like, nobody can define in our community what an electric charge is to a better degree than Globers define mass. So dunking on mass and saying, oh, it's not well defined, is dunking on everything else in physics. And that is silly because we don't have an issue with electrostatics, do we? So that's the weak point of this. Maybe it's too advanced, but I don't know.
Yep. All right. 48
One
on
last
the
statement
list.
here. For example,
Yep.
mass definition, one definition is how something responds to acceleration, to force. That's exactly also the definition of electric charge. How a particle responds to electric field in terms of acceleration, right? It's exactly the same definition.
Yeah, that's not a argument that I've ever used or that I've looked into extensively, but I do hear Says Who, even India, and some of the guys making that argument.
Yeah, that's
That
the old school Miggy. Miggy used to yell at everybody, like, define mass. What is mass? What is a kilogram? It's really, it's embarrassing, is all I'm saying. For gravity, you can totally say that, but for mass, no.
All right, next one on the list. What do we have? no curve detected, right? Quote unquote. So means the Earth is positively flat. Okay, so because we don't detect any curvature, that means the Earth is positively flat. This isn't necessarily true, just as quote unquote not guilty verdict doesn't necessarily mean innocent. There's a logical gap where the burden of proof is on the one making the positive claim, not rejecting the claim. Does anyone have any comments on that one? I think
Well,
some of these need to be maybe reworded so they make it so they're a little bit more clearer and maybe a little more lengthy. So a little more context, maybe an example in each one, that kind of thing. If when Yoda's finished his meeting, he'll probably be able to clarify what he meant with the way he worded each one of these.
Not a big fan of 48 because I'm also not a big fan of this claim game, to be honest with you, if we're just talking kind of sincerely. Because I do think that saying I perceive and measure the Earth as flat is a positive claim. This whole game of like default versus, I don't like that. There's no escaping making a claim, right? I exist is kind of a claim. Obviously, it's kind of obvious, but all right. I go outside and I look around, perform tests and measurements, and I measure no curvature is also a claim. And I think that it is kind of a guilty verdict in a sense, because if the question is there a curve to the surface of the Earth? I make a claim, I made experiments and measurements, and there isn't any. We should be comfortable saying that. And that is a guilty verdict on the counterclaim, right? That's all we ask the
Yeah,
Globers. Show a better measurement for your counterclaim. They don't have any, but we do have
yeah,
some.
exactly.
So
Quite
so
often
it
I'll
is a
see
positive
flat
claim.
earthers. Quite often flat earthers will just pin everything on the globe and not present anything to do with flat earth. It's just kind of like an interrogation, and their goal is just to have the globe earther admit that they can't prove that the earth's a globe and that it's just a belief, and then they'll consider that a victory in the end of the conversation. Whereas I think that, I mean, my favorite thing to do is actually present evidence to back up my claim that when we go and test their hyperspecific claim that the earth is curving, we don't detect any curvature. And then they'll say, okay, can you show me that? And I'll say, yeah, absolutely, and I'll show them the tests. And then the default is if we have a surface area and no curvature is detected, it is by default flat, as far as we can tell when we test it.
You don't even have to say by default. It just is, right?
Yeah.
And
Well,
it's
yeah. I mean,
there is a kind of flavor of this community. We don't make any claims, people, right? But it's silly, like exactly like what you said. We're making a claim. We went out, we did experiments, measurements, and found no curve. That's a claim. We should not be afraid to say that. And we can back it up, right? And the Globers have exactly the same job, like Jesse and whatnot. Oh, I went out, I measured the curve, right? And then we look at it, and it never turns out to be true. But that's the fair game, right? It shouldn't be a game to one goal.
yeah, no, I agree. All right,
DJ, what
47.
was the context
Yep.
of that GIF you posted?
Oh, let me check. This last one. Yeah, this is just showing that before the solar filter is applied, the sun that you can see there is actually blowing up the sensor of the camera and making it look like it's really big. It's the glare that's overloading the sensor, and it makes it look like the sun's much larger. And then when he turns this thing, the solar filter is applied. And then we can see how big the sun actually looks. Maybe it's even a little bit too small, because it's probably blocking out a little too much light depending on how strong the solar filter is. But usually these are low focal length lenses. So if you take a picture of the sun through a low focal length lens, it looks like a tiny little dot in the sky, right? Then you move the camera away and it looks like the sun's really big because your eyes have naturally a much higher focal length than like a 14 millimeter lens, for example, on a handy cam or a phone. So yeah, this is just showing that when flat earthers show, or some flat earthers, right, they'll show a video where the sun looks like it's really, really big. And then as it moves away, it gets really, really tiny and turns into a little dot. That's actually not the sun shrinking in size. That's actually just an effect of the camera sensor blowing up the sun into what looks like a much greater size. It's kind of like a glare effect. There is a more technical term for it. Could be blooming, could be the effect, but regardless.
Also, if you stare at a light bulb in a dark room, like it just seems like the bulb isn't the entire room, right?
Yeah.
Like if it overwhelms your eyes with light, you go like, "Oh my God, everything's." But the bulb is as small as it was.
So if we use a solar
mean,
filter, the sun doesn't really change much in size as it sets. That's what actually happens.
I have a question.
Yeah, go ahead.
How can you put satellites on a flat Earth? How can you explain to me satellites on a flat Earth?
Satellites?
Dude.
How can we explain satellites? Well, I can't confirm that there's satellites orbiting around a globe. How about this logic? If we could confirm that the surface of the Earth is not curving, whatever's happening with the satellites is not happening above a globe Earth. What do you think about that?
I don't understand. And what do you think? The satellites are fake or what? Do you not think they're in orbit?
I don't think satellites are
No.
fake, but I don't think satellites are orbiting around a ball Earth.
Okay, but
Yeah,
what
he's
they're
new to
orbiting
the
or
scene.
what
Hey,
they're
Penguin,
doing?
listen a little bit. Listen a little bit, okay? You're very emotional. If by satellites you mean man-made devices that are high in the sky and are able to receive and transmit signals, then nobody denies such devices exist. We don't know how they work exactly in terms of how they stay in the sky for so long and in consistent locations. But that's not our problem. Like DJ said, first we look at the Earth, it is not curving. Therefore, everything that happens above it happens with it not curving. How exactly? We don't know. We didn't get there yet. We don't have all the information. You think you have a consistent model that you like. Oh, they're going in circles around the globe. Cool. Where's that globe? Show us the globe, then we will really engage with you on understanding how the satellites move around it. But until you show us the globe, we're not interested in all the other stuff.
I understand that, but for me, it's hard to believe that you don't think the Earth is a globe. If we invented satellites, like you can see them from, I don't know, the Earth, like their light. You can see them through a telescope.
Yes, you can see some of these devices or vehicles through a telescope. You can see them with your eyes, or you can see them in quotes with a electromagnetic receiver, right? You can
You're
they
right.
produce signals, so it's like seeing, right? Radio waves are like light, so if they come from it's like looking at something, just not with your own human eyes, but with a device that you make. So yes, you can track them in the sky.
And why do you think everything is, I don't know, faked for the people to believe that Earth is round? What's the end goal of the people that hide this?
The short answer is we don't know what the end goal is. We just know that that's the case. At least some people are in on it. Not most. We think most people operate within the model that they were given. That model works for practical applications, so they use it. They're happy with it. There are some people that are in on it. We know one thing is fake. Pictures, images of the Earth as a globe are fake. That's pretty much one thing we know.
What do you mean
Everything else
about
is up
fake?
for debate.
Wait, I have a question. What do you mean about fake? Like edited in Photoshop or fake like more?
It doesn't matter how. It doesn't. The end result is not reality, because if it were a reality, then we would be able to confirm the same reality on the ground, and we don't confirm it. Do you know what I mean? It doesn't matter how it was fake.
I know,
The end result.
I know what you mean, and where do you want to go with the conversation? But
I don't want to go anywhere with the conversation. I'm
I
just
don't.
answering your questions.
No, you want to say the experiments on Earth are saying other things.
Right. The experiments. If
What
the
experiments?
images, just think about it.
Yeah, but okay, but do you think?
If the images are showing a true Earth, which is round and spherical, then the same confirmation would be possible while being on the surface and geometrically measuring that surface, right? And then no one would have a problem with that. It's the fact that on the surface measurements do not confirm what those images show that tells us that these images are faked somehow. Doesn't matter how. We could jerk off all day long to how it was done, what computer program was used, or what. Doesn't matter. The end result is not consistent with the
Yeah,
measurements
but
on the surface.
okay. But do you think everyone from NASA or fuck NASA, ESA lies?
How about the Israeli Space Agency?
Fuck the
Sure, you like
Israeli.
that
I'm
one.
talking about
Yeah.
ESA.
And anyways, yeah, I just wanted to fuck with you because you have a super stupid profile picture. Anyways, so some people there, the people who are responsible for the generation of the images, or the raw, or even if there are any images, it's hard to tell. Some people have to be in on it, not most.
Yeah, but
Not
everybody
that
there.
not
Do you
that
think they
many
lie?
actually. Not that many.
Yeah, not that many.
Yeah, nobody from the ESA, right, from the European Space Agency, has ever been above low Earth orbit, according to the
Yeah, but do you
mainstream
think?
anyway.
But do you think they are lying when they say that there is a curvature on Earth
Yeah, people lie.
Some of them.
for 20
I think a lot of them, a lot of the people that work at the European Space Agency or NASA or the Indian, whatever, any of these so-called space agencies, most of the people are probably not lying. Most of the people have a specific job to do, right? While you can't confirm any of the imagery that you're getting from them. It's as simple as that. We don't need to try to debunk it, right? It's just a faith-based belief that you have, and that's all it will ever be. I could show you CGI pictures from space, and you wouldn't be able to tell me if that's from NASA or if that's CGI. I bet you can't tell the difference between ESA space pictures or CGI pictures that I make in free software. That's what I mean. If they wanted to trick you, they could easily trick you. So it's just a certain amount of faith has to go into that. So
Yes, but they are not doing only pictures. They are doing other things
Like what?
what, like videos?
like the Mars Express, the Ariane
What is?
1.
Are you seeing pictures from that though?
No, I'm saying about
You've
I
seen
don't know
it.
how to call it. Wait, no, I didn't see it. The mission.
Okay.
They are called missions.
Yeah. So you
I
saw
didn't
it
see
on
them for.
pictures, right?
You can watch live
Yeah.
if you have
On the
too much
TV
signal.
screen. on the TV screen, right?
Even on TV screen, YouTube, you can go
Did he
there.
say
Like,
Artemis?
Same as a
Artemis?
yeah,
picture.
in Artemis there were
Oh, look.
multiple
Okay,
missions.
look. This is what we can agree on with Artemis. Okay, so they said that they shot a rocket off into the sky. We saw a rocket take off and go out of view into the sky. That we can agree happened. Were there people on the rocket? Did they go to the moon, etc.? That's all faith-based.
No, I
Okay, as
don't
soon
think.
as the rocket went out of view, right? They just switched to a CGI scene blatantly, and then it kept going out of in and out of transmission, and the footage when it was in transmission was less than impressive. Okay, it would have been very easy to fake if they wanted to fake it, and I can show you pictures from Artemis that you wouldn't be able to tell whether it's CGI or not. And there's a lot of inconsistencies with it. It was very unimpressive. They didn't show anything that couldn't have easily been faked. And people were actually very pissed off because they thought,
Okay,
wow, in
okay. In that
2026, huh?
can I say
Except for
something?
this guy.
In
Yeah,
that case, you
they,
don't believe in the spatial station.
No. What?
You don't believe in
space
the
station.
spatial station. Yeah,
I
there
don't
is
need
a.
to believe in it. I don't make claims about it. I
You
just
can see
think
it.
that I okay, cool. Well, what height is it? What size is it? Right? All of these things you're not able to confirm. Do you think there's people in there? Okay, this
Yes.
is all things that you can't confirm. Yeah, so you can
Yes.
believe that there's people in there, right? But you can't validate any of that. There's a lot of interesting footage, right? That leads towards them using techniques that look like it could be faked footage taken
Yeah,
here
but do
on
you
the
think?
earth.
Yes, but do you think everybody from '98 until now it's lying? There was multiple scientists who did go over there.
Scientist.
Right. We got
Did go over where?
astronauts.
Did go over where?
What
What
to
is
the
that?
space station? Is that what you mean? You're
Yes,
saying
yes,
that some scientists
yes, there was
went to the
a lot
space
of people.
station and why would they lie?
Yeah, from
So
'98
yeah,
Validate it.
so
till now.
people, yes. Okay, I'll speak for myself. Yes, a whole bunch of people, but not as many as you think, probably in the hundreds, have gone to the ISS.
Well, that's the claim.
That's the claim. I am fully embrace that claim. So what?
Yeah, yeah. So
Really?
this is
So in
the
the
thing.
worst
This is
case,
the
those
thing.
people are lying.
Let's
This is the
search
thing.
how
From the
many.
listen, hold on a second. What's your name? Alp.
Before me and
Okay.
Peter start
Yes,
arguing and get this conversation done.
Yeah, yeah. So look, from the height of the ISS, you would only be able to see less than 3% of the surface of the Earth from that height. And even an astronaut that goes up to the ISS regularly, apparently, right? One of the main astronauts, I forget his name, but I'll put the clip in the side chat. He says that the atmosphere looks extremely flat from that height. He says it's one of the things that he thinks about a lot when he's up there, why it looks so flat from that height. And I will post the clip of him saying that.
Okay,
Now,
but
you
how
can
many?
only see, listen, let me finish.
Another
You can
question.
only see 3% of the surface of the Earth if it's at the height they tell us it's at. It's not high enough to see curvature of the Earth. Because if you did a 360-degree pan, the horizon's going to meet back where it started again. Right? And if you draw a circle on the Earth that's 3% of the entirety of the Earth, it's a very small circle on a grand scale. That's the only amount of Earth that they can see from that height. 3%. 2.9%.
No, it's fake news what you said. Yes, you can see the curvature of the Earth
It's
on the
fake
space
news.
station. Let me finish. You can also see multiple pictures of people that they made and respond to this question. How many people do you think there was on the space station from '98
Who cares?
until now? How many? How many?
1,000.
Yes.
I don't know, about 600.
You search it. 600 exactly.
Hmm.
You can
Yeah.
search their names.
And
Do you think everybody's lying?
Okay, so 600 people in the world are lying. Wow.
well,
And do you think
That's
do you
It wouldn't
amazing.
think that
even be lying. Even if you went up there and saw it round, it doesn't mean that it's round.
Yeah, let's
Like,
just talk about the worst case scenario, right? 600 people, because this guy is focusing on the human relations as opposed to science and measurements.
Yeah.
So yeah, let's play that game. So, oh my goodness, out of 8 billion people in the world, 600 are lying.
yeah, and you have
Unbelievable.
to take in that case also the employees on NASA or
Okay,
ESA.
add another 600 then. 1,200 people.
More,
Yeah.
Wow,
Hey,
that's
let's
amazing.
make it
I agree.
6,000.
But
Hey, Penguin, let's make it 6,000 just to
Yeah.
just for ease of calculation. So 6,000 people are lying out of 8 billion. My God, what are we gonna do? I think they're going to hell.
I don't think it's that case, man. I think that's paranoia.
Hey, you know what? I'm in agreement.
Now
with it.
that's
60,000
paranoia.
60,000 people are lying. 60,000. I can't believe it. It's like a small town. 60,000 people
You
lying.
can say that also for the flat earth.
I mean, for Timbo, it's a large city, but for
What
the
do you
rest
mean?
of it.
Hey, my city's got 6 million people in it.
Okay, okay.
We only have two
Yeah.
of them, and that's half of the population. But
60,000 people are liars. I can't believe it.
Oh no, that
I don't know. I'm
then
afraid to leave my house.
it's more than that because you have to think from when the people went.
600,000 people. 600,000 people are lying. My
It's a lot of
God.
people. It's a lot
That's like
of
all
give
of
it a
Seattle.
million. Give it a million.
Million people are lying.
and everybody has the perfect lie.
They have the perfect lie. 1 million people.
What's a perfect lie?
They didn't get
Exposed.
exposed exactly.
They did get exposed. You're in the channel that exposed them. So the joke's on you.
Yeah, we can test the surface of the Earth, and it's not curving. This has been done many, many, many times, hundreds of times. Okay, every time we test the surface of the Earth, we don't detect any curvature.
And they could all. There's also a difference between lying and being deceived too. So you can be deceived without lying.
I mean, they wouldn't have to be lying. You could literally logically see that on a flat Earth, if you were able to go high enough and looked back, it probably would be round because you can only see so far in all directions. If you
Yeah,
can
so
see,
create a circle. Yeah.
yeah. So if you draw a line as far as your eyes can see around you, that's going to be a circle. As you go higher and higher up, yeah, you might be able to see a bit further, but it's still going to be a circle.
Right.
This is true.
I feel like this needs to be like the forefront of a lot of arguments because I feel like they get
I've been
stuck.
arguing that for years. No one listens to me.
I've never heard
Yeah,
anyone say that either way you would see a sphere, or not a sphere, but a circle.
Yeah, we see,
Yeah, we say it all the time.
Yeah, in here we do. I mean, we see the
Even on a
horizon is
globe,
essentially a big circle around us.
Even on a globe, you get above the surface, you're always on top of a ball. So all you're going to see is a straight line because you can't see a curve left to right because the lines wouldn't intersect, right? So the lines have to meet back up. So you're going to see a level line 360 degrees around you. Happens either way.
Is this guy still
Unless
here? Yeah, he is.
Yeah, but technically, if you got enough leverage on it, it
I'm
would just look
listening.
like.
I don't
that's right.
want
If you got far
to
enough
engage on
away,
that conversation.
Why?
All right, so I'm gonna play. See if this clip plays through my microphone quickly. So this is one of the main astronauts from the ISS. Why is it? Oh, hold on. All right, now it should work.
You look out at the Earth, especially when you're in space for long periods of time, there's a couple of things that I think about. One is the atmosphere looks incredibly flat. The atmosphere looks incredibly flat. The atmosphere looks incredibly flat. Looks incredibly flat.
And you get the point, right?
Yes, I get the point, but imagine that the Earth it's not so small. The Earth it's really big. That's why he's saying
Oh,
that.
That's
so
the
it looks
point he was
flat.
making earlier. That's the
Yeah.
point DJ was making earlier. Jeez, man.
How big is it?
We can Google. I don't know.
You don't know?
I
6,371
don't know
kilometers, bro.
firsthand.
I just told you 6,371 kilometers.
What do they use in Israel? Kilometers or miles?
Kilometers.
Or is he just? Or is he
How,
just?
how much?
Everybody uses
How,
kilometers, Timbo.
how much? How much did you say?
6,371 kilometers.
Radius.
See, the thing is, he's only trying to argue the point. If he really understood that, as far as we're concerned, it would look round if you got high enough up, I don't think that they would get stuck on these, like,
Yes,
semantics,
if the Earth, dude, a sphere seen from a far enough distance will obviously be round, right?
No,
Nobody's
a
questioning that.
flat plane would be round.
Yeah, until you, yeah, or continuously until you got to a certain height, right?
No, not necessarily. It would still be round because a
Yeah,
light
but then
isn't going
they'd
to
have
travel
to.
infinitely far. It's like
I know, but if you get higher and higher and higher,
no, it wouldn't.
right? Then you have to change the size of the Earth. Then they have to change the size of the Earth, right?
Yeah, obviously in their paradigm, but they're still not going to see infinitely far.
But they're claiming they've got photos from satellites thousands of miles away.
Even if they did, it wouldn't mean that it's round. That's
millions.
just.
Yeah.
Well,
Yeah,
I
I know, but then,
even that,
then
it
there'd
wouldn't
be,
mean that it's.
then there'd be an edge, right?
I don't think though. I mean, first of all, I don't think there's an edge. Second of all, I don't think that
the photos are real, right? I understand.
I don't think that they'd see an
are
edge.
you saying are you saying that if the Earth was a sphere and you moved away sufficiently enough, given the radius of that sphere, to see its entirety, that you wouldn't see its entirety? Is that what you're saying?
Not necessarily, but I guess it would be possible. You'd have to crunch the numbers of like really how.
All right, so let's
atmosphere.
use the globe model, right? So you go to the moon, that's 230,000 miles, not that far, but compared to the radius, it's quite big of a distance compared to the puny radius, right? So your claim is, there are two options: either you see the whole thing, or you don't see anything, because light cannot travel 230,000 miles.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not making any claims about the globe because
I know, but like think logically.
No, I'm not
what
doing
you're saying.
logical hypotheticals
Oh,
with the
you're
globe.
not doing logicals. Okay.
Not with the globe. I mean,
All right.
it's no offense, though.
Afraid of the globe model. Not gonna think logically about what I just said. Got it.
No, don't like. I understand what he's saying, but yeah, yeah. It's not.
Timbo, do you understand what I'm saying? Right? Do you
Yes.
understand what I'm saying?
Yeah, it works both ways. Yeah. The claim is that they go far enough to see the sphere, right? So in that case, you'd have to say, all right, well, it's a flat surface with edges, right? If you believe
because
in these
on the
images,
globe,
right?
sorry to interrupt you, it's just on the
No,
globe,
you're right.
we're talking about a sun that's so far away that the power of that light, it's not on the same level as what we see the sun as. So that's why I don't want to answer
Don't worry
that
about the sun.
No, but
Let's
you
keep it
you have to, because
What
if the
Timbo is
sun's
saying.
light can shoot that far, then the reflective light off of the Earth could potentially be way more powerful. So I don't want to get into a hypothetical like what you gave.
Yeah.
But
Okay, then get into specifics, all right? In physics, in optics, in electromagnetism, in quantum electrodynamics, which is the most advanced modeling of optics, there is nothing that we know of. I'm qualifying this after yin yang. There's nothing that we know of that suggests that electromagnetic waves do not travel, in quotes, infinite distances.
In a vacuum.
Right, unless they're obstructed and absorbed, yes.
yeah, but
by
they are
something.
obstructive. It's the atmosphere.
Yes,
I don't know why I'm
the
going into
atmosphere gets much.
hypothetical, but
The
like, you're not
atmosphere
going
we
to
know gets
the
very
same way,
thin.
you're not
right?
going to see like you're not going to see a candle from space.
Bro, yeah, I understand, but you
Yeah.
know
But it's
that
the same
like
thing. You're thinking of it from their
so
logical
okay, so
standpoint.
You
your
have to
mental
though.
model is if you go sufficiently far away from the Earth, no matter what shape it is, by the way, but if you could go, let's say, 100,000 kilometers, then you would see just darkness because all the light coming from the Earth, regardless of its shape, would just never reach you. So you would just look at a black spot.
I mean, maybe
That's how
not,
you
but
imagine this.
no, it's not how I imagine it. Because who's to
No.
say the center of the light isn't stronger than the edges of the light? You know, there's lots of things, and either way, like I said, well, I didn't say, but like I'm saying now, is either way, you're gonna see the radius of the sun's light. So if you got further enough away from the Earth and you're seeing the part that's lit up, that's gonna be round too.
Circle, you mean?
Yeah, like a round circle of light. It's it's a flashlight on the ground.
So basically, the edges of the circle or the circumference of the circle, it just so happens that that's where you lose the light on these edges.
No, I'm just
He's
saying
not
in
saying that, Peter.
general that
Yeah. Is that without like we're not trying to ridicule you. We're just trying to get you to think of it.
no, I'm just saying that even if
Yeah,
the thing I
from their point
originally
of
said
view as
wasn't
well, right?
true, even the thing
Yeah.
I originally said wasn't if it wasn't true, you'd still get around.
And I'm sincerely interested in understanding how you're thinking, not to kind of disproving that what you're saying is weird. So let me ask you this. Please answer like to the point. If the Earth is an infinite plane, a very large plane, don't worry about infinite, just very, very large. And in your mind, if you are somehow able to fly 200,000 miles above that plane,
Yeah, sorry, I
don't
can't
worry
do that
about
because I
any.
don't think that it's an infinite plane.
No,
I
no,
think
no. I'm trying to understand
I
how
know, but I
you
don't
reason
want to.
about optics. But optics is what I'm interested. So don't worry about the cosmology here or gas pressure in the container. The Earth is infinite plane. You're 200,000 miles above
Yeah,
its
okay,
surface.
okay. At that
Do
point,
you
it would
believe
just
that
be
you would
okay.
see
At
a
that point,
small
I know what you're
circle
gonna say.
because the
I know what
light
you're gonna
from
say.
the edges would not reach you?
It would be similar to what I said, but it would keep getting slightly bigger and bigger.
I can
Yes.
do this. I'm out. You guys
Yeah,
enjoy
but
this.
then that's all right. But then it would, yeah. I do understand what you're saying, but then like, what am I trying to say? Like then because you also have to think of it from their point of view, right? So they claim that they have pictures.
Yeah, I mean they're gonna have
Yeah.
pictures. If they could go that high, it's the picture of the radius of the sun's light.
No,
It's
the Earth.
composite images. It's you name it. That's what they've got.
Yeah. So I do understand what you're saying. If you raise above the Earth, then you will just see a certain distance in all directions due to optics, right?
Yeah, and then
But
it's
then
gonna get
they
smaller
say,
and smaller as you get further and
yeah,
further away because you're not gonna see a candlelight on the top of a mountain. At some point, there's only so far you can see that candlelight. If sun's reflected light is the same thing on each object, you're not gonna see it an infinite distance anyway.
I'm a little confused.
Just imagine like a huge plane, and it's night, and there's just candles everywhere, and you go up in a balloon. Those candles, if those candles are placed like 2 or like 5 meters away from each other, and they're just everywhere over a huge infinite plane, and you go up and up and up, you're just gonna see a circle that gets smaller and smaller and smaller.
Are we talking about the Earth?
Yeah.
Yeah. So can we use the Earth's reflected light from the sun? Just use
Well,
that
that's what I
because
was originally saying,
that's
but
what's
it was
happening.
kind of
Yeah.
that's what I was saying is like the sun's light isn't necessarily strong enough to reflect off a leaf into an infinite distance like the hypothetical space that we've been given.
Yeah. I don't think it's a great argument though. You
But
still there?
it's a good argument because they're only coming here to argue. So when you look at it from that standpoint, if they knew that even if you went up into space as far as they like and you looked back and you saw something round, if they already knew that you wouldn't accept it as a sphere, even if you had that vision, then it would change a lot of the amount of time that we spend talking about certain things. And honestly,
Yeah, but
even
then
discredit us a lot of the times, because like once you start getting into, oh, they're lying about this, they're lying about that, that can push away a lot of people.
Okay, I get it. So what it is right? So you say they say, okay, we go far enough to see a sphere, right? And you say, okay, well, on the surface, we measure the Earth to be flat. So the sphere that they give you in the images can't be a representation of reality, right?
Yeah.
So you don't even need to go. The only reason you need to go to the Earth would look flat from above anyway, would be if they say, well, we can see left to right curvature when you get to a certain height.
Yeah, well, I mean,
Right?
that's just
You understand
fisheye
what I mean?
lenses. That's just fisheye lenses, and then even when they have
Yeah.
that,
See,
as
so
soon as
you've
they
already
see it,
gone.
as soon as you see
Yeah.
the curvature and they pan across, it's the same curve. If you were panning across over a hump, you'd go out into nothing. It's completely nonsensical.
Yeah, well, and a hump. If you're 90 degrees above the Earth, you wouldn't see a hump anyway, because the lines. If you go 360 degrees around, it creates a straight line, even on a sphere.
Yeah.
But then they get further away, and they claim that they can see the whole circle, right? And right. So then they say it's a sphere. You go, well, we don't measure curvature on the ground, so it can't be what they're showing us. You understand what I mean? Because when you think about this topic, you need to be able to understand what they're actually claiming too. You know what I mean?
Yeah, no, I know what you're saying. I just think
Yeah.
that a lot of the people that, yeah, you've got your few globe believers that are just gonna always be like at it to like be argumentative, but then there's some people that are just new to the subject and they're just being argumentative because they don't really know. They're trying to sort of quickly
Yeah,
convince
that's
you.
90. Yeah,
But I think when
90%
it's
of them.
those
Yeah.
people, I think we would have a lot more success rate if we just kind of got straight to the point, which is even if we went up into space and saw it as round, we wouldn't change our viewpoint. And I think that would have more impact than just spending half an hour being like, oh, they fake it, they want money, oh, NASA gets this much money every day.
No, but that's some of the questions they ask, right? Why? I know we don't go into it a lot, because most of the time we just say, well, we can't divine people's thoughts, right? So we don't know why they would fake it, but it must be faked because we don't measure any curvature on the Earth.
Right, and that doesn't mean that they're lying about the Earth either. They might genuinely, like, if they're faking space or faking space travel, that doesn't necessarily mean that they know that the Earth is flat and they're telling everyone that it's a globe as part of some grand conspiracy to hide the flat Earth. No.
Yeah.
Right? It's probably a byproduct of the space race or something like that, whatever the reason may be. They're lying about space travel. And I think that most people that work at NASA genuinely believe that the Earth's a globe. And they probably don't even know that NASA is lying about space travel. It's probably only a very small amount, and I wouldn't even be able to write a list of names of people that I could prove are lying about it. But my argument against the Globers is that I'm not really interested in faith-based evidence, and anything that they show me from space is just going to be faith-based. They could easily be tricked, and I have a whole folder of images ready to trick them with, which they fall for every time, and they can't tell the difference between CGI and what NASA presents.
There's an interesting documentary that they did, where they got a group of people together, and told them that they were training to go into space, and they trained them and trained them and trained them, and then they put them in a simulation, and they actually thought they went.
Yeah, they thought they were in space looking at the globe through a screen. I mean, like through the window. They thought that they were looking at the actual globe from space out the window of their craft, and they never left the Earth. Space cadets. It's called space cadets.
Yeah, space cadets. That's right. Yeah. So these people who claim to have gone to space, like, they don't necessarily have to lie either. Maybe they were in a simulation. NASA's told us many times that all of their people who work for them wouldn't even know the difference between a simulation and a real space mission. You know, like, if someone asks a question, you've got to be able to dive into what their concern is, so you can demonstrate that their concern is incorrect. So
Yeah, but
it's like a
realistically,
process. Yeah.
they would, you know, they fake like 99.9% of space images, even if one is real, which, I mean, I can't say that there is, but even in their minds, maybe one is real, it still wouldn't matter to the argument that they're trying to put forward, is what I'm trying to say. This type of thinking wouldn't work with your super
Well,
try-hard
then you
people
have to
that have
say,
been...
yeah. Well, how do you verify that image is correct?
Yeah, but the point is, it wouldn't matter to you or us, because we already know that we only see so far in all directions. As you go up, that's just going to become a tighter and tighter circle.
Yeah,
Because
but then
you're going to see what's
becomes a
directly
very
beneath
boring
you. Whatever's
conversation
beneath
too, right?
you is the last thing you see, because that's the closest thing that there is to you as you go up.
Yeah, I get it. I
Right, but
understand
I
it, man.
agree. I agree with most of what you're saying, Bah. But I think that if let's say hypothetically, let's say the 1972 blue marble image of the Earth is actually real. That means that the Earth's a globe, right? That's not able to be explained via perspective or anything like that. That's not
Wait, why
like
not?
if
Just because
you
the clouds are CGI.
no. If it was a real photograph, right? Let's say that you could
Wait,
actually,
why?
like, let's say
There's
hypothetically,
not
if the Earth
any. There's zero. There's literally. If you told me, oh, look at the Discovery Channel when they do Planet Earth documentaries and the intro where you see the globe, yeah, then maybe I'd say it might be a sphere. But all the pictures they've got from NASA look very flat to me. I mean,
yeah, because
well,
they're 2D images, right?
Yeah, but they don't look flat. They look like a sphere. Looks like a globe, right? Like
I
like
don't
this
think
one.
any of
This
the
is the one
pictures
they
from NASA look like globes.
I mean, if you made a globe, right?
Are we
To
talking
you, that
about
might
actual
look like a
claimed?
globe. To me,
Are we talking about actual claimed photos or composite
that
images?
Yeah, I mean, to me that looks like a flat thing, and then they've done the CGI. They've done the Photoshop with the clouds to make it look maybe a bit spherical. But other than that, that just looks like, to me,
Right. But let's say
flat in all
that this was a real photo of the Earth, right? From this distance,
Yeah,
and the
then it's
Earth
a
was
wide
flat.
angle
Do you
lens.
think it would?
It's a wide angle lens over a flat
Looks
Earth.
like a
It would
sphere.
look like that. It would look like a circle. It doesn't look like a sphere, mate.
It does to everybody else.
Oh, fine. That's fine. I'm just saying, between me and you, that does not look like a sphere. That looks like, a panoramic one shot with a
So
fisheye
if
lens.
Yeah, but then what are you going to argue, that it's a disk in space? If you
No.
agree that this is a photo to them, right, to the person coming in, are you going to say, yeah, well, it looks flat to me and it's a disk in space?
No, I'm not going to say it's a disk in space, but also, like, you can't, do you believe in the Bermuda Triangle? Where things like disappear or whatever.
I know what, yeah, I don't know. I don't know. I've got my theories about
okay,
that.
all right. What about this? What about this one? I mean, does this look like a ball to you?
That looks like a ball because you can see the light on it is diffusing in a way that you can see it's got dimension.
Mm.
I don't see any light diffusing on these Earth pictures. Like I said, you show me a picture of like an intro to Planet Earth where they do documentaries about like wildlife and stuff, and yeah, it looks like a sphere, but I've never seen a picture like that of the Earth.
Well, they only claim a few of them are real. I mean, the rest they claim they actually add in the reflection and like the hotspot, basically. But yeah, so they claim this one's real, this 1972 one, and then the ones from the Artemis mission. That's the only ones they claim.
And either
A
way,
full
those
frame
pictures, you don't
photographs.
really need to bring up those pictures because those are easily debunked with just showing
They
how much
they
land
bring
there
them
is.
up.
I know, but
They
then you
bring
just
them up.
bring up
No.
that one picture where it shows like how much land you're seeing, and then the rest of the land that would have to fit on that if it was a sphere, and that
That's
completely debunks it.
yeah, look, that's it's a David Weiss argument that he brings up a lot. I It depends on the distance and the focal length. And I've just got an example that I can show. I kind of
Because
tossed
it's
that
gonna,
argument away a long time
yeah,
ago.
because it's
So
gonna
if you take
concentrate
a
on the center point, right?
yeah, so if you get a globe, like a desktop globe, and you take a picture of it from close up, right? Let's say you get North America in the center of the frame. It's going to look like it's giant, and there's not going to look like there's much water. If you back the camera away from it and change the focal length, now it looks like America's small and there's tons of water. So it depends on like that's the excuse that the Globers say, right? Like David Weiss will send
Well,
this meme. Just
I just
right.
want
So
to add,
just yeah,
DJ, it's
yeah.
basically you always see the entire half of a sphere, right? It's just that if you're close up, everything is towards the edges. It's compressed at the edges, and the thing in the center occupies the most space, like visually, right? But you still see half of the sphere. You can do this easily with a globe, with a basketball, right? Put some markings on it, and you'll see that they're at the edges compressed. Because the light from the edges of the sphere is still reaching you. It's not obstructed by anything.
We do understand what you're saying, but these conversations never go that way, right? Where you can just go, all right, and then just stop. Like you need to talk about what they want to talk about most of the time. We can just shut them down and say, well, it doesn't measure that way, so the photos have to be fake, right?
Oh yeah, there's if you want an easy win, right? You can easily get an easy win by dragging
Yeah,
everything back to basic logic if the water's not curving. But if you want to actually get through to the person, then you need to enter. They need to get answers to all the questions they have. So you need to go down each rabbit hole
yeah.
and explain to them
Otherwise,
why that.
you're just a denier in their eyes.
Well, we have to be more selective about what we deny, right? There are some things that we
Yes.
obviously deny, and we should not be afraid of doing that. But we shouldn't go too far, right? I mean, you guys know my position, but like sometimes we we go too far, right? We start denying physics that has nothing to do with the question here.
Yeah. Or you could go down
So
the
just
route of
quickly,
another channel that we know and just say, well, that's a flat Earth measurement, and that's it.
yeah. Hey, just quickly, just because I just found it. Bar, if you have a look in the side chat, right? So you can see the discrepancy in the size across the continent there, and then here's just a replication of that just by changing the focal length of the camera. We can see the same kind of thing happening here.
Yeah, I'd actually already thought of that, but yeah.
Yeah.
But it still looks like, that could be the reflection of the sun's light on the ground. It's just
Oh
making
no, all I'm
the
talking about is
I
the
know, but
argument of the continent sizes. That's all, in
yeah,
relation
no,
to the
yeah,
how
yeah,
much
no,
water you can see.
definitely that
That's all.
one's not actually good enough when you really think about it. But it is still good enough because, yeah, I guess it's not good enough, but yeah.
Yeah, it's just showing that,
But
when
in a
David
way,
Weiss
it's
goes
good
on his
enough in
show
a
and
way
he's like,
because
"Oh, look, the continents are the wrong sizes." on different NASA pictures, it's like,
right,
well,
right.
they have an explanation for that, and it's a plausible one.
It's an explanation that you could verify yourself, right? The explanation, not the fact that it's a globe, but you can take a miniature globe, right? And you can put, like DJ said, you can position the camera in such a way that you will replicate exactly the same view.
It's in the chat, Peter. There's
Oh,
a side by side image of it. Yeah.
Right, exactly.
Yeah. But you're on the right path. I mean, like, how long you been delving into this subject?
Oh, a long time.
A long time.
Yeah.
Where have you been getting
Doesn't
most
sound
of
like
your
it.
information? No, well, maybe it's been
Wait, no.
getting his
Why doesn't it
information from
sound like
somewhere
it?
else.
Wait, no. Why
Just
doesn't it
one
sound
second,
like it?
Bard. Don't take that personally, dude.
No, no,
Just,
no. I don't
he's
mind.
just
I'm just confused. I'm just confused about why it's illogical that if you go up, that you can only see in a circle, and that circle's getting smaller and smaller beneath you.
Yeah, I agree with that to a certain extent, right? Like the height that we can get up to. Let's say we could get up to the height of the ISS, for example, where they claim the height of the ISS 250 kilometers up, 400 kilometers up, 250 miles. Then you would only be able to see 3% of the surface of the Earth, and the horizon would be an equal distance around you. And maybe that would look like it was a curving horizon because you have such a giant field of view. When you pan your head around, it's going to look like a big circle of vision. Yeah, I completely agree with that, but I think there's a certain extent, right? If you keep going and going and going, and now all of a sudden you know, 125,000 miles away from the Earth, and now it looks like a ball, then I think that's different. I think it changes once you get to a certain distance. But I completely get your point, and it's a
No,
great
because
point,
even if
and
you
it's
got
something.
high enough up, you're not going to see. If there's people at night, you're not going to see the nighttime. You just see the round of the sun's light.
Right, but that's to a certain extent. I mean, you know the
Wait,
pale
why is
blue
it to a
dot,
certain
for
extent?
example?
Like, what? So you think
All
that if
right,
you
so
go up as high as they say, that you're going to see the nighttime?
No,
you're
you
going to
always
see.
see half of a sphere. It's not about the Earth. When you look
Well,
at a
well, he's
sphere,
saying if it was flat, right? Like he's saying, like if it was flat, right? Let's say it was this giant plane, and the sun's illuminating a section of it, and if you keep going up and up and up, you're only going to see that illuminated section, and everything else is just going to look like blackness, and then you would see like a 2D circle essentially.
yeah, but you would have to introduce like specific claims about where the sun is and what it's actually doing, right? To understand the geometry of Sun Earth observer, right?
I don't really see how that matters. You're going up and you're seeing a round thing. That, I mean, maybe we would, but they're not going to have to do that to show what they show.
What, in the globe model, you mean?
Yeah, in the globe model, why would they need to like tell you about specifics? Is they go up.
No, they do tell you about specifics because in their model, if you're away, let's use the moon as an example. Please remain calm. You're standing on the moon. You're looking at the Earth. The sun is illuminating the Earth. If you're at the right angle, you're going to see the entire Earth illuminated, right? Half of it. I mean, if you're at another angle, you won't. You'll see a fraction of the.
Okay, yeah, but I mean, we're not talking about that. Now you're kind of bringing up just like China's CGI live stream from the moon. I mean, that's not really good enough to even talk about. But
we're talking about. I'm answering your question, bro. Like hypothetically, in the globe model, the observations, the way they explain, oh, why do you see this photo of the Earth not fully illuminated? It's because of the angles. They make a specific claim. The sun is in that location, the moon is in that location. The angles are such and such the distances are such and such, right? And therefore, you see this. So they are
So you have
making
a lot of
claims
those
about the
things.
sun. The
I mean,
sun is
that's
not
just
2 miles above the Earth, right? That's a claim. The sun is not 2 miles above the Earth in their model. It's 100 million miles or whatever, 93 million miles. And therefore, the rays are distributed in such a way, yada, 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 yada. You have three objects in the equations, the Earth, the Sun, and the observer, and you map it out geometrically, and then you say, should you be seeing this or not?
well, no, because the sun, you can't even use the sun as an equation because it's not low. It's provably shown that it's like a unique thing to each person. So for you to say that it's just like a variable that you're going to incorporate is very arrogant. But
You're arguing with something I'm not saying. I was explaining to you, addressing your previous statement, that when the Glovers explain why these photos, according to them, are real, they're also making a claim about the sun and its position in relation to the observer. That's all I was saying.
how
And now
much?
you're
How
giving me
often
this
are
Earth
we getting?
Awakenings bullshit here.
How,
Personal sense.
so there's like, so you've got loads of people giving you crescent Earths and saying that that's super important.
There are images posted by space people, that agencies and such, that show a crescent Earth. And the explanation for that is it's half of the Earth is illuminated, but the observer is looking at an angle. They don't see the other portion that's illuminated. It's the same explanation for why we see moon phases in their model. It's the relationship between the observer, the object, and the sun that's causing that.
Yeah, I mean, if I had to just off the top of my head thinking about that now, I would just say that it's the dome is, well, the effect of a dome. See, I don't even necessarily think there has to be a dome. Like, like as oxygen gets colder, it gets more dense. So like the higher our atmosphere and oxygen's going to get, it's that oxygen's going to compress and compress and compress.
Are you serious? So why do people die on Mount Everest from lack of oxygen? If
The
oxygen was
oxygen's
dense, they
getting
don't.
compressed. It might,
So why is it hard to breathe on an airplane that loses pressurization? People die. You've
Well,
never
look,
heard
I'm not
of
trying to
incidents where the
explain every
cabin got
little thing to
depressurized
you.
and pilots fell asleep and the whole plane crashed? If the oxygen was denser, they'd be like hyper. They'd be playing
Look,
soccer
I'm
at
not trying to
athlete
argue.
level.
I'm not trying to argue all those things. All I'm saying is you can look for yourself. You put a balloon in liquid nitrogen and it looks like it's deflating, and then you take it out after it's fully deflated and it just reflates back up. So the dome
Bro,
could
you're
just be
saying let me get
no, I'm
this
not saying
straight.
that's just a fact. That's a
Because I
fact.
think
If you
I'm
put a
okay. So
balloon,
it's a fact that according to you that at higher altitudes oxygen is denser than at lower altitudes. That's a fact. Did you just say that, or did I mishear you? Because I might be losing it.
all I'm saying is that if it gets colder, the higher you go up, and if it keeps getting colder, then the oxygen is just going to get denser and denser.
Oh, okay,
That's not true.
fantastic. So the oxygen density, according to this guy on Mount Everest, is higher than at sea level.
No, you're misunderstanding me. I'm not talking about density as in like the amount of oxygen. I'm talking about the actual molecules of the oxygen are denser. Like,
are you? What do
Let
you
me
mean
steel
by
man
that?
his point just quickly, right? So he's sort of saying that let's say you got a balloon and it had a certain amount of oxygen molecules in it, and let's say it's 20 degrees at surface level. That balloon would be a certain size, and the molecules will be a certain distance spread apart as they bounce around. Anyway, Now let's say you take that balloon up to the top of Mount Everest. Now that balloon's going to shrink right down, and it still has the same amount of gas molecules in it, but now they're much more condensed. They're much more dense optically because because of the lower temperature. And then you take the same balloon back down again to the surface, and now it blows back up higher again because it's warmer. Is that
A
right, Doc?
balloon,
Yeah.
according to
Spec-
this, a balloon taken higher up will shrink.
Or just temperature, if you just change the temperature of the balloon.
If
To a
you
certain
change the
extent.
temperature of the balloon, but nothing else, but taking it higher
The
in the
pressure has to stay
atmosphere.
this. Yeah, you're right. You're right. No, actually, it's not
I mean,
just about the
balloons
temperature.
expand when they go up.
Yeah, okay, right. So I was wrong. Let me correct myself. So yeah, the surrounding pressure would have to be the same, and then you would just adjust the temperature of the balloon, and then that would happen. But if you change the surrounding pressure, then things will change. So eventually, I think the balloon will actually expand and pop. So yeah, I correct myself there.
I mean, it's the PV equals nRT equation, right? If you take a balloon up high, it's assuming that the temperature of the environment outside and in the balloon is roughly the same. Then the gas in the balloon wants to expand, right? Because there's less pressure outside. PV equals nRT.
Yeah, no, I get that. I'm just talking about oxygen in general and how it could create an effect of a dome without necessarily having a dome. If it was
My
cold
goodness.
enough.
You're from Earth Awakenings, aren't you?
No, this is something I've recently seen, and it just made sense that the sun's heat could be creating a huge effect of a dome.
Sorry, that's why I was asking, without like telling him where. I was asking where have you been getting your information? Like, just interested, right? Like you said, you've been doing it, like looking at this for a while. Like, where have
Well,
you
yeah, I
been?
mean, I've thought it's
Where have
flat
you been
since
hanging
like
out? What videos you've been watching?
2018, before 2018.
Yeah, and where have you been hanging out anywhere? You just been watching videos? Like what? What
I
have you
mean, I
been
watched
doing?
huge amounts of documentaries back when you could actually search for them on YouTube.
No, I mean about. Yeah, oh, yeah, okay, yeah. But any ones in particular?
I mean, I guess I would have seen like everything from Eric Dubay. There was like
Okay.
another
Yeah.
guy that did a documentary on it. Just all the different flat earthers that have made videos that are actually flat earthers. Like a
Yeah.
lot of
'Cause there's
quasi-luminists
in
back when
the
he had more like of a broad.
yeah, his arguments have come a long way, right?
Yeah, I know that balloon thing is only something I recently saw, where someone put it in liquid nitrogen and it compressed, and then I just thought, well, if it's compressing under extreme cold, then all the oxygen that would supposedly get sucked into this vacuum, well, it would just get denser and denser as it goes up.
Yeah, but there's less of it. If you go up, there's less of it.
Yeah,
Right?
no, yeah, but who's to
Yeah.
say that's not?
Well, this is the thing. He's actually got a point, right? Because we're only able to validate the pressure
To a
up to a
certain
certain
height.
point. And then
Yeah.
above that, they just use a computer model that's based off the heliocentric model.
Yeah, it's an
So
So, like, how
if
do we know
yeah,
that it's not just the same amount of oxygen, but it's just compressed?
well, we know it gets
And then
less.
there's
We know
like
it gets
clumps
less.
of
Like if you go up
You can
Mount
take
Everest,
reading.
for example, we know it gets, it's like 90% less at not a very high height.
Yeah, I know, but what
Right?
I'm
The
saying is,
overall
how do we
mixture.
know that it's actually less? What if it's the same amount of oxygen, but it's just been compressed with the cold, and then you're not picking it up with the sensor? There's a clump of it
No,
here,
you
there's a clump of it there.
Because you can't
No, you
breathe.
still
Because you
read it.
can't breathe up there.
Yeah, I know, but you wouldn't be able to because it's compressed. There's parts of it that are, 1 meter away from you, there's a clump of it. 5 meters away from you, and there's another clump of it, and then it's like it's all dispersed into
No,
clumps.
that wouldn't happen.
What do you know?
Well, it's very windy, right?
I mean, where would it
Yeah.
go? If you've got a bunch of oxygen and you compress it, where's it gonna go? It's like,
If it
okay,
gets more dense, it's gonna sink.
Okay, Imagine the
Yeah,
balloon
gonna
thing
go
I just
back down to
explained.
sea
No,
level.
listen. Imagine that balloon thing I explained. You put the balloon in liquid nitrogen, it gets deflated. Okay, so what if it's a steel balloon?
Well, it's rigid. It's a rigid surface.
Yeah, but what
Like a
happens to the
zeppelin?
oxygen? What happens to the oxygen inside if it's a steel balloon? You think it's just gonna like the atoms have got to go somewhere? Like at this point, you'd just be saying it's gonna just be gravity that pulls
Doesn't
it
it just slow it
down. Like
down? I think it doesn't it just slow
Yeah. When it's warm, it's
the movement
excited.
down?
They move around a lot. When it's cold, it doesn't move around as much.
wait, so you're saying that the balloon, the atoms in the balloon aren't moving, which is why it deflates?
No, the movement slows down
Well,
as
yeah,
you
kind of,
shrink it.
because if it gets warmer, they get excited and they push against the container, right? So they move
Okay,
around a
so
lot
it's
more.
not getting the oxygen isn't getting dense. It's just getting slowed down. Look, then I'm completely wrong, and I'm sorry, but if
No,
it's like
no.
they said, and it's getting denser, then I can't see how it's
Why
just
would
gonna.
it get
molecules
denser?
don't get
Listen,
denser.
dude, if you have a container with gas, right? Gas evenly spreads throughout the container, unless something else is happening. If you cool that gas, it's still evenly spread. It doesn't start clumping into density. It's evenly spread. It's just moving slower. And it's hitting the walls of the container with less energy. So the pressure, PV equals nRT. N is the same, R is a constant, V is the same, T is lower, therefore pressure lower.
Yeah, it does get confusing a little bit as well, Bar, because light does deviate towards colder air because it has a higher optical density. So but there's a difference. It's not like the actual molecules are getting more dense or anything like that. But I mean, if you have
Like
colder
they're
air, light
getting
will
dense together.
deviate.
Like no,
Optical
yeah, I just
density,
said they're
yeah.
getting
So
like
this
really.
is a different n. Like little n is the refractive index of the medium, of a medium, right? How fast light can travel through the medium compared to a vacuum. It's the optical density of a medium. So n equals x, whatever that amount is, based on the optical density. Now, how they say atmospheric refraction works is when you have a temperature gradient, right? The temperature essentially controls the optical density of the air, so the light will tend to bend towards towards the colder air, which is more dense optical density. But the actual density, the way you're talking about, it's a so yeah, it gets kind of confusing, I guess.
Yeah, I guess I was just thinking about that a little bit because there's that one little demonstration where you have like a sort of magnifying piece of plastic, and then you move it over like I think like stars, and it looks like the stars are spinning. Do you know what I mean?
Is that like to do with star trails? And it's like
Yeah, it's like to do with star
spinning.
trails. It's like a flat piece of paper, a bunch of stars on it, and then you just move a
Yeah,
circular thing. So yeah, so
and
I
then it
was
looks
kind of
like they're
thinking like,
rotating two different
yeah,
directions.
exactly. So yeah, so like I was thinking like, what if it's
Yeah.
just the sun makes a temporary sort of dome at each area, and then that's what makes that effect like IRL, if that makes sense, as opposed to like a huge dome that covers everything.
Yeah. That's why I just I don't know how the sky works exactly, and just stick with what we can confirm. But it is fun to speculate. Usually we have speculation Sundays here where we go over all stuff like that. I think speculation's important, but
Yeah, I mean, I'm only
most often
speculating because people keep saying like, "Oh, where's he getting his information? Where's he getting his information?"
yeah. Good.
Yeah, I would say a lot of
So
my
if you have
information
this,
comes from like me, if I'm being completely honest. I just see like all
yeah.
the data and then I say, well, it's probably going to be something like this.
So basically, if you have a balloon, let's say the outside pressure is 14.7 psi and the temperature is 20 degrees, and you then lower the temperature of that balloon, the balloon's going to shrink. And then if you increase the temperature, it's going to get bigger, and the optical density inside the balloon's going to change. It's going to get higher and lower depending on the temperature of the balloon, as long as the outside pressure remains consistent. Here's a cool little test in the side chat. It's kind of related, but it just shows bottom-up obstruction on a flat surface. Cool little experiments from a video, just 2 simple screenshots. And this is on a flat floor. The camera's placed on the floor. We've got this little object in the distance. You can see the bottom yellow part of the object. Let's call that the hull. Right? Pretend it's a boat. We got the white bit. That could be the little sail. And you can see the temperature gauge, right? So they're taking vertical temperature measurements. So in this situation, we have a slightly cooler temperature closer to the ground and a slightly warmer temperature up higher. And we can see the yellow part of the object on the flat floor. Now, what they do is they adjust the temperatures in the room. So they just open the door, let in some cool air, and now we can see a change on the temperature gauge. Now, all of a sudden, we have a much cooler temperature down lower, and a much warmer temperature down lower, and a much cooler temperature up higher. So that causes the light to deviate upward, to bend upward towards the colder air. And now all of a sudden, the bottom of that object is gone on a flat floor. So this is showing bottom-up obstruction. Right? This is called sinking refraction. And the only thing that was manipulated was the temperature. Which manipulated the optical density of the air. So this would debunk any claims of the globe as saying you can't have bottom-up obstruction on a flat surface. Anyone can repeat these tests. We have any globe earthers in here? Debate Daddy, you're here?
How far away was that door or what is it? The white
The
thing there?
door? Oh, I'm not sure exactly. It's like across a room, maybe 3 meters away, something like that.
And that yellow thing is like on the ground?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, this is from a video. I can share the full video if you want to check it out. But they have tons of tests like this. They're always taking the vertical temperature readings, right? This is just showing sinking refraction. This is exactly what we would expect to happen on a flat surface or on any surface. But yeah, I wasn't asking you about that. I was just asking you if you're one of the globe earthers that thinks that you can't have a sharp horizon line on a flat surface, or if the Earth was flat over the ocean.
I my intuition says like leans in that direction, yeah.
That you wouldn't be able to?
Yeah.
Oh, okay, cool. Because yeah, I've got many examples now. I'm compiling a folder to show that that's not the case. And when you're looking at a horizon from a distance, right, like out into the ocean, it just looks like a sharp horizon most of the time, unless there's some fog, right, that's just blatantly blocking your view of where the horizon would be. Then the horizon looks sharp. It looks like a sharp line. And if you zoom right in on it, it's actually not that. Most often, there's actually a mirroring effect when you zoom right out there, because subrefraction's the normal, right? So would you call this horizon a sharp horizon? Wait 1 second, it's uploading. Would you call that a sharp horizon, like a crisp horizon? The Globus, you choose the word crisp
No, it
for
looks pretty
some reason.
foggy.
Looks pretty foggy, right? So what about this one? Crisp horizon?
Yep. I
All
mean,
right, same. That's the same
pretty
one.
crisp.
That's the same horizon. It's just zoomed in. So there we go.
How zoomed in is the other one? It's like zoomed in.
Yeah,
I
that's
mean,
just
yeah, there's
zoomed
like
out. So
there's fog there. Yeah. I mean, but look how like
right.
yeah. But
You get my point
when
now?
you see it
When you
refracted and you see like 3 different ones in there, there's like heavy refraction. You don't know which one is which, or like there's a boat flying in the air 40 meters up.
there's actually a boat there, right? So even in this one that you said that is a sharp horizon, which it does look like, right? There's actually a boat there in the fog. And you can actually see it in the image above. You can see the silhouette of a giant cruise ship. You can, if you have a look, it's on the left-hand side there. So yeah, once you zoom in on these horizons, there's nothing sharp about them, right? This is what the globers say. This is what you would expect to see on a flat Earth, is like a horizon that just fades into the fog or into the haze. That's what we see when we zoom right in on these horizons. And quite often when we're zooming in on these horizons, we are seeing inferior mirage byproducts. Super common. So, I mean, this cruise ship, right? So this is that ship that you can see there. That's this giant cruise ship right here. Okay, so that cruise ship's going to sail out of this port here. And here she is sailing
But
away.
even zoomed out, there is fog like in the distance. It's not where you are, but it's like far away. Like I would call that example kind of cherry
It's
picked,
not
right?
necessarily. This is the haze, right? This is the natural opacity of the atmosphere. This is when we look up the weather report and it says 22 kilometers visibility. That's what it's talking about. It's talking about the accumulation of air and dust and gas and water vapor and everything, right? That's making the air semi-transparent over these distances. When you zoom with these amazing cameras that have like 125x optical zoom, right? These cameras that can zoom in really well to the moon, right? We're zooming now out into the ocean, and now we can see that limitation of that opaque, the atmospheric deck of opacity that we see there.
I don't know if you would
horizon,
see
while it
that
might
after
look,
like a fresh rain or
it's always there,
anything like
right?
that.
So you would have to say that at particular locations, we have really crazy visibility ranges, right? But that's not true. You could look up the average visibility anywhere in the world. Try to find what's the visibility today. Anywhere. It's never going to be much. It's, here in Poland where I'm at, it's like 16 kilometers, 10 kilometers, even though I'm in the countryside and it looks perfectly clear. It's not that far. And if I were to zoom in, right, into the distance, I'm just going to see this this haze. It's not fog. It's just the atmosphere. It's opaque over distance. But from a distance, right, these horizons, they look like they're crisp, right, like this. And as you watch the boat start to sail away and you zoom into it with these super zoom cameras, you can see that it's not actually so crisp. I got tons of examples of this as well, right? It looks, when you zoomed out, it looks like a sharp horizon. You zoom in on it, you see, oh wow, it's completely different, right? Even this next one, I mean, look at this one, for example. Look at this one. This kind of looks like a pretty crisp horizon as well. But when we zoom in on it, check this out. When we zoom in on it, it's actually this. This is the horizon that we can see. It's like buildings and forests and cities and banks and shit, right? But from a distance, it kind of looks like a crisp horizon. But when you zoom in, hey, look at all that stuff. That's what's there. But its angular size gets so small that it just looks like a kind of sharp horizon.
It still looks crisp though, like either way. But I mean, yeah, there's like things there. It's not over an ocean, so you're not able to see what it would look like past that in that example. After a
Right, but
fresh rain is
after
probably the best time to go out because it kind of clears out the residual smog and stuff like that, the particles in the air.
yeah,
I'd like to see an image like with that because that would kind of remove the confounding variable that is involved there. Like, what do you think it would look like if it were as clear as possible?
it's you're still
Like
like
that.
you're gonna zoom in. You're just magnifying what you can see in the distance, and it's just gonna turn into a haze horizon. Like, just look up like what's the maximum visibility that you can get in a given location, or do you have maximum visibility after rain? It's not like after you get a rainstorm, then all of a sudden you get like 50 miles visibility. That doesn't happen. Usually, for example, over Chicago, Lake Michigan, the average visibility is 3 to 20 miles throughout the year. Very occasionally, you'll get a day where you can see things 50 miles away. It's super rare. It's not like it happens after rain or something like that, though, because the atmosphere is constantly blowing around, right? It's not like it's static and then it rains and then it's all of a sudden it's really clear for a while. It's just constantly flowing. But yeah, I think the crisp horizon arguments, I mean, we've been sitting here for the last 3 hours, like going over bad flat Earth arguments, and I think you guys kind of need to do that as well. Like the argument for years is that you can't have bottom up obstruction on a flat surface. You guys need to ditch that one.
Like, wouldn't you agree 0.02 degrees is a very crisp line?
That's a good point.
Yeah, I was wondering if there is any like really good zooming video. Somebody who picks a day like right after a rainstorm or something like that, where the air is so clean and fresh that there's going to be less particles in the air, and then we would see how that looks.
I mean, most of what we're seeing here should be hidden behind the curvature of the Earth anyway. So you guys, think that we're looking at a mirage anyway. We're looking at stuff that's not even really there. Like all that water that we can see beyond 3 miles or whatever, it's just not really there anyway. It's just miraged water.
Like, if I sharpen a knife with an angle of 0.02 degrees, that'd be a pretty sharp knife, wouldn't it be?
Yeah, it would. Here's my view on like most of the observation stuff, which I think you're making it as hard as possible to be able to see. Um, like if you wanted to see uh, a lot of refraction that was playing a confounding variable, you would do exactly this. You would go right on the edge of the water where there's like a temperature difference there, and that would have a big impact on what you see or how far you could see.
Would that allow you to
But
see
I know
further or less?
you guys deny
Further or
you guys
less?
deny that,
Further or
but like
less?
John,
Hold on.
Doc,
No, we don't
I
deny
looked into
that.
Dr. John D, right? Dr. John
Hold on a
D
second.
did the laser test. He never sees like a laser curving down, but he also like mainly or like exclusively only went to the edge of the water where you wouldn't expect to see that because you would have
The reason that you guys claim that we can see so far when we're close to the surface of the water is because light is bending down way more drastically. So that is the opposite of what you're claiming should happen, right? So the laser should be bending down more drastically the closer you get to the water.
You know, one of the things I like to ask Glover, so is there more refraction on a clear day or less refraction on a clear day?
I think it's more to do with I don't know if the clearness has much to do with it. I think it's mostly temperature.
Well, when you have like fog and the haze, right? The haze of the day, is there more refraction occurring in on clear days, like the further you can see, or less refraction?
It's going to affect your visibility, but for other reasons rather than refraction.
Well, you're going to need more particulates in the air to cause more refraction. Do you agree or disagree?
I don't know if particulate in the air like affects refraction that much.
So when there's less disturbances going on in the air and we can see further, that's when there's refraction.
I guess it's just it's mostly like a temperature difference, right? Like if the air above the water is cooler than the air up high, you're gonna have a different bending versus if it was the other way around.
That would be a disturbance, though, right?
Yeah, but as far as I know, like well, I could be wrong. Like, there's a source on this. Like particle count in the air affects the refraction coefficient.
Well, not particles, particulates. I'm basically showing you that when the air is more evenly kiltered, that's a bad choice of words. DJ can clean it up for me. But when the air is more evenly kiltered, more laminar, um, less less turbulent, right? There's less interference going on in the air. We can see a lot further. But when you start getting weather and you get temperature differences, you get the intermixing of high pressure, low pressure systems, things get hazier and hazier and hazier. You tend to see less further, right?
Yep. Yeah.
But
I mean, no disclaimer there. Yeah.
Refraction is more likely to occur in turbulent air than in laminar air. When temperatures are nice and even on the surface and nice and even in the air, you're going to get laminar air. You're going to see further. There's no refraction. Go ahead, DJ. I guess to finish my statement, I've made this statement before, and I'm eager to try it out. I just don't have time. But anybody that wants to go try it, I would love to see what they think. I want to see if you can see further
within the first 48 hours after like a large storm or squall or something like that. Not because the rain lays everything down, but because after the storm leaves, the air is more laminated, and that's why I think you'd be able to see further. There's less turbulence. The temperature is more even. And I gotta step away.
Yeah, I think the reason, we don't see lasers bending down. Now, I agree lasers could bend down, and there probably are some situations where you could find a laser bending downward over a large body of water or land. But it's absolutely not the normal. Like you said before, temperature is the main factor, and the normal lapse rate is that it gets cooler, right? It gets cooler as you go up. It's the normal lapse rate. And occasionally you can have a thermal inversion, but sometimes even when we have colder temperatures down lower and warmer temperatures up higher, the laser still doesn't seem to bend down because we need to also because it's not just about the temperature, it's just about the optical density. It's about the refractive index purely. It's just purely based on the refractive index. And it's a fact that the humidity, the water vapor, is always much higher. The closer you get to the ground, you have much higher humidity, especially over the surface of water. So water vapor is way less dense. It has a way lower refractive index than dry air. The density is like 40% less. So if you've got constant evaporation, a whole layer of just constantly evaporating above the surface, then that's going to lower the refractive index down lower. And it's probably adds to the reason why we don't see like these lasers bending downward. If we had this extreme refraction that would be required for these lasers to hit the targets, if we put the laser closer to the surface, even from 5-foot height, but let's say we put the laser at 10 centimeters or 1 foot above the surface, and we had this crazy downward bending light, the laser would never make it to the target. The laser would literally just hit the ground. It would just hit the water. It would just bend down and then hit the water and not make it to the target. It's just scatter off everywhere. This is what would happen. What I
It's just
think,
my sneaky suspicion is that Dr. John D makes it as hard as possible to see a laser bending downward for himself. Like he hasn't put himself in a position
In what
where
way?
you would expect to see that, because he's only going to the edge of water and then shining the laser, like where the hot air could be blowing from the land over the ocean, causing temperature inversions. Like he's not actually challenging himself, right? So there's kind
he's
of like a
scoured the
survivorship.
internet. No, it's not. You probably haven't watched all of his content. And he's scoured the internet looking for any laser tests over dry land, over wetland, and he's had this challenge out to you Globus for years. He doesn't just say over water this happens. He said, anyone, show us lasers bending downward over a large body of water or land. And he shows plenty of examples in his videos of lasers that he didn't even, right, just random lasers, and in all sorts of different scenarios, and we just don't see them bending downward. I mean, he's done 350 plus hours of laser tests. I mean, I don't see the globe earthers scientists going out doing this kind of thing. Or any globe earthers, for example, even going out and doing laser tests. Now, not only do we have people like Dr. John D, we have countless other laser tests as well. And we even have multiple side views. We have a 12-mile section of a laser from a side view. And here's a new one that I got the other day, showing it's about 6 miles distance, and the laser's not bending downward. The laser's only 3 foot above the surface. It's not bending downward. I'll show you it. It's a cool, very, very cool picture. So I'm going to get myself a laser soon because we have a 100-kilometer long lake where we're moving to. Right, so here is a laser test. Right, so this is showing 6 miles of laser transit, and you can zoom right in on it. This is a pretty big image, pretty high res image. And yeah, you can just see the laser just cruising along that nice flat surface there.
How far was there a target hit on that one?
No, this one doesn't have a target.
That's an
This
awesome
one,
view.
it's crazy, isn't it? Yeah, this is from this is from a huge distance away. I know the one that we have a 12-mile section of the laser, that's from 6 miles away. But yeah, this one's about 6 miles distance. But this one's, it's not like a perfect side view. This is like viewing it on an angle. So if he was right in the center, right, like the center of the beam path, then it would look like it's way longer. But he's kind of looking at it from the side
Yeah,
view.
because you can
It's
see where the
also,
laser's coming from. Yeah,
yeah,
on the
it's
right
coming
hand side.
from the right hand side. Yep, and then you can see it's just blasting into the bank on the other side and just scattering off everywhere. This is a super expensive, powerful laser. This is collimated. This is like $1,000 laser. And you can get a good laser for a couple of $100. So this is a really good one. And you can see how little the divergence is over a 6 mile distance, because a lot of globe earthers are under the impression that we have these big giant fan laser beams that just fan out into these giant,
What's going on the left there?
Yeah, that's it.
Just
It's
shooting
just
up
where
in the air.
it's just blasting into the bank and just scattering around everywhere. And the reason it looks like that is because this is a long exposure.
Okay, yeah. So it's
Yeah.
So it's picking up. If it was flickering somewhere, it'd still pick it up as a column.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Exactly.
getcha. It's cool, man. Look at the stars too.
Yeah, man, it's a freaking
It's
awesome
an
picture.
awesome photo. That's
What kind of
something I'd
lens
like
was
on
it?
my wall.
There,
I'd put that on
Yeah.
my
there's no
wall.
barrel distortion in this, right?
Nope. This is one of the best quality rectilinear lenses that you can get. And I'll show you what
Sweet.
lens it is. Right. So this is just a second. I'll show you the model of the laser beam and the lens and the camera that was used.
I've got to save that.
Hey, Debate, can I ask you something?
Yeah, what's up?
So, like, just in general, like, these laser tests aren't good enough for you. I'm not saying that in like a mean way. I'm just generally asking.
Yeah, I have to think of whether you could or should count a laser test as like it. I guess there could be a methodology you do that I would accept.
What would that be?
Maybe, well, you would want to make sure that the laser itself is actually like truly level, but you need an expensive apparatus to even do that.
Yeah, you can use a salad, right?
Yeah, look, even this one, we can have a side view and we can see that the laser is level. But
So
yeah, here's
would a
the lens, by
different
the way.
laser test, like for example, if I had a test or there was a test that was done where they take a distance at ground level with a laser, let's say like over 25 miles, right? I do a laser test to test that distance is 25 miles away. And then at both locations, if you could hypothetically go up like 3,000 meters and do another laser test, if that laser test showed the same distance, would that be a good test for you? You wouldn't be able to argue?
I just need to know
If you
the
were
laser
to
level.
go up 3,000 meters, there would have to be about 19 meters more distance at that height over those 25. If you're measuring the same distance, it would have to be about 19 meters further.
It's not a bad idea, but how do you
Well,
get
you'd have to
direct?
basically Sorry, I'm
Yeah.
just going to
How do you
answer
get?
Timbo.
Yeah.
You'd have to survey like a large rectangle, most likely at Hawaii, from halfway from quite high up, the one that's 4,000, and then
But
do.
how do you get directly 3 kilometers up from the position where the laser's going to be? Like that's the only problem, right?
Well, no, you draw a huge rectangle. One of the points would be from sea level to sea
Yeah.
level at the other, or roughly sea level to the other island, and then you'd go and then you draw a perfect rectangle that's at an angle, and yeah, you'd have to do the laser test from 3,000 meters up on the mountain, and then 3,000 meters up on the other mountain or volcano, and yeah.
Well, it'd have to be a 3,000 meter cliff vertically, right?
No, you because you'd be drawing a rectangle over a just so long as the longs on both rectangles are parallel, you can do the test. You just have to make sure that it's a perfect right angle from the edges of each post, basically.
Hey DJ, I do have a genuine question for you, brother. I just joined. God bless everyone. So on this idea, which again I respect anyone's opinion, what would the age? Because this would be of a great significance to me, right? So if I were to ask, what would be the date
I
that
got
you
the
give
list.
this? I'm sorry. I'm sorry, bro. You said something.
No, go ahead. I think he was maybe hot micing for a second.
Okay, yeah. My question simply is the date that you give account for on what this belief or theory is as far as God's firmament. Let's just say that because God did create the firmament. Now, what's most important, what age would you give this earth to be? Do you believe simply it's millions of years? Or do you believe, as God says, thousands of years? In this matter, what answer would you guys as a community would attest to this world to be? Like millions of years
Yeah.
old or like much younger than that?
Yeah, I don't know personally how old the Earth is. I would just be speculating, and it's not something that I've taken a deep dive into. I haven't studied it, so it would just be wrong for me to just make something up. You know what I mean, right? Definitely
No, it
don't
would,
think it's.
but
You know what I
I
mean?
give this
Like I,
I
I
give
just
this question, right? Because like I believe in God, therefore I take his word to be true. So if I were to believe in God, but I want to seek truth, I can't accept truth being like a man saying, "Hey, the dinosaurs lived 65 million years ago." If I were to entertain this truth, I can also entertain God's word. So if you gentlemen want to prove that what is in the word of God is true, as God created the firmament and he divided the waters and all of this, I would just simply just in my opinion to you as like a community, because this has a lot of members that are in this channel, read the word of God. The word of God does tell us, and he does give us an age as far as something that we would want to believe in, right? Not this millions of years upon idea that just falls apart quickly. Uh, that's all I wanted to share, though. I was just curious, but thank you, bro.
Yeah, good to see you, Odi, by the way. Good to see you in here. Yeah, so I
Oh,
mean, look, when we're debating against people like Debate Daddy, for example, and if I came at him with something and my evidence was biblical based, he probably wouldn't take that as a good argument, and it wouldn't get anywhere. What
no,
do you
I can
think
see your
about that,
point,
Debate
brother.
Daddy? Like, just you there, dude? Debate Daddy?
Yeah, and also we could just prove that wrong. Like you don't think that radioactive dating is accurate, or
See, there we go. Now it would get into this other debate, right? And it's
I
going to
can
get
see what
into
you're
the
saying.
into the
Yeah,
weeds.
yeah.
Yeah.
Well, I do like the video you shared, right? Where you can see tests being done. Like in the ocean, there was those pillars, right? And I believe the gentleman that
Yeah.
conducted the test that you shared that video with me. I would say that's compelling evidence to see.
Right.
Now, if again, I wouldn't put God aside in any way, but when we could really see what we can describe and explain before us, then if you doubt that, I mean, then you're just blind, like the Jews, right? God says the Jews are blind, and this is the world we are living in today. We can see in the land of Israel so much trouble occurring. So God's word is true. That's all I'm saying. But yeah, and the approach is definitely by any means by having an approach that leads to the common uh agreeing, right, upon like it's true. We're not just saying stuff to just say it. We're saying because we believe there's truth behind it, and we want all to know this truth, if that's a good way to put it. And I do believe that genuinely, as I heard, some of you men speak, is that way. I do believe that uh, corporations, major companies, like one in particular, NASA, it lies out of their mouth. Of course. And why? Well, they they like to push an agenda which blinds people, which turns away people from what is the truth. So, I find that important too. So it's always pleasure coming in here and hearing and conversating with you all.
think everybody in here probably has autism.
So does anyone here actually like run this like thing? DJ, do you like control the bots?
No, I don't control the bots.
Just because I was thinking, or if you know the people that do, I just because I was seeing on TikTok, there was just maybe it comes in waves, but like when I was on it, there was like loads of people talking about flat Earth on live streams like all the time, and then you just get so many people just come up and talk.
Yeah, I'll be going live on TikTok myself. But TikTok's rules are a bit different than YouTube live streaming. You actually have to be, well, at least at first, you have to be on camera, taking up a decent portion of the screen, and then constantly talking. Um, it like flags your
Okay.
account if you're just like streaming it from a different platform and not engaging with the TikTok audience. But if yeah, it's kind of weird. I went live a few times and I kept getting these strikes, even though I was just having constant conversations with someone on Discord and I had my camera up. I guess I didn't have my camera big enough or something like that, and then I kept getting these flags from TikTok saying that my ratings going down because I'm using outside material or something like that. So yeah, once we get it sussed out properly,
I
we'll
mean,
definitely.
okay, I got a sus. You wouldn't necessarily have to even go live. You could just have a bot that joins other people's discussions, which would kind of be a bit hectic on our side, but you'd get so many more people to talk to.
Yeah, the problem is like sharing media and things like that, and
But yeah,
you'd
that's
have to
true.
have
But
it.
you'd have to ask
The only
them.
way that you can join VCs on TikTok is through a phone. So you'd have to be doing it from a phone and then somehow linking the phone audio to this Discord and right. You can run your own lives on TikTok from your PC, but you can't join other people's lives. They don't allow you to do that. You have to be on a phone to join other people's lives. But I can host my own live right from my desktop. So I don't know. It's
Yeah,
still
that seems kind of hectic.
yeah, it's a little bit hectic at the moment, but we'll get it sorted out, and we'll definitely be doing that because yeah, TikTok's blowing up like crazy on for flat Earth. So
Yeah, I
got
mean,
to
you'd
get
get a
on
new
there.
person wanting to actually talk about it every like 5 minutes.
Oh yeah, like constantly people coming in, and once the audience grows and the algorithm starts pushing it, you get like 200 or 300 people watching. So it's just constant conversations.
We need
Yeah,
some
we'll
representation there because otherwise it's KK Caleb and the likes of, him that are representing Flat Earther.
oh yeah, exactly. It's tragic. It's tragic on TikTok.
It's like similar to Twitter. All right, I'll be back later.
Yeah. So yeah, I'm gonna start going live at some stage very soon, and then yeah, I'll be able to set it up so I can share everything. I could be on here as well live at the same time, and then we can bridge the audio across. Yeah, it's in the works.
Why Earth is flat?
Hey, boys. Why is the planet is flat? Bro, what's wrong with you? Well, I'm being straight.
Timbo or DJ, were either of you saying that a crescent Earth would debunk my point on high altitude footage of the Earth looking round? You could easily get a crescent Earth on a flat Earth.
Guys, got a question real quick.
Yo,
Guys,
what's
I
your
got a
question?
question.
Yes.
The Earth is flat or circle?
Well, a circle can be flat, right? A circle is a 2D shape. Um, and we're not claiming to know the shape of the Earth, but the vast majority of the Earth is that we know about is covered in water, and the surface of the water is not curving, so it's flat.
The real reason is there's no like 100% evidence the Earth is circle or flat. Who knows? I guess nobody knows.
Well, every time we go out and test it, we just detect flatness. We don't detect any curvature. So I would say that we all experience the Earth as a flat plane, right? And some people claim that it's a globe, but they aren't able to provide any empirical evidence, any real world evidence that the water is actually curving. So
I also quite agree with the Earth flat because like if they say circle, how can be circle and water stay in the same place?
if you need, yeah, exactly. I mean, that's a good point. You know, they say it's because of gravity, but that means the water would have to be curving, and the water is not curving. And you know, obviously, you need to have a container if you want to have a large body of water. You need to have a container, right? If you want to have a bucket of water or a puddle of water or a pool or a pond or a lake or an ocean or a sea, you need to have a container. Okay, the container is the low spot in the land that acts as a container, and then the surface of the water is flat.
Yeah, quite makes sense.
Yeah, it's pretty logical.
It always comes down to the same point in the end, right? I'll be back later.
Sporadic Peter. Hey, Spider, I made a video that you might find helpful. I can put it in the side chat if you want to watch it. It's not the video there. This is the video here. This one. It's like a good introduction video to the topic. It will teach you basics. Shows you some observations showing that the Earth's not a globe. Also, a little bit about the history of the globe as well.
Is Peter still here? I guess not. I gotta ask him when he comes back if he still has that recording of the interview he did with me the first time he met me on X, but then he wanted to do a video conference call one on one on Discord, and then ask me a whole bunch of questions and shrink me. Those were some fun times.
Flat Earth Sexton.
Hello? Hello?
What's up?
Bro, someone was muting me from a different channel. I don't know how they did that.
Maybe
But it's
it
fine now. I
was
think I got
a
the
server
moderator to bring.
moderator.
Yeah, I did.
Maybe
I
it was
did some.
Yeah, usually channel moderators can't do that. You know,
On
it's
the
like
Muslim PC. They're
yeah,
dumbasses.
yeah. I've never been there.
Don't go there, man. I'm guessing you guys believe in the flat plane, right? The flat Earth.
Yeah.
Awesome. I don't. I believe in globe, but so I'm
Okay.
eating that.
Yeah, I used to as well.
The only thing I don't understand is the whole thing with the Earth being flat is that's fine. The only thing I don't understand is like when the moon passes overhead and sets. Obviously, when an object gets further away from you, it can look like it's setting. But the issue is, let's say if that was happening with the moon, right, or the sun, but I'm just gonna go with the moon because you can see the outline of it. If it was to go overhead, it should get bigger, right? And as it goes away, it should look like it's getting smaller, but we don't see that.
Well, not necessarily.
Oh,
Yeah, sorry. I'm just let me finish this chess game really quickly. I got like
all right, anyways.
my
Yeah, it's
my
just
opponent has 10 seconds left, so I just should win. Just a
yeah.
second.
I hope you do win.
All right, almost done. All right, all good. Yeah, look, I wouldn't imagine the sun to change size as it moves away because we're not claiming the sun is like super local to the Earth. It's not like the distance of the clouds or the distance of a plane or something like
It's
that.
still going across though, right?
Well, we're not seeing it go across. We're seeing it rise and set in our personal range of perspective, right? The way that each person individually sees the sky from their location.
Yeah, that's
Okay, so
fine.
we have, yeah, so you're seeing it go down due to perspective, and it's already really far away from you. So, I mean, I could, right, so let me give you an example. Let's say we had a tennis ball and we got down really low to the ground and the tennis ball's right in front of our eyes. And then we moved the tennis ball away 3 meters away, right? It's going to look like it's really big. And then as you roll it away, it's going to get really small. Now, if you stand up, if you stand up and change the distance that tennis ball's away from your eyes, it's not necessarily in your local perspective zone anymore. So now, if you roll that same tennis ball 3 meters away from you, the angular size is hardly going to change at all. So there's a big difference between the way that perspective works when it comes to celestial bodies and local things, right? Like
Yeah,
planes or
because it's different
cars or
when it's
anything like
celestial.
that. Yeah, it gets different when we're talking about celestial because when it comes to the way that we view the sky, we're seeing like the celestial sphere, and it's called the personal celestial sphere. That's what everybody has their own unique personal celestial sphere. This is even something that's taught in the globe model as well.
Wait, you call it a sphere?
Yeah, it's a conceptual way, like because we see in
It's
in a
idiosyncratic, right? Idiosyncratic. I don't know how you say the word.
yeah, it's
It's like
more
a
of a
cool.
it's more of a hemisphere. It's more of a hemisphere of vision due to the way our perspective works. It's not really
I
a
was going
full
to say
sphere.
idiosyncratic. I think I don't know if that's the right word. Oh, I call
Well,
it cool.
like let's say we go out. It's a byproduct of perspective. It's the way we view the sky or things in the sky, right? Let's say we went out into the ocean in a canoe, and we went right out into the ocean, and all we can see is water around us. Now, the maximum distance that you can see in every direction is going to be the same distance, and if you plot that out, that's going to make a big circle around the observer. So the horizon is going to be a circle around the observer. Now, let's say a plane flies over the top of us, right? Like so we see the plane come up from the horizon due to perspective. It's going to go up into the sky. It's going to go over the top of us, and it's going to go away from us in a big
Yeah.
arc over the top of our head. Right? The same thing would happen with streetlights or the ceiling in a hallway. It's just due to the way that perspective convergence works. Now, if you plot, say 360 planes fly over the top of you, directly over the top of you, one each degree, right? 360 degrees, and you plot that out. Just imagine the path of the planes. That's going to make a big like a dome over the top of you, essentially, right? Like each one's going to take an arced path. That's how we see the sky. That's how we see the clouds. That's how we see the stars. That's how we see the sun. Right. So it works just fine on a flat plane. It's just the way we see. And the ancient cultures, even before anyone suggested that the Earth's a globe, also saw the sky this way. And they're the ones that originally came up with the concept of the celestial
Is there
sphere.
like a diagram of how they saw it this way? Because I didn't. I mean, I was like pondering on the thing you just said about how the ancients saw the sky as a what? Is it like a picture, like a diagram of what they saw or believed or something? I don't know.
Yeah. They have their own depictions. I do have a diagram here that shows what all of the ancient cultures depicted. Obviously, these aren't models; these are depictions. So just give me a second. I should be able to.
Yeah,
Right,
that's
so
what I mean.
yeah,
Fiction, the
here
sky.
we go. Yeah, so here's some of the ancient cultures'
Oh,
depictions. Right,
the thing
these
is,
are a
look.
bit ab.
Yeah.
The thing is, this is the way we see the sky. It doesn't mean that the sky is actually a sphere at all, right? The celestial spheres a conceptual way of mapping the sky out because that's just the way that we see things. When things are vast distances away from you in the sky and you look around in all directions, it looks like a sphere, right? Next time you're out and it's a cloudy day or there's clouds in the sky, just look around you. It looks like you're standing in the center of a big giant dome. And it's not actually that you're in a dome or anything like that. It just looks that way because that's the way our perspective works, right? Due to the way that our eyes work, things converge into the horizon, right? Just like like street lights are a good example. If you look down a street and all the street lights are the same height, it looks like they go down. It looks like they converge into the ground, even though they don't actually do that. It's just a byproduct of our perspective. So when we see the sun go away from us, right, it's already a very large distance away from us. So we're seeing it rise and set within our limited field of view that we all have. It's a bit to wrap your head around, I guess, at first. Maybe I'm not explaining it that well.
No. I already understand it. It's just the only issue I had when I first came in is just I said like, you know, the same way objects would get bigger above us. I was just wondering the sun and moon should have done that. But the setting thing is fine. I'm fine with that. It is true. Something can look
Yeah.
like it's setting just because it's getting further away. It's just when it goes overhead, that's just the only problem I have when it's going overhead
Yeah,
because
no,
it should at least look
I
like it's
get
getting a
you.
little bit bigger.
Well, have a look at this image, right? This is kind of what I was talking about before
Yeah.
with the right. So here's two balls, right? These balls are the same size. They're glowing balls. Okay,
Is this
so they're
yours?
two different. Sorry?
Are these yours?
No. I got these out of a video. It's just some screenshots I took.
Okay.
So this is two images, right? So the top image is a separate image to the bottom two balls. Okay, so this is what I was talking about before. Now these balls are the same distance apart, But the top image is representing how our local perspective works, right? Like if something's close to you, it looks
Yeah.
huge, and then it moves away and it gets smaller. But when the person stands up, right, the two balls are still the same distance apart from each other, but now the reduction in size due to perspective completely
Yeah, yeah.
changes.
Yeah.
So if these balls were even further away, right, just say this person was double the height, the size of the balls is barely going to change at all. So when things are already really far away from you, the size is going to change much differently than if something's really close to you.
Yeah.
So
Yeah,
yeah,
sure.
I wouldn't expect the sun to change size much um,
Yeah,
as
that's
it
the thing.
moves
It's just
away.
how is the sun going over us to make it look like it's not changing in size, and how far away is it exactly in your in your
Yeah.
view?
Well, I also think that the sun that we see in the sky is we're kind of seeing it projected into the atmosphere. And
Projected.
when I say yeah, let me give you an example because I don't mean it's like a projector, right? It's not like
Yeah, I know what you
some movie projector or something like that. Um,
Yep.
right. Here's just a really basic example. This
Sure.
screenshot. Okay, so what's happening in this picture is he's actually put a sheet up in front of the light source,
Uh-huh.
and in the video, so basically what he can see there kind of looks like the sun, how someone would see the sun, and it's kind of projected onto the sheet, which would represent the atmosphere in this
Uh-huh.
situation. Now he's looking at the sun from his position, and he can see where the sun is, right? But he doesn't know how far away the actual source of the sun is. He can't work
Uh-huh.
out what size it is or anything like that. He's just seeing the sun projected onto the sheet.
Should the
Now
projection get bigger?
should it get bigger?
No, not the actual thing itself, because you can like have a torch behind it from any distance, and the projected image can stay the same. It's just
Yeah,
like if
exactly.
you
Yeah.
just have a big sheet, right? And he put the torch like 3-4 meters away from him, and then had someone walk over like a ledge, holding it down on the sheet above him. It should look like it's increasing in size or getting closer as it goes above him. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I know what you mean, right? So let's say that this was like a dome over the top of him, this sheet.
Mhm.
That sun, you wouldn't know how far away the actual source of the sun is. Just the point here, it's not related to the first point. This is just how the sun that we see in the sky
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
can be treated like an apparent light. So the sun that he's seeing there isn't the actual sun. It's a projection of the sun. Now, that could be a giant torch, right? That's projecting that light, and it could be really far away, or that could be a small torch that's very close behind the sheet there, and he wouldn't be able to
Mhm.
tell the difference. It's going to look the same. Now, his wife's standing on the other side of the room, and in the video, right, he points to where he can see the sun, and then she
Mhm.
points to where she can see the sun, and they're both looking at the same light source, but they're in completely different positions, right? So they mark on the sheet. They're like, all right, I see the sun here. Where do you see the sun? She's like, well, I see the sun here, right? Completely different location. Both of them can only see one light source. It's all
Mhm.
coming from one light source. Neither of them know exactly where the light source is, but they're, and I think that's analogous to the way that we see the sun. Everyone sees the sun in a slightly unique position depending on their own perspective.
Yeah.
Because the sun behaves a little bit like a reflected light more than a direct source of light.
Right. Wait, how come it
Sometimes
acts
we
more like
see,
a reflected light?
well, the same reason that this in this image here, right? Just like the sun that he's seeing projected onto the sheet acts more like a reflected light than a direct light source. Otherwise, they would both see the light in the exact same spot. Right? Like if this was an actual torch, right? Let's say there's a torch there and they remove the sheet. They're both going to point at the light source. It's going to be in the exact same position. No matter who looks at it, they're going to see that all of their fingers are going to go to the exact same point light source. That's a direct light source. But if there's 5 different people standing in this room, every single person's going to see that light that's projected on the sheet in a completely different position. Now think
Yeah.
about it like this. when you stand at the ocean and the sun's setting or the moon's shining on the water, you can see like a line reflecting on the water of the sunlight, and it's going to come straight to your feet. And sometimes it's quite bright enough to see things with that are in the path of that sunlight shining on the water. But that's only there, right? Only you can see that light. Nobody else can see that light that you can see. Now, someone could be standing 20 meters down the beach from you, and they can't see your light, and you can't see their light, but you both have light coming directly to your feet, right? And that's the difference between a direct light source and a reflection, a reflected light source. So it's like the other person can't even see it lit up, right? Just like his wife in this one in the test, right? She can't see where he can see the sun, and he can't see where she can see the sun. They both have a unique sun depending on their own personal position. So the sun and the moon, these things are seen in the sky, and they behave a little bit more like reflected light sources than direct light sources. And we know that we
Yeah.
have an atmosphere, and there's also a lot of unknowns up in the sky, right? Let's say there was some kind of container, some kind of firmament. Now, I'll just post a different example quickly.
Yeah, I know I've said this many times. I don't want to try to annoy you, but I know the example you gave about the reflection and how it's projected. That's good. Yeah, it's just that even if it's projected, I still keep thinking that. Let's say there's a like a big film above us, and then there's the atmosphere, what you call it. Hold on. And then the projected light goes over us. I just think that when it's when it's like at the distance away from us and then above us, it should still look like the projected light is going to look slightly bigger because it looks like it's local, a bit closer to us, right? Even though I just keep thinking that, like, I can't wrap my head around how it looks because I'm trying to like visualize the actual sun itself and how it's going over, but it only works when I'm looking at the globe turning around. You know what I mean? You know where I'm coming from, right?
Yeah, I know where you're coming from. It does take a bit to wrap your head around.
Yeah.
But yeah, you're purely seeing it going down due to the way your perspective works.
Yeah. I'm
And
not
it's
saying it's
just
going down.
because
I'm just talking about when it's above, like directly above.
yeah,
You know what
right,
I
but it
mean?
might be right, the source of that light might be a really, really long way away. Right? So it's
Yeah.
and
Also, if
you're
it's a
seeing
long
it
way
go
away, it won't look like it's actually changing like a bit. Because
yeah,
even on the globe Earth, right? Even on the globe, when the sun is directly above you, even at the equator, you are closer to the sun just by like you're still closer to the sun in a sense. Because you know what I'm trying to say. When you're at the equator, you
yeah.
are closer to the sun. When you're in the northern hemisphere, so then you're further away. But it's like so atomic. Well, I'm
It's
not
so
saying
far away.
I'm not saying actually verbatim atomic, but you know what I mean. Is that
Yeah,
what you're
yeah.
trying? Is that what you're trying to say?
Yeah, if something's already really far away from you and it just yeah, let me give you an example, right? So yeah, good point bringing up the globe, right? I bring that up sometimes. So the same thing happens with the globe. So let's say you're standing at the equator and you're watching a sunset. Now, what they say is that from your perspective, the sun's not moving, right? So you're on the globe that's moving. So you're spinning away from the sun at about 1,000 miles per hour. So as you spin away from the sun and you're looking at the sun, so you're spinning backwards away from the sun, you're moving a huge distance further away from the sun, but you don't see it reduce in angular size.
Exactly.
And they say the reason for that is because it's already a very far distance away. So it's the same principle here with this. But we do see it change a little bit in size. It does change a little bit, right? So if we use a solar
Always
filter,
slightly. Yeah.
yeah, just a little bit, like 0.5%, something like that. So if we use a solar filter and we take a pixel measurement of how big the sun is when it's directly above head as it comes down, 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 and then we put a side by side when we see it close to the horizon, it is actually a bit smaller, maybe even slightly close to what we can see in this glowing balls second
Yeah.
image that I showed you here, maybe a little bit less than that. Right,
Yeah.
because it's more of a drastic change in size. But yeah,
Yeah.
that's what I would expect to happen on a flat surface, and it is a bit to wrap your head around this
Is
dome
that
of
the same?
perspective that we
Yeah,
live
yeah.
in.
Actually, no, it's fine. I don't need to wrap my head around it. It actually makes sense now because I kept forgetting to bring up the point about the equator and the northern southern hemisphere kind of concept and the the 0.001% change, like by exaggeration.
in size.
Yeah.
But this apply. When you're saying that, when you say that the atmosphere is like a film that, and it's all projected onto it. Is that the same for the sun? Sorry, is that the same for the moon and the stars? Right.
Yeah, everything that's outside of that, um, that it's actually an arbitrary size, right?
Mhm.
So let's say you've got all of these distant objects, they're so far away from you,
Uh-huh.
and you see the sky like this half dome, right?
I
If
just want
something's
to
already
say we have two Dylans in here. What's up, Dylan? Thank you,
yeah,
DJ.
hold on. Yeah, good to see you, Dylan. And Dylan. It's always at least two Dylans
Oh
in
my
here.
goodness.
But yeah,
I
look,
just
I
need to
can
like
give
see the
you
moon
a
right now.
We spit hot
oh
fire.
yeah. So look, I've got some diagrams here of the way that we see the sky from our personal perspective. These are actually from university websites as well.
Yeah.
So just
I
a
mean, I can see
second.
the moon right now. It looks pretty beautiful. I mean, it's
Oh yeah. I could
I
probably
mean,
see it too, actually.
I'm in GMT time zone in England, so I mean,
Yeah, I'm in Poland, so I could probably see the moon too
it's
if I look out the window.
it's like not far above the horizon. It's just a bit, and it's kind of a yellowish white because it's not that
What's
low
the time
down,
there? It's 1 a.m. here. What's the time there?
like 12 a.m.
Oh yeah, so you're 1 hour behind.
Yeah, it's literally right there between two pine trees.
All right, check this out. Right, so this is how you would see the sky from the equator.
Oh yeah, like Quito, Ecuador.
This is anywhere on the equator. You'll see the sky kind of like this. And
Yeah.
now, if you were to move closer to the north, the way that you see this, the sky is going to change. So let's say we go further towards the northern hemisphere, and
Yeah. Yeah.
here's another diagram. So it's going to look like as you get closer to the North Star, it's going to get higher up in the sky. And this is basically, exactly as we see the sky. We're supposed to treat ourselves as always standing in the center of this dome, and to treat the
Yeah.
ground as a flat, infinite plane. And
Yeah.
then that dome over the top, that's not a physical dome, that's an arbitrary dome, right? The distances are arbitrary, so there's no set
Yeah, I know what you
distances.
mean. Yeah, I'm looking. Even
Yeah.
Polaris kind of moves in tiny circles when you're closer. That's the thing when I'm trying to say, like, even this is completely like off the point, but I was gonna say because you mentioned Polaris, it kind of even if you're like directly in the north, like at the North Pole, it will still move in tiny circles. That's like
It does, yeah.
it pertains to like how the globe, like the Earth, is actually on an axis and it spins like a bowling ball. That's you know what I mean?
Yeah, that's what the globe was created from. So the globe was actually reverse engineered from this celestial sphere, from the way
Yeah.
that we view the
Yeah, it
sky.
was. Yeah. Yeah, it was. Yeah.
Yeah, so if you look at a model of the celestial sphere, and then a model of the globe, it's basically the same thing, right? The
Yeah.
celestial
Yeah.
equator became the terrestrial equator, celestial poles became the terrestrial poles, and so on.
Yeah. Yeah.
Um, so yeah, that's essentially what the globe is. It's a coordinate system based off an imaginary sky coordinate system, right? Like if you type in to Google,
It's just that when
is
they made
the
the system. Oh, yeah, go
Mhm.
on. Okay, I was
So
gonna say
I'm going to
when.
type this in. Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, yeah. I was gonna say when they made the system, how come they didn't like appeal to the flat Earth model instead and just say that okay, look, this sun is getting further away. It's not actually the Earth turning. Why didn't they do that at first?
Well, there probably were a lot of people that had that concept. I mean, they didn't have a great understanding of the way that our perspective works back then. They didn't have good technology.
Yeah.
And I mean,
But what
it
made
was
them accept
based
the
off
globe?
well, I don't know, like I mean, I don't really trust mainstream history personally, but the story goes that long before the ancient Greeks even proposed that the Earth could possibly be a globe, the ancient cultures, right, like the ancient cultures that were obsessed with the sky, the people that made the pyramids and all of these temples and everything perfectly aligned with the celestial sphere, that were flat earthers, right? They came up with the concept of the celestial sphere first because they
Yeah.
needed a convenient way to map out the sky because they used it for navigation and for all sorts of different things. So they came up with the concept of the spherical coordinate system for the sky. Then people
Yeah.
like Plato came along. Pythagoras. So Pythagoras was kind of like a cult leader. I don't know if you've heard of the cult of Pythagoras, the Pythagorean cult, but they basically worshipped numbers and spheres, and they thought spheres were the most divine shape. And he
Yeah.
reasoned that because we conceptualize the sky as a perfect sphere, therefore the divine creator must have created the earth as a sphere, because why would the divine creator have created it anything other than the perfect divine shape? And then other people took this philosophical leap, right? This philosophical reasoning, and they kind of ran with it. And they took that conceptual celestial sphere, and then over time they did invert it, right? They inverted the coordinate system from the sky onto the ground. And that's still the same coordinate system that we're using to this day, which is now called the WGS 84. And all of the maps that we use are projections of this spherical coordinate system that originated from the way that we conceptualize the sky, right? And that's why I was just typing into Google, is the celestial sphere imaginary? And it says, yes, the celestial sphere is imaginary. It's an abstract tool because space objects are scattered vastly different,
Yeah,
unimaginable
yeah. A space
distances,
object's not a
and blah, blah.
sphere. Yeah, exactly.
Yes, so it's not actually a sphere, but these ancient Greeks did think that there was a physical glass sphere. And even Copernicus, 1,000 years later, right, he thought that there was a big giant, like some different type of glass, not like the glass we have here on the Earth, right? He thought that all of the stars were embedded in this big giant glass sphere surrounding the Earth.
Mhm.
And they took this spherical coordinate system, and they basically reverse engineered it into what we know the globe as today.
Mhm.
So I don't think that there's a big grand conspiracy personally. I think it's a very, very useful coordinate system, mistaken for reality over time. And that's why it's useful, right? It's useful and we can use it. But when we go out and actually physically test the surface of the Earth, we don't find any curvature because coordinate systems aren't reality. Maps aren't reality,
Very true.
right? The map is not the territory. So when we go out and test for the actual curvature of the Earth, we don't find it. We're just using a coordinate system based off the sky. That's it's
Are you
well thought
talking
out.
about?
It's useful.
Sorry, are you talking about those like those laser experiments that you've been conducting?
Yeah, laser tests, long distance observations,
Yeah, the
long
thing is,
distance
look, I've
infrared.
heard a lot about those laser tests. Like, I just thought like they weren't conducted properly, and that these people who are so-called professionals weren't really, when they were using them, they weren't really conducting. There was a website called. There was these multiple websites. I forgot what one of them was. Let me have a look. I'll show you. Give me a sec.
Mhm.
Laser test. Laser test. Where is it? It was like it's not Flat Earth WS. It was another guy. But there is
Mick
a website
West.
called Flat Earth WS. Yeah, West something. Yeah.
Yeah, Mick West. He's not a professional, right? He's a video game designer. He made a bunch of money made for making Tony Hawk Pro Skater, right? He makes video games. So he's a professional at making, video games. Okay. He tried to debunk Dr. John Dee, who is an actual academic, right? He's a scientist. He's got a PhD in optics, specializing in spectrophotometry. And he was a globe
Yeah.
earther that went out trying to debunk flat Earth. And
Yeah.
he's public. He's public with his email address. He encourages anyone to go and debunk his tests, contact him with any questions, and to go and reproduce these tests. Nobody's been able to debunk him. Mick West tried to do
Sleeve.
it, and Dr. John Dee has some great videos where he goes over the debunks, right, that Mick West tried to do. Metabunk.org is Mick
I was
West's
just on
website.
metabunk.org. There was
Yeah,
another
yeah.
one called. There was a
Like sleep.
PDF. It had like a WESS on it. I'm not sure what it was called. It was another website, not Flat Earth WS. Not. It was like Wes something, or I don't know if I'm saying it right, but there was a PDF and it had all of these like mathematical equations on them, showing how like the laser tests were misleading or whatever.
But how can they be wrong, Sleep? Because like, if I shoot a light over
I don't know.
a
I'm
long
just saying
distance,
like a
no,
bunch
but
of
I
people
know.
said
But just
this.
tell me, if just to try to explain to me or even yourself logically, how could it be wrong? Because all it is a light that we're seeing where we shouldn't see it. Like, how can you
Yeah,
do
I
something
thought they would
wrong to
wrong. I
make that
thought they would like
happen?
could be wrong. It's because like when you have a long laser beam going out and you just move it accidentally by like a nanometer, it can like completely change the end of the other side, or like it
But
can.
how can that mistake make it's like so? Okay, explain it to me like this: if you've got a hill, can you make that same mistake, make the laser go round the hill?
What?
If there's like
That's a
a
good
hill,
point.
right? Yeah, yeah. Like, can you make that mistake and curve the
What,
laser?
like a laser to wrap around a hill in a circle?
Well, that's what you're basically saying is they made a mistake and it caused it to
No, I'm
do
not
that.
saying that this is it. I'm just saying like I don't know. I like if this is like a
Yeah.
challenge for,
Okay,
between
that's
me and
fine.
you.
The rebuttals, right? There have been rebuttals that have been attempted um, to be made by anti-flat earthers, but they're actual junk, right? They're not good rebuttals. And this is essentially what they're saying, right? This is what would have to happen if the Earth's a globe. The laser would have to go bend perfectly around hundreds and hundreds of feet of curvature to hit the target, right? Not just a little bit. It would have to bend hundreds of feet. And then we do the test again in different conditions, completely different refraction conditions. And then we hit the target again. And then we do it again and again and again and again in all of these different locations using different lasers, different spectrums of laser beam, completely different refraction conditions. And we're getting hit after hit after hit. And their only excuse is to say that the laser is just bending perfectly around the curvature, hugging the curvature of the Earth to make its way to the target. It's a really crazy claim, right? And none of these people have any laser tests or long distance observations of their own, right? Where they've actually taken their own advice, right? And taken these things into account and shown that there is actually curvature. It's just when we go out to test for the curvature, it's not there. Now, Barr made a really great point just a moment ago, right? So let's say that we have a lake and it's 40 kilometers across the lake, right? In between me and you, there should be essentially a hill of Earth curvature, and that hill should be about, oh, let's say, at least 50 meters high, right? Like a big hill, like a
Yeah.
50 meter, yeah, huge hill, right? There's no way that I could shine like if there's a hill between me and you, it doesn't matter if I tilt the laser up, tilt the laser down, tilt the laser straight. It's not going to hit you. It's not going to make it to you. It's not going to bend around the hill and get to you. But they're claiming that there is this divine refraction that somehow is guiding, right, guiding the laser beam to the target
Is that what they
around all of
say? That
this
it's the divine
curvature.
refraction that's actually doing it?
No, I'm mocking it by saying divine refraction.
No,
They
no,
just
not the
say
word
it's
divine, but do
refraction.
they say it's a refraction that's making it perfectly curved to the end?
Yep, that's exactly what they say. That's the only rebuttal as well.
That's just fucking stupid.
Yeah, they're relying on people's lack of understanding of science and math. And, like you said, oh, there's a bunch of mathematical equations there. A lot of people just want to find something that will give them an excuse to not have to recognize the obvious truth that the globe is a complete failure and does not represent the world where we live. So, some people will just look at that website and say, oh, there's a bunch of math there. They said flat earthers was wrong. Cool. I can go back to sleep. Other people who actually want to examine the evidence using a critical mind and use actual logic, math, reason, who don't accept emotional arguments and logical fallacies will realize that their model is a complete failure. So, it just depends if you're interested in finding out the truth or if you prefer just to stay in comfortable delusion and keep consuming propaganda. Choice is yours.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I mean, there was yeah, just all that kind of stuff. Yeah.
to me, I mean, everyone has different experience with what they've been researching in their life, what their goals are, so on and so forth. My original goal, as just like DJ mentioned about Dr. John Dee, was to disprove flat Earth. That was an actual research paper I was writing for my graduate degree, was how to counter students' misconceptions that allow them to believe what they're seeing on Twitter in the year 2015 from these rappers and stars who were saying the Earth was flat. So that my goal was to carefully and logically explain to young students, physics students in particular, why they were wrong about flat Earth. So my goal was
Wait,
to
you were
do
a
that.
teacher?
So yeah, yeah. Yeah, so when I first when I first saw, I don't know what you've been looking at, but to me, the thing that after I looked at different physics forums and saw some different questions being raised, what concerned me the most was when I saw what was being promoted as the argument on the other side and seeing how it was full of emotional appeal, logical fallacies, propaganda techniques. Like there were no legitimate academics disputing the flat earth claim. I didn't even find one. If you found one, let me know, because I still haven't found one, and it's been over 10 years now.
Uh, I don't know. I would only say because I don't know much about the polemic in the debunking the flat Earth with the equations that they use, like the website, and then there was that PDF I forgot the name of. I know it had like a Wes on it, but there's a PDF. I only know by the rest of the space agencies and the recent mission to around the moon. What we pretty much rely on. And then you can see like space stations. I know you guys say some have balloons on satellites, but some don't, and all that kind of stuff. But like the Apollo mission, I
Yeah,
forgot what
so
it was
you
called.
have to
Apollo.
believe the NASA propaganda, even though their
Well, I
their agency.
I
Yeah,
follow like SpaceX, and I follow like other ones like Chinese. I forgot what the name was, but I don't just follow NASA. There's many.
yeah, whatever
The
they call
European Space
themselves.
Agency is one of them.
Yeah, the science,
European.
the cut rate science fiction agencies who put out stuff that's less believable than
Yeah.
Hollywood science
Well, like
fiction. Yeah, that stuff. Yeah, so you'd
well,
have to
it's the only
believe that over
space
your own
agency
eyes. You'd have to
protocol.
believe that over your own lived experience on the earth and things that you could go out and do for yourself. Like the thing, like what DJ's talking about. I mean, you might not be able to do a laser test, but you could easily do a long distance observation. Many people do. And show for yourself. It's not a matter of, I think it was you that mentioned, nanometers, is there an error, or whatever. No, and then Ba and DJ, I believe, said, no, we're not talking about small errors here. We're talking about hundreds of feet of missing curvature at a distance that you can observe with your naked eye. You don't even need any special tools to see that this curvature that should be there is not there. You can just see it with your eyes. And if you have have binoculars, a zoom camera, it makes it even easier. You can do it at
Oh, I
even
was going to talk about
lower
cameras.
distances. Yeah, what about cameras?
So I was gonna ask DJ this. Like how cameras you can zoom in using camera, and like the specs and the optics of the camera. You can zoom into an object to actually know how
Mhm.
far away it is based on the camera. And then some people do that to zoom into the sun, and then they say, "Oh, look, yeah, NASA was right. It's this far away," because they zoomed all the way, and then they see a sunspot and blah blah blah, and then they say, "Oh, well, because this camera zoomed in at this rate, then yeah, the sun is this far away, and it's a ball, and the Earth is a ball."
That's not quite how they do it. But I mean,
I'm
the
just
sun and
summarizing.
the moon,
I don't know how they do it.
the sun and the moon look the same size in the sky from our
Yeah,
perspective. So
that's
I
weird.
could
Yeah.
I could zoom in. I could zoom into the center of the sun, right? I could have like this is my 16-year-old Panasonic camcorder. I could zoom. It had 63x optical zoom, and I could zoom into the sun where all I could see was the sun. I couldn't see any space or anything around the sun, just sun. I could do the same with the moon. right? Because all it's doing is just magnifying what you can see in the distance. It doesn't help you gauge the distance or anything like that. And
Don't
that's
you
not how
think it's
NASA
quite
claims
strange how
to
the
know
sun
the
and the moon
difference.
look like they're the same size in the sky? Like exactly the
Yeah,
same
the
size.
odds the odds of that happening is insane, right? Like in the heliocentric model, just by chance they say that the sun is 400 times larger than the moon and 400 times further away, and they just so happen to look the same size. I don't know.
Maybe God did it
But just
that way.
quickly, I do have to go in a second. But
Oh.
just have a look in the side chat. I posted 3 pieces of footage from NASA. Right? Look, can you see those?
Oh yeah. Oh, I've seen that.
All
Yeah.
right, look at the top one, right? That's meant to be the Apollo 16 lunar module docking with the orbiter. I mean, the second one's supposed to be from Apollo 17. That's supposed to be the astronauts leaving the moon in that thing, right?
Oh
And then
wait,
the
sorry, I didn't
next
scroll
one
up all the way.
is
I see it now. Yeah.
it's
I thought
just
that's
like
only 2.
yeah, it's really really crazy, like terrible looking footage. And the main thing is like they could easily trick you with this footage, right? This could have just been done in a studio. It's not like it's some amazing footage. And then the footage from the other space agencies is even worse, right? Like the Indian Space Agency, etc. Right? The European Space Agency's never even been up there, so I mean we don't have to worry about them. But you look at the Japanese footage, the Chinese footage, it's just ridiculously poor, even compared to this poor looking NASA footage. But just recently we had the Artemis, right?
Oh yeah, I forgot. Yeah, it was Artemis. That was recent. Yeah.
And people were pissed. People were so pissed that the footage looked so terrible from Artemis, right? They thought that they were going to get like high definition 4K footage of the Earth rotating from space. And if you think about this, right, we can zoom in on the moon with a
We
$500
just decided
camera,
to take a picture and
and
not
we
that.
can,
Yeah.
yeah, and we just got some really, really crappy quality pictures from Artemis to the point where we could spend 5 minutes in a seat in ChatGPT and make equally as good looking footage, right? So my point is they could easily trick you. Like if I post this in the side chat here, right? One of these is from NASA, from the Artemis mission, and all of the rest
Yeah.
of them were just made in ChatGPT. And you wouldn't even be able to tell which one's the NASA one. Because yeah, if you want to take a guess, you're more than welcome.
I mean, it's definitely not the one in the middle because that's too far out. I mean, I don't know. It's kind of blurry. Maybe the one on the bottom right? Maybe? No, it doesn't look like it. Nah. Because the African continent looks a bit too exaggerated. I would say either probably the one on the. I mean, I could reverse image search it, but probably the one on the bottom right or the one near to the left that shows Antarctica. I don't know.
Right. So it's actually all right, let's narrow it down a bit. Right? Do you think it's this one or this one?
Okay. I think it might be. Let me have a look. What the hell? It could be, the bottom one, maybe. I was gonna say the top,
Right.
but
The bottom one looks a bit better, right? Because it's ChatGPT made. NASA's one's not that quality.
yeah,
But
I was gonna say the top one
yeah.
because
So
it looks like NASA quality.
right, crappy quality. But you know, the point is, it's very difficult to tell, right? We can't really tell. We could just use free AI, right, or free CGI software, and if they wanted to trick you with these types of imagery, right, they could easily do it. And a lot of people were pissed that the footage that they gave people was so limited and so crappy quality. Now, with this next one, right, same deal. One of these is from NASA, and the other 3 are from a free software called TerraGen, where it just generates territory, basically. So can you tell once again which one's from NASA?
Probably the one that is in the top right. Well, I don't think so because
Right.
I've never seen something like that before. Maybe it's probably like I don't know because the NASA doesn't
Yeah,
really
yeah,
show
we
third
can't tell.
ones.
That's the point is we really can't tell with any of these, right? It could be any of them, could be none of them. right? These are all just made in Terrigen. None of them are from NASA here in the last lot that I posted, right? Just the point is, I'm not trying to trick you. I'm just pointing out that they could, if they wanted to be lying to you, they could easily lie to you. And I don't think that there's a big deception where that NASA's trying to cover up the flat Earth. Maybe there is, right? But I think that they lied about the space race. They lied about going to space. And most people probably believe that the Earth's a globe. That's just my personal opinion, right? Most people believe it's a globe that worked for NASA. They probably think that NASA's not lying about anything, and maybe a small amount of people are in on it. But yeah, like the point is, it's all faith-based evidence when it comes to NASA stuff, when it comes to SpaceX stuff. I mean, when Elon
What?
said he sent the Tesla car into space, right? The footage was absolutely ridiculous to the point where even Elon said, "Oh, he admitted that it looks fake." He said, "Oh, we know it's real because it looks so fake. If it was fake, then we have way better CGI." Blah blah blah. Right? Strange thing to say. But yeah, a lot of this stuff could easily be faked, and there's huge money in it, right? The space industry is worth more than the movie and the music industry combined. There's big money here. Even NASA, for
I mean, they're using
NASA's getting
huge amounts of money for Starship. I mean, why would they do that for no
yeah.
reason?
Well,
To see
even just generally, like just general funding, they get taxpayer money, $60-70 million a day, every day, and and then we get images that could easily just be CGI, for all we know. So, I mean, that's why we like to stick with surface, things that we can actually go and test in reality. Like, for example, here's a crazy awesome picture. Well, actually, I won't post that because it's 30 megabytes. Hold on a second. I'll just link it from my server. So this is a laser test, but this
Okay.
guy has taken a side view of the laser. This is actually a really cool. So I know this guy's name's Lanolin, and he spent about $40,000 setting up his experiments in Alaska on these big giant frozen lakes. He made a documentary, really cool documentary. But here's some of his footage, and this is a side view of the laser test. So not only
Give me a sec, hold on.
right, it's just should be in the side chat there now. It's a pretty big image, so you can zoom right in on it. But I mean, he's got
Yeah,
the
I mean,
laser 3
hold on,
foot.
hold on. All right. Be fun. Oh wow, that is a big image. Shoot. Oh wow, that is clear. I like that.
Yeah, it's a really cool image. And this is a side view of a 6-mile laser test. And he's got the laser just 3 foot above the surface of the lake, of the frozen lake. And we can see it just hugs the ground. It just goes perfectly along the flat ground. And he has another one that's 12 miles. We can see 12 miles of the laser, and it's
Let's
hitting
do
the
that.
target. Yeah, this would have to be a huge amount of curvature, right? We would have to see the laser bending physically around the curvature of the Earth.
Is it possible
So
to like conduct a 130-mile one?
well, the military has access to these types of laser beams that are able to travel this far.
Okay.
And if you see a guy called Yoda in here, he's
Yeah.
studied the military laser tests, and yeah, they don't help the globe either.
Why? What
They
happened with
use
the
like
military?
if you talk to Yoda, he'll explain all of the military stuff. I haven't had a chance to study the military observations yet, but basically, yeah, they did huge distance laser tests, and the current atmospheric model didn't work, and the results weren't what they predicted.
Okay.
But I don't want to butcher it, right? So I know that there was
Alright.
ones done by the United Nations called the Sapphire tests, and they were doing laser tests using all different types of like infrared lasers, and they
What were they
spent a lot
trying
of
to do
money.
though?
I think that they're using it so they can make sure that their laser targeting devices that they use for military purposes are accurate, right? So they go out and they're testing for the geometric horizon, they're testing for atmospheric refraction, and all of that kind of thing, because they need to be very accurate when they're designing their long distance combat weapons, right? And their laser targeting devices and all that kind of thing. So they go out and they basically have an unlimited budget, so they have the best quality stuff. And they went out to try to test. They say, okay, so at this distance, the geometric horizon should block the laser, and then they couldn't work out why they were able to see so far beyond where the cutoff point should have been. It's called and they ended up saying it's cursed. The test is cursed because they couldn't find the curvature of the Earth that should have been there. But once again, Yoda's a military guy. He's studied these tests in depth. I need to have a better look at them. So maybe another time when we talk, I'll be able to go over them in detail. There's a ton of tests. Basically, every time tests get done, we're not finding any curvature.
Yeah, that's sad. It was nice talking to you.
Yeah. Yeah, you too, man. I got to head off too. It's super late here. But I appreciate the conversation.
No problem.
Catch you next time.
You too. Yeah. Dandelion, what grade were you teaching physics?
Last time I taught physics, it was high school. They were mostly 11th and 12th graders.
Okay. Okay. If Earth's flat, I'd be sad because I can't go to the moon.
Yeah, you're not gonna be able to go to the moon.
Well, I mean,
But
I was going to
yeah,
voluntarily.
yeah, there's no verifiable or believable evidence that anyone's ever gone to the moon. I mean, it's much easier. I mean, actually, I think it's easier to just demonstrate that the Earth is flat, that there's no globe. Like, that's so easy, not even funny. But in terms of what it's easier to get people to accept emotionally and psychologically, there's a large number of people who have researched extensively all the extremely flawed evidence regarding our supposed moon trips. And, many, many people who are not flat earthers recognize that there's absolutely no way that we went to the moon at any time.
Yeah.
Yeah. Do you
Yeah.
think we did?
I don't know.
Yeah. Well, I could find you some information about it if you're interested in
I just keep on
researching it.
thinking that the whole moon landing thing is just conspiracy theories that they didn't go or something because it keeps on like one of the arguments that people make is like, oh, we didn't go to the moon because on the moon the footage shows no stars, and like that's not a good argument. Just because of light exposure. I mean, I was on a
Yeah.
plane not long ago, and I saw the best thing ever. It was at night, no curvature obviously, but at night, I saw the Milky Way strip. It was over the Atlantic Ocean. It was beautiful. And I managed to take a picture, but it didn't work, so I had to use like an exposure, and it got something. It wasn't that good though.
Yeah, well, the great thing is, I mean, if you're a person who has dreams of going where no man has gone before, it's not too late for you. And in fact, discarding the failed heliocentric, cultic, religious model of the globe can actually allow you to have a better chance of going where no man has ever gone before because, for example, I mean, just one tiny thing you could do that no one would argue about is exploring the oceans that are vastly unexplored and need much more exploration, or parts of the Grand Canyon no one's gone to, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. Obviously, many mountainous areas that are still unexplored. But regardless of all of that, have you ever seen The Truman Show?
Yeah, I have.
Yeah. Yeah, okay, so do you remember the scene in the classroom? Because he's trapped in a little town where he's being filmed for other people's entertainment and profit. Do you
Uh-huh.
remember the part in the classroom where he raises his hand and says he wants to be an explorer, and then the teacher kind of yells at him, and I think she snaps up the map and says, "Everything's already been explored. There's nothing left to explore. There's nothing left to do." Do you remember
Yes.
that part? I mean, I'm paraphrasing, but yeah, so the whole point of that movie is, right, they're trying to control him for their own profit, entertainment, and advertising dollars. And
Mhm.
one of the ways they do that is by making him think there's nothing outside of their little fake sky, outside of their fake ocean. And, so what if there are things outside of the boundaries that they told you? They keep you on a globe, even though they say, oh, you could one day, if you're a wonderful and very smart astronaut like Don Pettit, you could go to the moon. But you probably can't, right? Because a very small number of people go there. But what if we weren't limited to just a ball? What if we didn't know what the limits of this land were? What if, as is actually the case, the Antarctic Treaty prevented you from legally traveling past the 66 parallel south, and that there's vast unexplored lands that we're not allowed to go to? So you could still reach your dream of going to somewhere where no man has gone before.
Yeah, that's
You don't
fine,
have
but
to
we'd have to
limit
like
your
build them.
you don't have to limit your imagination just because you're, their little space dreams, that they give you, which are fake, false, and which even in their paradigm,
Not
a
even that,
very
even on the
tiny
globe, you
number
can
of
still go
people are
to.
going to, even on their paradigm, a very small number of people are going to be able to go. And you have to have a room temperature IQ like Don Petty. You have to be a certain level of dumb to become an astronaut. You're probably too smart.
The thing is, I did an IQ test. I don't know if it's right though, but my latest IQ test came as 130.
Oh yeah, you're way too smart to be an astronaut then. So just give up. They're never going to let you
The
go to
thing
the
is,
fake
right?
moon.
Look, the thing is, right? I just think maybe even if it was a globe, we can still go places like Antarctica that haven't been explored. Like, let's say if we could get past this, whatever it is that they put up there. Like, the thing is, the Antarctic Treaty, they say that the treaty is used because that land needs to be preserved for experiment, because any kind of like living there, building cities there, let's say if you could, it will just ruin the whole thing about the experiments that are taking place, because they need a
Oh yeah,
fresh
because they care so much about the
fresh
environment. Yeah, just like they preserve the rainforest, and just like they got rid of all
just other
plastics, and
experiments they do. I
yeah,
don't know.
yeah, they care
I don't think
so
it's an
much about
environmental
the
experiment. I
environment.
don't know what
That's
it is.
right. Keep telling yourself that.
I'm not
Come
telling
on.
myself that.
Well, you just said it. You just recited the propaganda. I mean, that's from the
Yeah, I'm not telling myself.
1990.
I'm just telling you
Yeah,
that.
they started the Antarctic Treaty back in
Do
the
you know what
40s
they
and
say though?
50s. Then they added in the 1990s the environmental protocols, of which propaganda you just recited, to pretend like they were keeping people out of there because they cared about the environment. That's the reason. I'm sorry. It's hard for me not
It's
to
not
have
the
a
environment.
sarcastic tone when I
Like
start talking
maybe
about that because it's so absurd. It's just like when your
that's
hotel maid
subjective.
tells you she's not going to wash your sheets because she cares so much about the environment. Please give me a break. Do not be that naive.
I'm not saying that they're about the environment. I think they're just I think they're conducting experiments for other reasons, not for that.
So you think they're conducting secret experiments there that they don't want you to mess
No,
with?
think not every experiment that goes on in Antarctica has to be to protect the environment. It could be about like something completely different, like meteorological stuff. For example, like in the snow when like they need the snow to be fresh, non-polluted area of Antarctica, the region non-polluted kind of stuff, and because the rest of the world is polluted and stuff, so they need to use it as a fresh sheet to conduct experiments and to record things.
You can believe whatever you wish. It's very unusual that these supposed world
I just want to know
governments
if
that
that's what you
supposed
know as well.
I know nothing. Have I been to Antarctica? No, I have
No,
not.
about the treaty and why
Yeah.
it is there in the first place.
I just use common sense. I mean, I don't need to speculate a ton about that because I've already seen Chicago from across Lake Michigan at a distance of 55 miles, which would be impossible on a sphere of a radius of 3,959 miles. The entire skyline of the city of Chicago would be hidden behind the alleged curve if it
But wouldn't it
existed.
be
And yes,
better to have
I
more light?
first saw the Chicago skyline when I was 12 years old with the naked eye, and I've still seen it many other times since then, and
Yeah.
everyone sees it every summer. Thousands of people see the Chicago skyline across Lake Michigan when they should not be seeing said skyline.
That's fine.
So I don't need to worry about Antarctica. Why do I care what's happening in Antarctica when I can just go right down the road and observe that the claimed
Because I thought you said
geometry
it'd be good to be
has
like an
been
explorer, right?
mathematically disproven? No, I said that for you. I mean, you want to explore, although don't try to go past there because, we can post you article after article about sailors who have, made unauthorized trips past the 66th parallel south and they get arrested. One guy died. I don't recommend going down there. I'm just saying, in the future, there's possibility that things could change. I'm not counting on it, but you might be younger than me. Maybe you have a better chance. You might get to actually freely explore the world. That would be cool. The way people think they can and they actually can't. Be cool.
Okay.
But why they're keeping people from going down there, I mean, and if you want to believe their reasons, if you want to believe that 50 plus nations who are supposedly at war just amazingly agree on this one thing, which is don't let anybody travel in the Southern Ocean, because they care about, the snow or whatever. Yeah, I'm okay. Like, if you'd like to believe that, you can keep believing that. I'm not going to stop you. People can believe whatever they want. You can keep believing in the globe. That's fine. Just at least realize that, mathematics and geometry are not on your side. It's just like DJ very patiently explained to you, it's a cultic belief that has been passed on by tradition, started by the ancient Greeks, and which, for whatever reason, the mainstream culture has not allowed themselves to revisit this mistake. But there's no body of science. There's no team of
But mathematics
mathematicians
says like
running
helps us
around.
build planes
There's
and
no
cars and
team
streets and
around.
everything and
There's
buildings.
no, even if you search what experiment upholds the globe, you will find myths and stories, many of them from like thousands of years ago, because who do you think actually studies the curvature and goes out and proves and documents it besides these inconsistent images like what DJ was just showing you? Yeah, they go out and they say they take pictures of them with widely varying levels of curvature, widely varying amount of continents shown for the given level of curvature, completely inconsistent and non-verifiable images. They'll take pictures for you all day long, but they have no evidence for you. They just have stories for you. Pictures on a screen, like a science fiction movie. That's what they got for you. That's it. And don't ever think it's anything more than that. It's a story, it's entertainment, and it's actually, has its origins in a religion, in a belief and a faith, nothing to do with science or math.
But the thing is, this science, mathematics, and geometry has helped us build buildings, roads, cars, and we've been successful as a human race.
Okay, so we have built buildings, cars, and roads using a globe. Could you please, in the
I didn't say that.
side chat there, you just said that. You just
I
said
said
that.
math. I didn't say that.
I said there's no math or science backing up the globe, and you said we've used math. Yes, I agree. We have used math on a flat Earth to build
No,
roads
I'm
and buildings,
saying the
and never
same.
is curvature in reality.
I'm
Curvature
saying
is not
I'm
taken
talking
into
about the
account
cultic.
when it should be. If we
I'm
were on a
talking
globe.
about when you said that there's occultic origins in this math and geometry. I'm saying we use that same stuff to be successful as a human race.
Oh, you're not going to get an argument from me there. If Pythagoras had stopped with the Pythagorean theorem, I mean, that's cool. Like, yeah, a squared plus b squared equals c squared in a right triangle. That's useful. Yeah, and all trigonometry that stemmed from that for sure. Yeah, if these I mean, I'm not saying the people who came up with this were dumb. I mean, if it's true, which I don't have that verified, that this individual Pythagoras, one existed, two came up with the Pythagorean theorem, and three started his globe call. I mean, if all those things are true, like people can be right about some things and wrong about other things, or they can be right about certain things and give people half truths in order to maintain their control over a civilization because they recognize that they've been gifted with an intellect that the masses don't have, and they can use that intellect to dominate people. And if they come up with a worldview that will be more likely to keep those people under control, by all means, they can also use their God-given intellect to dominate, control, and exploit those people. No doubt. No argument here.
Okay.
I mean, there's no virtue in knowing that the earth is flat or a globe, or, depending on why people are promoting various agendas, they can obviously promote the globe without having any nefarious purpose. I mean, it's just a tradition that they're passing down. Like I was explaining earlier, I passed down the tradition before my physics professor challenged us to, find a way to challenge various misconceptions, which is a common thing that is done in science education, especially at the higher levels, just breaking down misconceptions, interviewing students to find out. Sometimes their intuitive view of the world is correct, sometimes it's incorrect. If I hadn't been challenged by that teacher, by that professor, I wouldn't have looked into the flat earth at that time, because I would have assumed, like most people do, that it actually was a fact, because there's no time in my education or anyone else's education where in standard, schools and universities where you go out and measure the curve of the earth. You don't do that.
Okay.
So I just assumed other people did it. It wasn't until I tried to find who these people were that I discovered they don't exist.
Mhm. Who doesn't exist?
People who've measured curvature of the earth.
Yeah, but who? Oh, never mind. I thought you meant like a specific person that was written down. I don't know.
Yeah, I just mean it isn't the specialty of anyone. They all just are going on the assumption. They're not necessarily being nefarious and passing on this tradition. They just assume. I mean, they have faith in the authorities, that this has been verified and measured, and in reality it has not been. And it's very simple for any person with a
But
minimum or
you
no
do agree,
equipment to
right?
go out and see it for themselves.
You do agree, right, that the laser experiments only disprove the measurements of the globe, correct? It doesn't actually prove the Earth is flat, right?
Well, that is, I mean, yeah, the term flat Earth is something that we've inherited. I don't know when that was first put out as being the way to challenge the globe. If I were on that committee, I would not have chosen that term. There's the Flat Earth Society, which is clearly a parody joke organization, not serious. I mean, probably them or people associated with them are the ones who came up with that, probably because it does confuse people. Yeah. People who are here challenging the globe model are here to show the mathematical counterexamples that disprove a faulty mathematical conjecture, which is the Earth being a sphere with a radius of 3,959 miles.
Well,
That's
maybe
it.
it might not be
Yeah.
3,000. It could be like 2 million. It could be even bigger than that. It could just be a bigger globe than it is that's already been measured and said, oh, this is how big it is. What if it's not flat, the laser experiments disprove the measurements of the globe that we already have. But the globe is it still remains a globe. It's just 1,000 billion times bigger.
You can think that, but you cannot then also you can't do that and maintain the paradigm that's been perpetuated here. That like everything their worldview isn't just the radius. We're just doing that because that is the most precise and easiest way to disprove their claims, is to show their radius is not even close to being right. But their whole fairy tale science fiction
Can
space
my radius
religion
be 2 million?
includes distances based on that radius, and includes us being this planet floating through space. I mean, that's the other thing. We don't think we're on a planet at all for other reasons. I mean, we also reject the notion of the vacuum or near vacuum of outer space existing right next to our atmosphere. We reject that as being possible. So we do reject the whole paradigm, but it in terms of what we do here, just disproving the radius. I mean, it's very easy to do, but it's not accepted, even though it's can be demonstrated mathematically thousands of times over all over the world, and has been demonstrated by independent researchers who have carefully documented their work, and you could go out and do it for yourself. So, but just that one thing is pretty much full time. Like some people do go off into these other areas talking about these other things, but we just tend to hammer that because it is so obvious, and it is so easily shown, and it has been shown so many times, and anyone who cared could go and see it for themselves. But
Yeah.
one thing we can't do is to go and travel freely to see where is the outer limit of this realm. Then we don't need to do that. Because their paradigm and their pseudo-scientific religion of the globe doesn't say, oh,
Yeah,
maybe
yeah.
it's about this far, or maybe it's
Sorry
bigger.
to
No, they don't
interrupt.
say
Just give
that.
me 1 second.
Yeah, go
Sorry to
for it.
interrupt. Just give me 1 second. Yeah. DJ posted something. Yeah. DJ, did you hear what I said before? Like I said, like what if on behalf of the laser experiments to disprove the current globe measurements. But what if those experiments were right, the globe measurements were wrong, and actually it's still a globe, but it's actually 1 billion trillion times bigger? That's what I was just saying.
Yeah. No, I get you. Right. So yeah, no, that's that could be the case, right? But we could just use any shape at that point, right? Could be a chicken
Yeah,
shape. That's
exactly.
the
Yeah, you could just
chicken's
use an
so
optical.
big. Yeah, and once again, there's no evidence for that. And then how long would it take to get from pole to pole or
The
something
thing, oh
like
yeah,
all of
I was gonna ask about that. I was gonna ask. The thing is, those two things. When you're traveling in a straight line from one country to the other, you end up in like a big circle, right? And how is it possible if you was to sail from one end to the other or fly from one end to the other? DJ, I wanted to see your thoughts on the Antarctic Treaty as well, because I think you heard me talking about how it was like just to keep it a clean space for experiments to not be interfered with by human waste and trash and pollution. I mean, if you want to type that out, it's fine, but I don't know if you're busy. But yeah, I'm
No,
gonna save
I
this for
was
Treaty time.
talking. I was like, why does he keep interrupting me? And then I noticed I was on mute.
Oh,
Yeah,
feedback.
it's my bad. Yeah, I
Yeah.
just forgot to unmute myself. It's getting late. My brain's not working. But yeah, with the Antarctic Treaty, yeah, there's a lot of mystery when it comes to Antarctica. I'm
Of
not
course.
I'm not claiming that Antarctica is a big giant ice wall that surrounds the entire world
No,
oceans or
no,
anything
no.
like that. It
I
could
don't
be a
believe
continent. Could be a continent, right? But what we know is Admiral Byrd went there in the 40s and 50s, Operation High Jump. He came back. He said that there's more land beyond the South Pole, bigger than America, that doesn't have ice and it has all these resources and blah blah blah. And then a few years later, they came up with the Antarctic Treaty. All the countries that are at war signed the treaty, and it's still valid until way into the future. There's a lot of mystery when it comes to Antarctica. Um, so you can't freely go and explore past a certain point, whatever the reason may be. It's just you just can't do it regardless.
But
And
we could
yeah, there's
like
a
go
lot of
with water them and just like fire rockets into the people that are protecting the Antarctica and
yeah,
just
it's
storm
probably
it
a
like
terrible
1 million
idea. Yeah.
people just storm Antarctica like they tried to do
Well,
with
they're
Area
just
51.
yeah, but I mean they've got like they just sink you really quickly if they wanted to, because you're in the ocean and they could track you with radar like way before you got there. But anyway, they probably wouldn't do that. They would probably just bring warships and then lock everyone up and confiscate your boats or something. Who knows? Regardless, we're not going to do that. This is the thing with the navigation, the circumnavigation. Yeah, people have done east to west circumnavigations, and east to west circumnavigations are possible on a flat Earth or a globe Earth. It's not a problem. But north to south circumnavigation would only be possible on a globe Earth, and nobody's ever done a full circumnavigation um, north to south, right? So if you just say you start in the north and then you
Oh
go
yeah, north
down.
to south. Yeah, they haven't done it
Yeah,
yet.
and then you just keep going south, and then you keep going over Antarctica and come back up around and come back to where you started. Yeah, so thousands of people
No,
have done east to
no flight
west.
paths has done
No,
it.
no. The only ones that have done it, they've done pole to pole, north to south circumnavigations, which is different, right? It just means that they start at the North Pole and then they go down and then they turn around at the South Pole and come back up again. Right? That's also possible on a flat Earth. So that's the only ones people have done. They haven't done like a great circle around the Earth where they come back up around the other side.
Yeah.
Which is interesting, you know. So yeah, the only circumnavigations that have been done work just fine on a flat Earth or a globe Earth. So I'd say it's inconclusive, and it's kind of weird that nobody's done the north to south one.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, yeah, it can be the case. It's a bit like how Area 51, we don't really know what goes on there. I mean,
Exactly, big mystery, big mystery. That's why we stick to just testing the surface.
hmm,
And yeah, you said something before. I did want to respond to that as well. So yeah,
yeah.
I would agree. The laser tests going out, we're doing long distance observations and laser tests. We're testing the globe claims, and we're not necessarily saying this is proof that the Earth's flat, because we're not even claiming to know the shape of the Earth, right? Flat's not a
Yeah, I
shape.
know. Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah,
It's
flat's
level.
just it's well, even level. I mean, globers say that the globe's level as well because
Yeah.
it's equal distance from the center or whatever. But I would
Yeah.
say it's a topographical plane where the surface of water is flat. But this is a thing, like we already experience the Earth as flat, and they'll just tell us that, oh, we're so small and it's so big, that's why you experience it as flat. So it's not like we have to prove that it's flat. It's already experienced and utilized as flat.
Mhm.
When we go out and test the claim that goes against that it's flat, right? It still measures as flat. We don't find any curvature or anything like that. So we're just reinforcing what everybody already experiences. And we're testing the globe claims. It's the globe side that's claiming to know the shape and size of the Earth. And when we
Yeah.
test for that, it's just not
Yeah.
there.
Yeah.
So
Yeah. Yeah.
that's all.
Yeah. Also about the Antarctic Treaty, you know the guy that went not the treaty, the guy that went there in the 40s or 50s. Why did he take any pictures of like what he found?
Yeah, there's footage, but it's kind of crappy footage.
Because obviously it's the
I,
40s, 50s, and the guy's on a boat, and it's like the freezing cold weather. So
yeah.
I mean,
Did
there's
you watch
24-hour
the
sun
interview?
on Antarctica, right?
Yeah, I think there is. Did you watch the footage from Admiral Byrd when he came back from
I
the
didn't,
operation high jump? He did an interview on TV, and that's where he spoke about all of this stuff.
I didn't see the interview, but
Oh, it's really good. I'll grab it and I'll put it in the side chat. It's well worth watching.
yeah. Oh yeah, the 24-hour sun. Yeah, I heard like there's some flat earthers that don't believe there's a 24-hour sun, and then there was a guy that went there, and the flat earther that went there, and then he like believed in the globe after he went there, and they all went to Antarctica together. Have you seen that video?
Yeah, I've seen the video. And that, look, I'll be frank, right? I'll be very honest. There's a lot of trash flat earthers out there. There's a lot of trash flat earth arguments out there. And if you go on TikTok or Facebook or X, right, or a lot of these places, you're gonna run into, you know, there's a lot of dumb globe earthers, there's a lot of dumb flat earthers, and there's a lot of bad arguments on both sides. Now, if they cherry pick someone that's dumb, like Jaren, for example, right? Nobody from 24/7 ever really liked Jaren because he got tricked on a different documentary called Behind the Curve, where they basically set him up on a mockumentary and made flat earthers look stupid. This is the same guy. Like, if you type in "flat earther debunks himself," you're gonna find all these videos of this same guy, Jaren. Jaren is a dopey looking dude, right? Like a
Yeah.
stoner flat earther. So he went back to the globe because he had this type of model, right? Where he took this particular map and he said, this is the flat earth map. And then he gets this little model sun and the moon and they circle around it. And based on his model, you can't have a 24-hour sun in Antarctica. So he thinks, okay, well, if I go there and I see a 24-hour sun, that would debunk my model, and therefore the
Yeah.
Earth must be a globe. Okay,
Yeah, yeah.
bad logic. But that's what happened with him, right? The other guy that went there is much smarter than him, Austin Whitsitt, right? Very good debater, very smart guy, very high IQ guy, right? He didn't go back to the globe. And then there was some bimbo that went there, and nobody even knew who she was. So you know, like I don't know what the story is with her now, whether what she did, but yeah, I think that there's a 24-hour sun there. I haven't been there to confirm it for myself, but if I was to speculate, you know, I saw
How does
enough
it work?
footage that
Like 24-hour sun in the North and South Pole, and and the Arctic and the Antarctica. Like, how does it work on the thing we talked about at the
yeah,
very beginning?
well, the sky and the ground, right? They're not connected, obviously. So whatever happens above the ground, right? If you can validate that the ground's flat, whatever's happening above the ground is happening above a flat ground. But basically,
Okay.
there's two apparent points of rotation in the sky. We've got the southern point of rotation and the northern point of rotation, and it's kind of like a big vortex, right? You've got a bunch of stars that rotate around the North Star, and a bunch of stars that rotate around the southern celestial point in the sky, and it's kind of like a vortex at the equator. That
Okay.
happens above a surface that measures flat. It's you know, it's very simple. We don't know exactly how the sky works. We don't know exactly what the stars are, how far are they away, that kind of thing. But this is what we all observe: two points of rotation in the sky. And they can also explain it on the globe as well, right? That's kind of where the
It's like
globe
the sun
came
doesn't
from.
set there. Like, I mean, sometimes in like
Yeah,
North
same in the
Sweden,
north
it
though.
doesn't set.
Same in the north.
Yeah.
Yeah, same
It's just how
same
does
thing
it work
happens in
with the
the north.
perspective thing? How is it like going around the sky instead of setting, like from perspective?
Well, it doesn't travel far enough away from you for it to go out of your field of view, right? That dome we were
That's with
talking
both
about
North and South,
earlier.
right?
Yeah, it happens 6 months apart, right? So when it's 24-hour sun in the north, it's going to be 24 hours darkness in the south, and then vice
Oh
versa.
yeah. Oh
So we
yeah,
got a
shit, I
flat
forgot about
earther.
that. Yeah, yeah, I forgot. Yeah.
Yeah. So we got a guy, Drace, very smart guy. He lives in Iceland, and he every year he gets the 24-hour sun and 24-hour darkness. And yeah, it's just the
With the
opposite,
crown.
right? The opposite of what happens in the south, right? Happens in the north. It's just a cycle, a repeating
Yeah.
cycle.
What about the
Every
equinox? Like, is when it's the equinox, is which one you say the globe is that is? I forgot what you call it. I have a sun tracking app, like solar app. I track the phases of the. I do a lot of tracking, just for other reasons. But
Yeah,
there's like this thing called equinox. You know what that is, right?
yeah, absolutely. You know
That's
the
why
way I
both
think about
poles
the
are like.
sky, it's
Yeah.
kind of like a big giant clock that people have used um for forever. As far as we can validate, they've used it. You know, that's why we have years, because the sun's cycle resets every 365 days, and that's why we have a year. And then the moon, right? Its cycle resets every 28 days, and that's why we have months. And the sky is just like a big clock, and everything resets. I think that the sky is moving, right? Everything in the sky is moving in cycles, just like we all experience. And and if we're on a globe, right? Just say we're on a globe and we're spinning at 1,000 miles per hour, and then we're also orbiting around the sun at 66,000 miles per hour, and then we're also chasing the sun at the same time at 480,000 miles per hour, and then there's all of these other movements in between, right? So we're moving at like 1.5 million miles per hour through the universe, right? 1.5 million miles every single hour of your life. We're shooting through the universe into a different place in the universe, never to return to the same place where we started. But the sky just has perfect repeating cycles, right? For all verifiable history, they don't change, right? Polaris is always in the center at the, above the North Pole, and that kind of thing. So I think it makes more sense that the sky's moving in cycles and the Earth's stationary, rather than thinking we're in this like big ball that's like flying through space, a space vacuum. It just
So
makes more sense to me.
I've seen these. Yeah, I've seen these flat Earth models. I know you don't have a model, so I don't know actually, but I've
Yeah,
seen these
yeah,
flat
I
Earth
don't.
models where the sun is going around in circles around around a
Mhm.
disk plane, and then it goes around Antarctica. But the model shows it's impossible to have a 24 hours in Antarctica because it's good around the edges.
Yeah, exactly. Just
So
to
like, how do we reconcile it with what we talked about? I just want to see.
Yeah, so that exactly, and that's kind of like the model that this Jeranism guy had. And I'll see if I can find a picture of it
Oh
really
yeah,
quickly. But
because I want to see some other models. I've just been seeing the same thing
yeah.
over and over. It's getting boring.
So what that is, unfortunately, if you go on TikTok or something or Instagram, or X, and you type in flat Earth, it's just this same model, and everyone's just parroting what they see with this model.
Yeah.
Um, and you know what that is, right? That's actually a globe map. That's
Yeah.
well, it's not even a globe map, right? What it is a projection of the celestial coordinate system that's based off the imaginary way that we mapped out the sky, right? The conceptual celestial sphere that's purely imaginary, right? We imagine it to be a big giant sphere, and we use that for a coordinate system because it's a very smart way of mapping out the sky. So we know exactly what the sky is going to be doing, what the angle to certain stars are, where the ground position is at a certain time of a certain star. So we have this spherical coordinate system, and then they basically put that into different map projections, right? So they'll stretch it out, and that round flat Earth model that you're talking about, that's actually a globe, like a spherical coordinate system projection, where they're just
Yeah.
getting the celestial sphere, and then they basically stretch it out below the
DJ,
equator. So
wait, hold on,
yeah.
hold that thought. I had something before. It was, oh shit, it was so good. It was basically the entire map of the Earth, and it was folded out into pieces, triangle shapes, and Antarctica just looked like a continent out in the ocean. I don't know if I have it. Earth map unfolded in triangles.
I'm very impressed with you, Sleep FM, in case I didn't get a chance to say that before you go, like that you're actually willing to have like a serious conversation
Yeah.
about it. You've got
Yeah.
ideas, you bring up stuff.
I
You
found it,
actually
I
look
found it, I
up the
found it.
stuff that you brought up and like go and find it instead of just vaguely referencing. It's amazing. He's found it.
DJ,
All
I
right,
found
good.
it. I found it.
Alright,
Look,
cool.
this is it. This is it. Into your DMs. I'm gonna send it into your DMs. Let me add you. This is the thing I've been talking about. Like I've been questioning for a long time, but it's something. Look at this.
Mhm.
Can you see it? How Antarctica's just like sitting out there, but if you fill all that space in with ocean, it will just look like like I don't know. Let me see if there's other ones.
Oh yeah,
Oh
these
yeah,
are
there's
different so these are different map projections of the celestial coordinate system. So there's actually hundreds of these, and they actually have like different purposes. Different maps have different uses, but I forget the
yeah.
name of this one that you posted. Oh, look, I'll take a screenshot of the two you posted,
Yeah, and
and I'll
there's
post
this
it
one. Yeah, you
in
can
the
see as
side chat.
Antarctica is just a continent, like you said.
Do you not have perms to post in the side chat?
No, but I wish I could because this is like
Oh
this
yeah,
the
hold on a
sickest map
second.
I've ever seen.
Yeah, I'll give you that role just a second.
Because it gets rid of the disk idea and it helps like the flat Earth idea a bit more, or
Well,
like
this
any
is
kind of
so you got media perms now, so you can post in the side chat. But these are different projections of the same coordinate system that's based off this sky, based off the celestial sphere. I've actually got a I don't know if anyone else has got it. It's basically a big giant list of all of the different coordinate systems. I saw it
like you're
here.
looking down at the plane from above. Let's say like hypothetically like no globe, but it's just this what we're living on. You go up, and then you just look down. You see this instead of a globe. I was just thinking like in the flat Earth model, this would, or the flat Earth idea. Sorry, this would be a bit more plausible to use and probably even the best.
Yeah, look, there's all sorts of different projections that we can use, but all of these projections are based off the latitude, longitude coordinate
Yeah,
system.
you can see it right here. Yeah.
Yeah, so it's all based off the celestial sphere, and it probably doesn't match reality. But I do have to go. I do have to go.
Okay.
And appreciate the convo, and
Yeah, no
catch you
problem.
next time.
Okay, no problem. Yeah, if we filled that in with some ocean, like if we fill if someone fills the black spaces with like the same blue color, like the ocean color, we might see like you might get an idea of like this flat Earth. And then Antarctica is just out there, pretty far from like a lot of stuff, but you know what I mean.
Yeah, I mean, if you're willing to actually think about these things and question what you've been told and find out what there's actually evidence for, that is a very good sign. Especially that, I mean, it probably is. I do believe what you told me about your IQ test results because, there's a lot of people, and I understand why it is. It's people who I don't know, they have trouble thinking for themselves. They need to just believe in authority blindly, blah blah blah. They get like really upset, angry, emotionally disturbed, like they've believed the propaganda the flat earthers are retards. So they come in here and they can't, like, they're incapable of having a discussion with us, like
And
you
they're
seem like a
condescending.
person, yeah, you seem like a person who understands, like, you can talk to somebody about something without having to agree with them or go over, like, we are definitely not people who, are trying to, like, convince people to our side. It doesn't really
Yeah.
do us any good. That we don't need people on our side. We're just trying to give people information, like, but people who, let's say, people who are reduced to only following authority because for whatever reason they haven't trained their minds to make up their own decisions, or they're too afraid to take responsibility for their own brain and life. They assume that other people are like that too, right? So they don't even get the concept that you could actually go out in the world, gather evidence, and make decisions based on your own knowledge, experience, and, reasoning. Like, there's too many people that, I guess, there's always been people like that, but there's more people like that today who are like that. They're incapable of using rational thought, but they
Yeah.
are willing to go out there, I guess, just because of the forums that are available, over the internet. Just go out there and just start, like, screaming at other people, and just
Yeah.
assume that they're right when they have no evidence to back up their position. It's just very bizarre. It's a weird phenomenon that we see over and over. So that's why I'm complimenting you that you're actually able to have an
Oh.
intellectual discussion. It's refreshing.
Yeah. I mean, I do like questioning things about like talking with you guys. I mean, it's interesting because it's boring to see the same sky every day and just think, oh yeah, it's this or it's that. But yeah, I mean, I don't want to be like those other guys that come in and just say, oh, you're this, you're wrong, you're wrong, you're wrong. I just want to have a look at, I mean, I posted more of these in the side chat. Here's like the diamond prism Earth, and then there's the oblong Earth, and then there's that. I just want to make one. I just want to like get. I want to make my own model of a flat plane Earth, and I want to try and do something where the sun can actually work the same way we see it in the globe way. And I thought like using one of these unfolded triangle maps is a start, but we'd have to see because we have to understand many ways on like how the sun is working if we want to use this flat Earth kind of idea. And yeah,
Yeah, I mean, that's the thing. That's what I was trying to say earlier. Like, and maybe in your lifetime, you'll see a time when we'll have another renaissance in thought, particularly in science, math, exploration, where people could actually be free to, do what we did do when we were building this civilization, which was to use rational thought and the scientific method and to discard faulty ideas when they
yeah,
were disproven. So, but that's not what's happening. I mean, not just in this realm, but I'm sure you're familiar in many realms of so-called academic thought. People are, politically motivated, financially motivated. They blackball people who don't go along with the status quo, so on and so forth. I mean, we don't live in an era where there's a free and open exchange of academic ideas, even though there's a pretense of it. I mean, it's better than some places and sometimes, right? I mean, it's probably better than North Korea. I don't know. But,
mm,
still, we could do better, no doubt.
mm.
So that'd be cool. Yeah. I mean, that's the thing is, I mean, I personally, some people, you'll find a lot of people in the flat earth community that are really into like, yeah, proposing other models and ideas. Like, I don't personally do that just because, like I said, like I just find it a full-time job just showing that the heliocentric model is wrong, even though it shouldn't take that long to discard a faulty model. I mean, that's the first thing you have to do, right? That's how we used to progress in thought was if a model didn't predict reality, we'd get rid of it and then you might make a new one. But the thing with the earth is we don't really need a model necessarily. I mean, it's kind of unrealistic to think we could come up with one model that would explain everything. I mean,
Yeah,
that's
that's what I'm
part of the
trying to do. Is
problem
one
is,
model that
yeah.
explains everything.
Guys,
Yeah.
I can do a beatbox for you,
What'd you
please.
say, Antonio? Pardon?
A beatbox, please. It's 1 minute.
Yeah, go ahead.
In 1 minute,
Okay.
he's going to do what?
Yeah.
Beatbox.
Beatbox. Let me. Sorry, sorry, Thank you, guys. I love you so much.
Who is this guy? Thank
Sleep
you.
FM liked that. Yeah, that was, I guess that was happy birthday. Yeah, what did you see what Cathos wrote there?
Who was that, bro?
I do not know that guy. I have no idea. He just one-hit wonder, I guess. Cathos, but the problem with committing to a model is you become just like a glober and find yourself fighting to defend it. That's what I was kind of getting at. It's like we come from really what it's a pseudo-scientific point of view that's being put out there with the fictitious globe fantasy, but it explains everything supposedly, even though it really doesn't. But it's like a religion. I mean, it's a religion, to replace traditional religion. So there's a temptation, like if that's ripped out from under you, people want another one, because that is very comforting to think you can, there's some great scientist in the sky that's going to be able to give you the answers to all your questions. But, there's a lot of things we can't possibly know because we can't test them scientifically. I mean, there's a lot of things about the sky. We can observe them, but we can't use the scientific method. We can't manipulate an independent variable, to test certain things like what causes eclipses, what is the nature of stars, et cetera, et cetera. So, there's a lot of things we can't be absolutely certain of, but we can certainly observe and come up with ideas. But just particularly with this group, 24/7 Flat Earth, we just try to stick with two Earth measurements and long distance observations, etc., the ones that show that there's no measurable curvature in the world where we live. But there's a lot of other flat earthers that run around with, thinking about coming up with models and trying to explain things and stuff like that. There's nothing wrong with that. I mean, you can speculate about things as long as we distinguish between what can be measured and observed and tested through the scientific method, which involves a rigorous design of an experiment with a dependent independent variable that can be repeated and verified by using the same experimental setup and get very similar results. That would be for science, or for math or measuring. You just go out there and measure it. Then you might have some percentage error in your measurements, which you could calculate and record based on the precision level of the instruments that you're using. But every time we've gone out and done that, the percentage error is at a scale that's nowhere near the hundreds of feet of missing curvature, so it's not really a concern.
Dymaxion map. Dymaxion map. Just give me 1 sec, I'll be right back.
Yeah, I see Shane put set up there. Is that something that you or other people have done, or is that just something you're proposing to do?
It's an experimental design where I'm proposing to do it on my own here in the next like 3 months. I
Oh,
don't live
good.
near a waterway, but it's something where I've been gathering information from both FE and GE communities, trying to find critiques and trying to whittle it down. So I'm trying to make an experiment that trying to do the impossible, trying to get agreement on the experimental design, and then from there try to have 2 observers that attend. So I am GE, and hoping to bring at least a few FEs with me when we run the first experiment, and then make this so it's reproducible and easy to do, and slowly cut down the cost to do it. My first run will probably be $1,500 to $2,000, but then after that, I should be able to figure out things that are not really needed, or if it's not adequate. If it's more than that, I think it kind of rules out most people doing the test as a hobby. But yeah, this is it. I'm looking for critiques and more information and anything that anybody has to say about it. Appreciate if whoever gives it a moment to read it, and even on first blush, if you don't read it, just put what's your feedback on it. I'm here to accept either in chat or in voice.
Wait, what is this again? Sorry, I was AFK. Is this like does this like prove the flat Earth or the globe Earth? Shane.
The answer to your question would be it would provide evidence to either side.
Oh, okay. A drone follows a laser level at origin, never aimed at the target, looks tens of thousands of height readings to measure whether the open water beneath it is flat or curved. Refraction is measured, not assumed. Flat is a result, curved is a result, inconclusive is a result. GitHub. Well, wait. So what are you gonna do? You're gonna like have an experiment take place to prove if it's flat or curved?
It'll be as far as the drone will fly, so I don't know if it will be considered an ultimate proof by anyone. But it would hopefully that if it's designed well and that we all agree on the parameters of it, or at least get as close as we can, then at least provide some bit of evidence to either side that can be used and can be
Okay.
reproduced. So that's my main goal, is to make something that's very easily reproducible and to cut down on the cost to reproduce it, so it can be done with things that people may already have or things that people would buy anyways.
Yeah.
It is a extremely detailed read now. I feel if you do read through it all, and things do change pretty rapidly when I get feedback from someone, or if there's maybe a wording choice or a definition that's incorrect, I make pretty quick changes to it. And then if there's anything that's confusing, I try to give that more support, either with some imagery or other information. I've tried to keep it you know, fairly, I try to keep out anything that's really going to draw confusion or really create, a I don't know, a moat from the largest group being able to understand what's being done. But I'm open to any more suggestions or anything about how to improve that, or just anything. I mean, I'm really just about anything that anybody's willing to throw at it. I'd rather learn it now before I spend the money and do the experiment.
What have your globe friends been saying about it?
And so far, it's been pretty good. I had a pretty long conversation yesterday with two different individuals who I've known for a while. So one of them is a meteorologist, as more of an amateur meteorologist. He was trained in it, but he's not like a weatherman on TV or anything like that. It's more of just his pastime now. And then another person who's a board member of a statewide institutional review board for experimentation. So those two individuals looked at it. They mainly looked at it for just hardiness, not really looking at something to see what are the critiques of it as much. Oh, sorry, I paused there for that person, but I guess they didn't have something to say. But then I've been also going into groups where there are flat earthers and globe earthers, either debating or just having conversations. So it's been a good mix. I'd say that uh, there's been definitely some folks that have gotten upset on one side with me, I guess, or versus the other side. I'm not sure what exactly I've done, but no, live and learn.
Wait, so which side was upset, the globe or the flat Earth?
I've been kicked out of a few chats from Flat Earth. I haven't been kicked out by any Globe Earth or anything. That's kind of a both sides debate. That's just kind of feedback. I mean, I don't know what I would have done other than sharing it. There is times where I continue to say please read it when I'm asked the same question multiple times, and that's I'm not sure if that's what's frustrating. I don't know what would be, but I'm also open on feedback on that too.
Oh, okay.
I mean, for
See.
instance, one thing that I do that is frustrating is if I understand is if someone's debating with me over the definition of flat or the definition of level. I'm not here to provide that. I'm not here to be that source and to be I am here to take what your definitions are or how you understand it and put that into the model and not try to influence it with my own bias as much as possible. So those is usually when people get upset with me that I'm being disingenuous or something else by treating it that way. But that's just experimental design.
Yeah. So I'm guessing like flat earthers didn't like it because of the drone or whatever. I don't know. Well, I don't know because I'm not sure what this is, but
I think the main critiques that have been coming up that kind of give you an idea have been, how do you level the laser? Because there's the drone is not following a GPS or anything. It's not trying to maintain a height or do any of those things. Now, of course, a drone itself is going to have some type of way of orienting itself, but it is flying along the laser beam as its guide. So the drone itself will, of course, try to maintain its own ability to stay upright. Um, but we're only collecting data when the drone is crossing through the beam and on the beam.
Mm.
But that leveling of laser has been probably the most contentious thing on both sides is, how do you do that? And yeah, that's a hard thing. There is no fully agreed upon on both sides or even on one side of how do you level something to obtain a straight laser, right?
Yeah.
And as straight possible, right? Because of
Lord, I'm
either side, whether you say refraction or you say atmospheric lensing, or if you add all kinds of different stuff in there. But the hope is
Yeah.
to fire this high enough above the water. When you fire across the top of the water, then you kind of open yourself up to a lot of those refraction conversations. We're not trying to make the laser bend. We're trying to make the laser as straight as possible
Mm-hmm.
and give it its best chance to do that. Yeah, Dandelion and Matt, I haven't been able to find anybody that's done this exact experiment. Definitely, things are quoted in there. Most people when I post this on the flat Earth side, they'll show me the FE core, and that's quoted in there multiple times. And I've watched and read the videos as well as taken people's interpretations of it because it's more than just what has been written or what has been shown in video. The interpretations are also important to it. And so I have a whole section on the page talking about the FE core to give you an idea of that's a commonly when someone says, well, why doing a laser experiment? Because we've already done it multiple times. Here's one. From my point of view, and I think even within a good amount of the flat Earth community, there's critiques over the FE core experiment, things they could have improved. And we're trying to learn from those as well as leverage anything that is strong of theirs. Their biggest thing is they shared all the information, and that's not common on either side. That sometimes it's just a video and a GIF. Of course I just put a GIF up and not all the data. This is or the goal is to share all the data so anyone can take it and interpret those results. Flat Earth Cafe, yeah, I'm interested on the definition of successful. So the way I'm approaching this experiment is there's two hypotheses, right? The Earth is curved, Earth is flat, and there's three possible results: a flat, a curve, or inconclusive. Success is that it's been measured. Success is not that one side wins or one side gets their result that they're looking for. The goal is that the data and the information tells the story, not the individuals. So I'm not sure what success would mean.
Yeah, I'd have to look at it. I just kind of glanced over it, but yeah, I'll look at it more later. But I was just thinking, I mean, from what you're proposing, like what you're saying about the setup, it sounds like what Professor Shiva claimed he was going to do and then never actually did, and then just ended up being a clown show. That was like, I think earlier this year or last year. Do you know who Professor Shiva is? Have you heard about that one that happened?
It's in my mind. I'm trying to remember. I did quite a bit of
Yeah, he's
looking
like a
on that.
professor on the
It's like the
East
Turkish
Coast. I'm
guy.
pretty sure he's in Cambridge. Yeah, and he claimed he was going to get together like people from the flat earth side and people from the globe earth, and we're going to design a test that everyone will agree to. But he was like just way too like super emotional and weird about it, and he also picked the way he picked people was just he picked like I don't know, just what I would call like, social media like personalities, instead of actually picking people who are serious about it. So I don't know. I mean, I just say just from what you proposed so far, it sounds like similar to what he was claiming he was going to do, but he never actually did do it. He just seemed like he was, I don't know what he was even doing, but turned into kind of a big circus and they never got anywhere.
Well, I mean, one thing I can promise is I am designing this so that anyone could do it. I don't really care for any type of media presence or anything like that. Like, I don't give a shit about that. I've got my own things going on in life. I'm okay. So my goal is that, anybody can pick this up and do it. It doesn't really matter if it's an influencer or somebody named Joe or, somebody named Susan. I don't give a shit.
Yeah, I mean, that's what we've seen in all this realm is like as soon as anybody, wants to, I mean, as far as I can tell, unless anybody wants to state a counterexample, I mean, every time I've seen anybody try to like get a following or like, become like a personality, it just doesn't go well. I don't know why. It just doesn't go well. But Shams has a question about Artemis. That's not like something I really have looked into that much. I don't know if anybody else wants to answer it. He says, he's in the VC, but he's written in the chat there, "Hey, everyone, I got a quick question. The latest Artemis trip, is that fake too?" And then he says, "I know Apollo was not real for a lot of reasons, but years later, I'm not really updated about Artemis." I don't know. Does anybody in here want to say anything about Artemis? I mean, I anything I've seen about it
Can
just looks like
I?
it was pretty bad, but yeah. Go ahead.
Yeah. I mean, I think it's fair to ask first. Uh, does believing the Earth is flat, I don't know, negate the fact that we made the moon landing thing, or is that like unrelated topics?
Well, I mean, I think it